It starts with a normal trope, a girl transmigrates into a romance novel. However, the only difference here is that, instead of transmigrating as a wealthy, noble young lady, Lana transmigrates as a prisoner. She opens her eyes to find herself in a dark and cold prison cell. She discovers that the male and female leads haven't met yet, so she decides to help the male lead for a while. While helping him, she gradually realizes that her own identity is not as simple as she thought, and the male lead becomes more attached to her. So who exactly is this pink-haired girl, and can she live her second life peacefully? Let's follow this exciting story together. In the darkness, the silver-haired boy held the arm of the girl beneath him tightly. "Why are you avoiding me?" The girl was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. The boy's expression was sad. "Don't go." The girl struggled but couldn't break free. "Let go, I have to go." The boy was rejected by her but didn't move at all. "Are you avoiding me?" Sometimes, on the face of a boy leaving pure tears. He tightened his grip on the girl's wrist. Then suddenly, he took that small, soft hand and kissed it lightly. The boy pressed her hand to his face, his eyes pleading, "Don't go, please." The man possessed the yearning eyes of a beast, as if to say that he must get what he wants. The girl recalled her identity. "After all, I've been drawn into the male lead of this novel, right here. At an imperial prison." In a prison cell, a loud shout rang out, 4886, "Get up now." The person inside was still not awake, so the warden grabbed a stick and banged hard on the doorframe. "Prisoner 4886, there's an urgent package for you." The prisoner inside stirred slightly. Her eyes were a little hazy. "It's so cold." After fully regaining her senses, what lay before her was a dark and unfamiliar place. The girl sat up in shock. A prison cell. She looked around in confusion. "What is this? Why am I here?" Doubts kept swirling in her head. Why? This place wasn't even the modern world, but a strange place with ancient structures. The girl thought to herself, "Opening my eyes and seeing a strange prison cell," her face contorted, and she hugged her head in complaint. "What if I open my eyes and find myself in a strange prison cell? The answer, is this a dream? Please." But the truth was only one. "Unfortunately, this is not a dream." The girl started to sort out her thoughts. "This place is in the novel I read." She rested her chin in her hand, pondering. "So, I've entered a nameless side character in this place, and I'm even wearing a prison uniform." Realizing the painful reality made her cry her eyes out. Why? How could this be? She often imagined what it would be like to transmigrate. Other transmigrators were in paradise, or they woke up in a luxurious bed. I didn't even get to enter a royal palace or castle, and now I'm straight at the bottom of society. Why am I the only one in a prison cell like this? The girl slammed her hand on the table. After panicking, Lana, accepted it. Lana hugged her head in despair. "So unlucky, why did I have to enter a wild 19+ romance novel like this?" She began to recall the contents of the book. The beginning of the once popular wild romance story was like this. Lana remembered that the female lead was described as very beautiful and extremely friendly, which impressed her, the female lead, Prancha. But life wasn't like a dream. She was imprisoned here in Cambercam to atone for her father's crimes, this innocent and curious young lady. In the original plot, one day she secretly wandered through the prison basement. The female lead wandered through the prison and met a man imprisoned deep underground. The person asked the female lead, "Who are you?" That man was. The name and appearance of that person immediately popped into Lana's head, the male lead, Ricardo Ranponhernam. In the original story, that person had a large family backing him. In the Hernam family, there was a powerful force passed down from generation to generation. But along with that came a significant risk. Those who couldn't control this power would be imprisoned in the depths of Cambercam. Such people weren't allowed to contact anyone and couldn't leave until someone was found who could control it. The male lead was one of those unlucky people, because that power could turn people into beasts. He himself was a monster without reason and with power far beyond that of humans. But someone told him that he was a human. The female lead appeared in time and grabbed the male lead's arm. The naive and kind-hearted main character heard the situation and freed that person from his chains. At that moment, the released male lead became a beast. After that, there were scenes between the two. Lana chuckled. "I'll skip a few details." She remembered someone who was also very popular in the story. Here was also a villain so sexy and depraved that you'd get a nosebleed. Those two were satellites revolving around the female lead. Lana stroked her chin and thought, the male lead is aggressive, and the villain is completely obsessive. Then she thought of the blush-worthy scenes in the story, and the more she thought about it, the more she realized that the content was really like that. Lana thought, from what I know, both the male lead and the villain come from two enemy families, and later they openly express their love triangle. She sighed. Anyway, this setting is in Cambercam, which is where Lana is currently. Night came quickly, with only a flickering fire in a corner of the prison. Lana held a stack of cards in her hand. Across from her was a warden, the two were playing cards together. Lana glanced at a corner. She looked towards a dark place, which was the male lead's prison cell. Lana sighed inwardly, even a dungeon should have a window. It's too dark to see anything. She suddenly felt sorry for the male lead. I understand why the male lead's initial personality was so gloomy. Lana complained inwardly, I've never seen a place as gloomy as this. Suddenly, she slammed her card down on the table. Lana smiled brightly, I win, full house. The person opposite her immediately shouted, ah, unbelievable. He tearfully lamented, no, Lana, how can a normal young lady play cards so well? This person was named Hans, the warden. Lana was also very considerate. She took out a bottle of wine to please him, even though I won, I'll give you a gift in exchange for letting me come again next time. Hans said helplessly, why does it always have to be my favorite thing? Lana picked up a card and pretended to examine it, this place is Dong, where nobles are held. She handed Hans another pack of cigarettes, I'll give you this too. He immediately smiled, thinking about it, a little won't hurt. Have a good time. Hans held the gifts in his arms, unwilling to let go, but still reminded Lana, just for a little while, okay? She chuckled, I know. Hans was suddenly curious, but how do you get such high-end wine and cigarettes? Lana paused while inserting the key into the lock, then hesitated, how should I put it? I wrote a letter to my brother, and he sent them. She opened the prison cell door and turned to look at Hans, I'll be out in a bit. Lana quickly went inside. The room was covered in dust and cobwebs, as if it hadn't been cleaned for a long time. The condition of the room was too serious. Not to mention the cracks and damage inside, it was barely managed. Lana suddenly stopped walking. In front of her, a figure lay sprawled on the ground. Lana was immediately shocked. She looked at the beautiful man before her, found him. A familiar name immediately popped into her head, the unlucky male lead, Ricardo Ran. Lana looked at him intently. Suddenly, she shyly turned her face away. Lana thought to herself in embarrassment, Ricardo Ran is crazy handsome. The man, who had been closing his eyes, suddenly opened them. He weakly sat up. Lana was immediately startled by Ricardo Ran's actions. He gently rubbed his sleepy eyes. Then he slowly looked up. Ricardo Ran quickly made eye contact with Lana. He suddenly gave her an extremely cute smile. Ricardo Ran's face was very friendly. Lana was stunned by his handsome face, crazy, his appearance. Suddenly, the person in front of her barked, woof. She froze, huh? He enthusiastically barked, woof woof woof. Lana looked in disbelief at the perfect man before her. She suddenly became a little timid. Ricardo Ran happily barked a few more times, woof woof. Lana was speechless, the male lead in the legend is indeed different, so it's true, the transformation of a human into a beast. She looked in confusion at this carefree man, can he really turn into a dog? Lana pondered for a long time. Ricardo Ran acted no differently from a dog. He was happily licking his hand. Her eyes began to scrutinize him, with this appearance, it must be real. Is that a seal of imprisonment on his neck? Lana raised her hand and approached Ricardo Ran, something I once saw in a novel. His eyes suddenly widened. Ricardo Ran suddenly became wary, far from the cute image he had before. He stood up and lunged forward. Lana was immediately startled and leaned back. She covered her face with her hands so she didn't see a formation appear before her. After waiting for a moment and seeing nothing, Lana lowered her hands. Separating the two was an invisible barrier, along with the patterns of a magic circle on it. Lana calmed down. She looked at Ricardo Ran, who was pushing hard against the barrier, ugh. Lana took a breath, her face still a little scared, that startled me. She thought to herself, I was wondering why, as a prisoner, he didn't have any chains. It turns out he's trapped behind a magic wall. Lana clenched her fist, feeling annoyed, of course it would be like this. The image of Ricardo Ran in her mind gradually crumbled, what kind of male lead is he? Lana hugged her head and complained, he's just a dog. Also, why did he suddenly become so fierce? She looked at her hand and speculated, could it be because I reached into his controlled area? Suddenly, Ricardo Ran continued to bark, gang gang, woof woof woof. Lana quickly looked up. Seeing him angry, she sighed and thought, first, I have to calm him down. Something that attracts his attention. Lana suddenly noticed a small branch at her feet, ah. She held the branch out to Ricardo Ran, here, look at this. He immediately became excited. Then, without hesitation, he took the branch, munch. Lana felt that something was wrong and quickly tried to take the branch back. Hey, puppy, give that back here, puppy. I just threw it, didn't expect it to be taken really. But Ricardo Ran didn't listen to her. Lana got annoyed, but she couldn't let him keep holding it like that. Hey, do you understand what I'm saying? Oh no, first spit that dirty thing out. So, she took out a small string with 2 white cotton balls attached to it to lure him. Here, what's this? A cotton ball there. Ricardo Ran was immediately more interested in what was in her hand. Seeing that he was attracted by her string, Lana skillfully took the branch out of his mouth. Wow, very good, heh. Ricardo Ran suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist. Lana was startled and dropped the branch on the ground. Ricardo Ran's face became serious again. He frowned slightly, looking at her intently. Suddenly, Ricardo Ran opened his mouth towards Lana's arm. She blanked out and couldn't react in time. Wait a minute, are you going to bite me? As if hearing Lana's words, he suddenly stopped. Lana was confused when she suddenly heard Ricardo Ran say, Stop. He swallowed hard, his face red. You intend to do what to me? Ricardo Ran was blushing, quickly stepping backwards. His face was extremely embarrassed. Lana froze, not knowing how to react. Ricardo Ran panicked. No, now my first time. You are the first person to bite me, like this. Facing his drastic change made Lana confused. What again now? After a while, she spoke. Are you calm now? Ricardo Ran wiped his tearful eyes. Because it is the first time, so I am a little bewildered. Lana helplessly hugged her head. But saying first time like this, whoever hears it might misunderstand, so that is. He hesitated. No, is not it a misunderstanding? She immediately corrected him. Misunderstanding, that is all. Ricardo Ran stared blankly at Lana. Then, he lowered his head, his face dejected. Lana suddenly noticed. She looked at Ricardo Ran's sad face, thinking, so, when he has reason, his personality is originally like this. Lana had no choice but to speak. I'm sorry. Ricardo Ran suddenly teared up, looking at her with great emotion. You are also the first person to apologize to me. Lana panicked. No, going crazy this is. She took a breath. Then, she suddenly rushed forward and grabbed Ricardo Ran's wrist tightly. Lana looked seriously into his eyes and said, Listen carefully, the first time is not important. Ricardo Ran was stunned, able only to remain silent, and she continued to look at him. In the future, this kindness, you will not even remember it, understood? The hand that was holding his hand suddenly tightened a little. What is important is not this first time, because in the future, you will receive this kindness as a matter of course. Ricardo Ran was stunned, and his face blanked out, not knowing what to say. Lana panicked and let go of his hand. I am sorry for suddenly grabbing you. Anyway, you heard clearly what I said, right? Ricardo Ran hesitated, as if wanting to say something. I. Suddenly, someone called from outside. Lana, the two of them panicked. Lana came to her senses. I have to go out now. The person outside called out again. Time's is up. She quickly replied, Yes, I am coming out. She didn't know how long he would have to be in this place, knowing nearly only faint light would seep in through the gaps. It was a dark and gloomy place more than Lana thought, and that man was also younger than she thought. Lana touched the invisible barrier. I will come again. She was curious about his expression. But through the distant candlelight, Lana could not see that expression. In a lavish and magnificent room, a man was reviewing documents when someone suddenly ran in, flustered. Warden. He anxiously reported. They said someone broke into the prison. The man stirred slightly. Broke in? That place holds the most dangerous prisoners. He asked his subordinate sternly, or have you been neglecting your management? The other person retreated in panic, not daring to face that cold gaze. The matter is. The man placed the document on the table. Then he looked at his subordinate seriously. Go find out about this quickly, who the intruder is. In another room, although not luxurious, it was still very airy, but the person inside, wearing prisoner clothes, walked around freely. Lana looked around, thinking, the more I look, the more I find it amazing. Where is the prison really? Thoughts began to circulate in her head, although this is a prison, because it is a society with the presence of kings and nobles. So, the amenities for the nobility are fully guaranteed. There are sumptuous meals along with desserts. There are also walks and activities according to your hobbies. Lana looked at the clothes she was wearing, sighing, because everyone is wearing prisoner clothes. This image is still a bit strange. Suddenly, a cheerful voice rang out, interrupting her train of thought. This is really the first time I have seen it. Two prisoners talked excitedly. Is this the new fragrance this time? That is right, stable there? Lana was startled. The story of those two people reminded her, these days, many people are talking about the first time. Last night, Ricardo said she was his first time, his eyes brimming with tears. Lana thought, if everything went normally, there would be some romance. But this story cannot have that happen, precisely because of this seal. The seal that holds Ricardo in prison with magic. Ricardo must remove this seal to get out of prison. And there is only one person who is chosen to remove the seal. That person is the female lead of the story. The plot flowed through Lana's head naturally. Thanks to that, he was able to leave here 4 years later, but I just opened my eyes and saw that I was in prison. I don't know when I will get out of prison, I don't even know what crime I committed. Suddenly, someone came to talk to her, looking at you sighing like that, you are thinking about getting out of prison, right? This person is Baron Pilates, charged with fraud. Lana was discouraged, don't say getting out of prison, it sounds like I really committed a crime. Pilates teased her, then you are a criminal, what does it matter? Can I sit next to you? Lana happily agreed, if you tell me an interesting story, then you can. The Baron did not hesitate, oh, interesting story I have right here. He praised her, if I was the young lady, I would be happy just to sit and admire myself in the mirror all day long, that glittering appearance. Lana did not fall for his trap. Are we at the interesting part yet? She sighed, what about the appearance, it's just a normal prisoner. 2 people passed by and greeted her, hello, Lana. She quickly turned around and smiled at them, hello, Pilates was puzzled, ordinary. Lana turned to ask him, uncle, is there really nothing interesting? Pilates thought for a while, let's see, is there anything? Right, I will tell you about Domulet. Hearing that name made her a little startled, Domulet. The Domulet dukedom, one of the 3 dukes of the empire. The most evil family in the original work. Lana thought to herself, if I want to get out of prison and live a peaceful life, I must grasp the flow of the story, right? Pilates, having something to talk about, talked non-stop, oh, the Black Rose of the Empire, Domulet, anyway, another Black Rose has recently been added. He began to tell the recent rumors that he had heard, it is said that Domulet bought a chest of jewels at a secret auction not long ago, right. Pilates whispered to Lana, it is said that it even contained the crown that His Majesty lost. She immediately remembered the origin of that thing, if it is the Emperor's crown, then it is the one in the original work that the female lead went to find at the villain's house. Pilates continued to tell the story, as soon as the rumor spread, the royal family came to search the Domulet's house, but they couldn't find anything, which means that he had a premonition that the royal family would come. His voice was full of admiration, indeed, a sensitive man. The person I want to mention is the young Duke Chaser of Domulet. Lana calmly took a sip of tea, as expected, the most evil villain in the original work. Pilates had not finished telling the story, the rumor does not stop there, she gave a forced smile, he is getting excited. He continued the story, have you ever heard of Domulet's precious treasure? Besides the young Duke, the Duke also has another daughter. Lana replied boredly, oh, so it is, knew it, emaciated sister of the villain, she thought, is he planning to tell the villain's unhappy past? Though that is a character who passed away due to illness. Before the story even began, Lana fiddled with the teacup in her hand, so, Domulet stole the king's crown, the story is still following the plot. Pilates suddenly interrupted her daydreaming, now let's talk about you, was your adventure not long ago fun? Lana came back to her senses, fun, of course. She rested her chin on her hand, smiling slightly, very fun. Lana looked out the window, in that place. This place was very airy, the light shining through the windows lit up the entire room. But there was a dark place, where there was not even a window. Lana suddenly spoke, uncle, I don't know if you know a way to meet the warden? In the prison cell, Ricardo sat alone in the corner of the room. The door of the room suddenly burst open. A voice woke Ricardo hello. Lana was holding the oil lamp as she cheerfully walked up to Ricardo a walk, with me. Ricardo growled a few times, and then he barked, woof woof, arf, arf arf arf. She immediately recognized his position in the dark room, is there? The barking of Ricardo was inside the room, Lana helplessly thought, woof, how cool he was at the beginning, woof woof. No matter how much she bribed, it was unreasonable to enter and exit the dungeon every day, Hans had refused her once, today is not allowed, sir, so she went down again 3 days later. Looking at Ricardo in state, Lana thought to herself, the distinction is easy, also there is no transition, calm down. He growled, Lana immediately scolded, you only know how to grr, huh. Ricardo shook his head, and she was surprised, what is it, you understand what I am saying? Lana gently bent over and asked, then why don't you speak human language, just the ability to understand it? This time, he did not answer, but his face was still very fierce, and she thought, he is staring like that but he also know to listen to me. In her hand was a bag of delicious bread, and she held it in front of Ricardo. Do you like bread? I just secretly got it. Oh no, I just brought a little from the kitchen. It feels like stealing. Lana took one out. Here a piece. He immediately revealed a greedy face. Arf. Ricardo held the bread and ate ravenously. She sat to the side and observed, if he can understand it like this, he should be able to speak human language. Then why does he only bark dog words? Outside she reassured, eat slowly, careful you will choke. As expected, what you are worried about will happen. Ricardo uncomfortably patted his chest. Look there. Lana quickly stuffed him with a bottle of water. What did I tell you? That you will choke, so eat slowly. From the beginning I knew you would gobble it up like this. Oh my god, don't bite, just drink water and if you bite me I will hit you. Got it, drink slowly. After drinking the water, Ricardo blushed and stammered. Miss you. Let go. Hands, a little, let go, will you? Lana looked at him in surprise. He is normal again here. She tilted her head and chuckled. A moment ago, you were still eating what I was feeding you very tastily. You are right. Ricardo blushed, looking at Lana with both hands covering his chest defensively. He babbled and shouted, respond, if you don't want to take responsibility, then let go, will you? Lana chuckled, someone else will take responsibility for him. For example, the female lead or, still is the female lead, beautiful, kind and talented and also removes the seal. What else is perfect? So, she was determined to come here to admire, even if this was not her first time. She still sighed, this place is really dark. The prisoners in Chungangdong are provided for adequately, from a good meal, tea time, to even taking a walk. But Ricardo is not allowed such things. Lana thought, but those are just difficult situations for the background of the main character, surely he doesn't want to live like this. Suddenly, she said something, attracting Ricardo's attention, there is something. The words that Lana said made him stunned. Is it not too dark here already? There are no lights as well and also a musty smell. Those prisoners here are allowed to take a walk once every day. Though outside it is just withered trees and withered flowers only. Lana sat next to Ricardo smiling at him. So, my intention is, do you not want to take a walk? She thought, if all the prisoners are allowed to do this, then Ricardo should be allowed to do that too, though with me life like that is really boring. But because he was stripped of all rights until the female lead appeared, Ricardo hesitated. A walk, is what, huh? Lana panicked, that words and also do not know She patiently explained for him to understand, is to go outside there. Ricardo stammered, I cannot go outside. Lana persuaded, if you can then, would you go outside? Ricardo's lips trembled, but not a word was able to be said. Lana looked at him cheerfully, well, I think silence means agreement. She said, so I'll assume you want to go outside, okay? That's it, she didn't have any countermeasures, just said the magic words and left. At this time, Lana thought about the plan. To take a walk, I need permission from the chief warden. She wandered along the corridor, just registering for a visit is difficult, and then there is meeting him. Will I be able to meet him? Lana's face was full of determination, surely coming to meet him like this won't reveal that I secretly went down to the dungeon, right? Anyway, I have to solve this properly. She stopped in front of a gatekeeper. I'm Lana, the one who asked to meet. He immediately spoke, Miss Lana, please come in. She was a little surprised, getting inside is easier than I thought, huh? The door immediately opened, Miss Lana, you may enter. Lana went inside, observing, but there was no one here, I didn't think anyone was here, could it be that they left a while ago? She wearily sat down on a nearby chair. Lana thought to herself, this is a big problem, I didn't expect to be requested a meeting with the warden, it seems like this is a very urgent issue, the superintendent. The management system in this place is as follows. First, guards, including corporals to some sergeants, above all, there is a warden who manages the guards. A little above them is the head warden, who will manage the guards, and at the top. That is the person who operates all the affairs of Cambercam. This operator is also a main character in the novel, the main villain, Chaser lived Amulet. He and that person together conceal the crimes. In the extra stories, it was revealed why he helped Chaser. If Lana doesn't target this man, it seems like he secretly likes an unknown woman. After digging up information from the original plot, she thought, he is quite famous because of his appearance and different personality, or exactly, the kind of person who has the face of a human but the heart of a beast. The door opened again, someone. Lana turned her head to look, him, the one who requested the examination. She said, I'm Lana. When she saw the person who entered, she was stunned, she came here to meet the operator of this prison. Lana was surprised. Why is he here? Renald just Valtiz, he is a character in this book. He is also one of the marquises of the country, the one who governs all of Cambercam. The man suddenly spoke. I heard you wanted to see me. Lana was secretly worried. Don't show too clearly that I recognize him, and also don't look too worried. On the surface she was still very calm. I have a request. Renald was curious. What request? She began with a question. The prisoners here are all treated fairly, right? He answered straightforwardly. On the surface, that's right. Lana was a little surprised. He is very honest, which means, inside, it's not really like that. Her eyes were full of seriousness. Now the important thing is. Then, she seriously questioned Renald. Murder, robbery, betrayal, according to the law, if I'm not a prisoner being held in solitary confinement because of a serious crime. Every prisoner can take a walk and enjoy their hobbies, right? He said calmly. That's right. Lana retracted her attitude. Her voice became sad. Actually, I talked with the other prisoners, and I discovered a pitiful prisoner alone in the basement of the central prison. Her hands were gently intertwined. They said he is a lonely prisoner in a room without windows. Renald immediately remembered. There are criminals like that. Lana tried to elicit sympathy from him. I heard he can't even take a walk. He has to be in the central prison and he is also not a serious criminal. Do you not feel sorry for him? Renald suddenly looked at her seriously. So, Miss Lana, you care about that prisoner because you feel pity for him, huh? Lana was immediately tense. What is this? Why is he staring at me? She spoke to confirm. Yes, that's right. I came here just to talk about that case. Renald suddenly spoke. You are indeed a kind person. Lana was a little flustered. Yes, why? She thought to herself, anyway. Lana put on a sad expression, then started to make up stories. Actually, when I think about such a person, I can't bear it because I think about my younger brother. Renald seriously asked her. He is like your younger brother? Lana answered decisively, yes. Facing Renald's puzzled face, Lana was a little guilty, thinking, actually, I'm not sure if Lana has a younger brother or not. The nobility often consider their great-grandchildren as relatives. I wonder if he knows that. Ricardo Ran is not a threat here, but Lana really does not like Renard in the original rule, that is after Chaser appeared. The man who, according to the original, is Renald's superior. Lana continued to show a pained face. Please let that pitiful prisoner take a walk, she muttered softly. Of course he will refuse, right? Then next. Renald answered decisively, okay, I will listen to you. Lana had not yet recovered. Yes, as expected, he refused. Suddenly, she was stunned. He repeated it once more. I said I will listen to you. Lana was stunned, not expecting Renald to be so easygoing. That easy? If he said no, I was planning to find another way to replace it, but what is this? He calmly explained, because of your brother and father, I will let you do whatever you want. Lana smiled awkwardly, trembling a little. What is this? Oh, yes, my father and younger brother, she thought. What are they doing? Currently, Ricardo Rand is being held as a prisoner because of his great power. Renard, the manager of the prison, cannot be unaware of this issue. But why is he listening to Lana because of her father and brother? What did they do for this Renald to allow Lana to carry out what she wanted? In her head appeared the image of the original Lana. Lana. She speculated, she is the daughter of a prestigious family, is not it? Renald seriously instructed, the prisoner that Miss Lana spoke of is a criminal related to magic, so mid-level knights will follow to escort him during the walk. Do you think that's okay? Yes. He suddenly raised his hand to Lana, especially, your brother asked me to do a few things, so I will not ignore you. Well, you can go now, I will escort you. She quickly put her hand on his, then stood up, thinking, I received help from a guy I don't even know, Renald very gentlemanly took Lana to the door. He suddenly bowed, placing a light kiss on the back of her hand. Miss Lana. Renald smiled softly, his face suddenly became gentle. Even without a promise, I will listen to all your requests. He said, not asking for anything in return. Lana blankly walked out. Renald's voice echoed, please come and visit this place again. Lana blankly thought, what does he mean by doing that? Don't tell me. From Lana's point of view, I will kill you if you come back, she fearfully thought. That's what he meant. I'm so scared. Lana dejectedly left. No, I don't want to meet him again. The next day, after all, allowing him to take a walk was not useful at all. Today it is raining very heavily. Renard has ruined the plan to pretend to be a good lover. He doesn't know she has recognized him. Lana raised her hand to feel the raindrops. Gladly, the results were good. She went to that dark prison cell again. Hans was surprised to see Lana. You are planning to go inside again? Yes, again. He spoke to remind, oh Lana, today is a little dangerous, be careful, because the prisoners are shouting. Lana was surprised, thinking, shouting, but still decisively opened the door and stepped inside, not forgetting to say to Hans, "Thank you for your concern." Under her feet, she stepped on a puddle of water. What is this? Why are there so many puddles? The conditions in prison are really not good enough. Lana held a towel, observing the surrounding, the smell of dampness. Suddenly, there was a familiar growl, woof woof, grr. The sound grew louder. This sound, what is this? Something is not right. His barking today was much louder and more violent, as if he was scared. Lana timidly stepped forward. Ricardo ran. Suddenly, he fell silent, no longer shouting. She suddenly realized the reason why Ricardo ran behaved differently than before. His face was full of fear. This guy, he is afraid of water. Unhappy childhood memories began to flood Ricardo's mind. A dog like this is an insult to the family. His father looked at him with disdain. You stupid son. At that time, Ricardo was very disappointed. The way the Grand Duke treated the male lead was too cruel. Ricardo, who could not control his power, was treated in that way. He became afraid of water, and also at that time, he was abandoned in the house. Until the destined person finally appeared, Lana's face was sad. She thought, after that, his overwhelming power became even more difficult to control. Then she suddenly spoke. Anyway. Ricardo was stunned. A dry towel was placed on his head. Do you like the sound of bells? Lana held the small bell and gently shook it. She smiled. That sound is even better than the sound of rain, is not it? Lana took out a candy, and, I brought this thing. She dropped each candy into Ricardo's hand. I thought you would like it. As expected, she immediately saw his happy smile. Lana breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, I brought a lot of candy. It seems like he really likes it. She stepped closer, used the towel to rub Ricardo's wet hair. Okay now, you're all wet, let me wipe you a little. Shoo, it's okay. Lana thought, but do animals get colds? A hand suddenly passed by, and she quickly retreated to avoid it. Her foot suddenly slipped, causing Lana to stagger. Oh. A hand quickly grabbed her swaying arm. Lana fell sprawling on the ground. Oh, it hurts. What? Ricardo was also pulled down by her, and now the two were face to face. Lana was immediately flustered. Oh, he's too close. She suddenly paid attention to his lowered collar, revealing a glimpse of flower petals. Huh, is that a rose? People said he would meet his destiny when the petals disappeared. Lana suddenly realized, but now I feel like a pervert. She was suddenly stunned. Wait, I think he's getting closer. Ricardo's face was close. Suddenly, he stopped, his face blank. Ricardo trembled slightly, crying out softly. He stepped back, and said embarrassedly, Thing, what thing is happening? Lana felt guilty and blamed him. I told you before, but wasn't it you who got closer to me first? Ricardo did not remember, and stammered to explain, that is. She admired, thinking, he's so cute. He held the towel awkwardly. I woke up, the blanket was warm, so, I am not scared. What is wrong with the male lead from the 19+ novel? Lana saw that Ricardo had returned to normal and stood up to leave. I see you are okay, so I'm leaving now. He stammered, Hey, you, what is your name? She did not turn her head back, just waved her hand. Lana. Ricardo stared blankly as she left. He was silent for a moment, then called softly, Lana. A few days later, it continued to rain. Lana decided to stop meeting Ricardo but it kept raining. She also felt that she needed to examine herself for not keeping a safe distance with him. And most important of all, the biggest reason why Lana didn't go out, she wondered, looking to one side, why hasn't it come yet? Because she did not receive any letters. The first thing Lana saw when she opened her eyes in this world was the letter on the chair. Write anything you want. Since then, blank letters were sent frequently. She usually received what she wanted 1 month after sending it. Then she discovered, that was the letter from Lana's brother. Lana thought, I don't have any cigars in my hand to trade with Has, and no letters have been sent from that brother. Usually, 2 days once is the fastest and 5 days once is the slowest. It has been 12 days and there has been no letter at all. She was a little sad. Have I made him annoyed? Or has something happened to my brother? Suddenly, someone spoke to call her. What are you thinking about, miss? Pilates came over. Or has something happened? Lana immediately regained her spirits. Oh, you. She smiled happily. Nothing special. Do you have any interesting stories to tell today? Sit down. Pilates did not disappoint Lana. And as soon as he sat down, he began the story. Have you heard about Countess Andrea? She was curious. You mean the woman who just fainted after making a fuss? He said, 4 days ago, she woke up and shouted loudly. That's right, making a fuss. Really, the matter is not that simple. The Andrea Count family has completely collapsed. Lana was a little surprised. A long-standing Count family collapsed overnight, Pilates confirmed. Yes, it's all because of the Black Rose, the next Duke of Domulet. Chaser Love Domulet fired a truly shocking shot. She was stunned. Why is the main villain here? Pilates nodded, but the problem is, the Count is the right-hand man of Grand Duke Hernam. The Black Rose of Hernam and the Black Rose of Domulet. Their becoming enemies is a long story. Lana thought as she held the pen. One is the villain's family, the other is the main character's. The deep hatred of the two families for each other, the love triangle around the main character is pushed to a climax. That is set up. Chaser killed Ricardo's father, subjects, and friends. The war between the two families has reached its peak. Interestingly enough, Ricardo ran. In the end, he still loved his father, who abused him. That is why Lana hated Chaser to death. Literally. Lana looked at the dessert in front of her, thinking, it seems like the author will scramble the relationships. Pilates continued to tell the story. Chaser Love Domulet is a smart young man, but this time he messed with the wrong person, Duke Hernam. If he had not been wrong, he would have sent knights to find evidence. This is indeed a big problem, and what will happen? He shouted excitedly, don't be surprised, Chaser is currently missing. Lana ate a piece of cake, thinking, he is a villain, he must be planning something in a secret place. Could this be the time when Chaser killed Grand Duke Hernam? The guard interrupted the story of the two. Free time is over, everyone, please return. Pilates stood up, not forgetting to ask Lana, so what is your problem, has it gotten better? She reassured him, it's nothing, I just haven't received any letters from my family. Pilates comforted, you mean your brother always sends you letters? There must be an emergency that has happened. Don't worry too much, thank you. Lana returned to her cell and lay on the bed. The warden shouted, close the door. She still could not be at ease. Could it be that the letters from my brother have not arrived yet? Lana closed her eyes and fell asleep, but still could not be at ease. Will I be abandoned after being released from prison? I hope not. Consciousness faded further and further away. The man whom Lana hated was leisurely sitting in a chair. On the ground lay corpses. He chuckled, I miss Lana already. At the prisoners' gathering room during break time, someone called out, Lana, there is big news. Pilates held a newspaper and rushed to Lana. They have found the culprit who caused the collapse of the Andrea Count family, and Duke Hernam is also seriously injured. He thrust the newspaper in front of Lana. They say the culprit is Chaser Love Domulet, or maybe he colluded with the culprit. She quickly retreated. Ah, right, now I remember. When Chaser killed Rycedaron's father, he had seriously injured him. That is how it must have happened. Lana tried to link the information just now with the plot. She thought, it is hard to believe, Pilates was still happily sharing information with her. Lana thought, I guess I'll be back early today. Pilates pondered, perhaps it is good news if it is by Chaser Domulet. She was curious, why? He explained, that is because there are a lot of Chaser's followers in this prison. Pilates said, if Chaser admits his crimes or something like that, they will become scary like a storm. Lana immediately broke into a sweat. I don't want that, the ones who follow the villain. Pilates pondered and then continued to say, also, it seems like Chaser has returned. He is a powerful young man. I hope one day I will get to meet him, but on the one hand I do not want to. He was mumbling, feeling hesitant, and suddenly saw Lana standing up. Oh, you are planning to go back? Lana nodded, yes, I was planning to go back, and... She smiled, why do you want to meet him? I would never want to. Lana walked to the door. He is not the kind of person that you or your crimes can easily meet. Pilates followed to see her off. Why? Who knows, this world is full of surprises. That is why life is really interesting, is not it? Lana did not return to her cell immediately, but went to a guard. He gave her a letter. It has been a while since you received a letter, right, Lana? Lana looked intently. She opened the letter, and inside there were 2 sheets of paper, making her a little surprised. Oh, this is quite unexpected, there is something written here. It is strange that there is always a blank sheet of paper. Lana stood in the cell and read the letter. Hello, Lana, how are you, my little sister? She was a little surprised. What is this? This handwriting is quite... Lana picked up the pen and stopped for a moment. What should I say? She wrote in the letter, I'm fine, but then felt that it was not good, too short, So Lana wrote more, wine, cigars, luxury items, send more of it to me, that should be enough, right, I'm quite proud of myself. On this side, the man smiled softly. His blood-stained hands held a letter. After reading it he immediately ordered, send more wine to Cambercam, my little sister wants more. The rain had stopped, thankfully the rain had stopped, but... What is Lana doing? Renald seriously looked at her, do you want to try it? Lana was confused, yes, I will try all of them, thank you. In her head she shouted, why am I doing this? 10 minutes ago, Lana heard that, the manager is looking for me, and a lovely meeting was waiting for her. Lana held the cup of tea, puzzled, so, you summoned me because... Renald took out a beautifully packaged box, inside was a pair of earrings. This is for you, Miss Lana, these are gifts sent. She received it to examine it. Oh, it is a pair of earrings. Lana was surprised. My brother sent these? Renald nodded, yes. He picked up the teacup and took a sip, and as your brother requested, no one here will call you by your last name. Lana was stunned. Oh, I understand. She drank tea to hide the confusion in her head. No wonder everyone calls me by my first name. My brother even requested something like that. Huh. Lana spoke, thank you for your concern. I am sure my father and brother are also very grateful. Renald was surprised. Huh, do you think they really will be? He suddenly praised, you are really a kind person, unlike them. Lana helplessly thought, why is it unlike them? She gave a happy smile, they are good people. Renald said nothing, silently changed the subject, because the rain has stopped, so the young prisoner you talked about, he will be able to take a walk soon. He repeated, but as I mentioned before, there will be guards accompanying him, is that okay? Lana immediately perked up, yes. She was secretly surprised to see Renald's gentle smile, he can smile like that, it made her shudder. Renald from Lana's perspective would be a very cold person, or I will no longer be interested in you, you better eat everything. He saw her off, please return safely. Lana turned her head to look back, sighing, I could not believe that that man could become warm in front of the woman he loved, in the original, it is hard to believe. She did not notice the man in the room secretly blushing. The next day. A short-haired girl stretched her shoulders, indeed, it is a beautiful day, it has been a long time since we took a walk, this person is Sally, also a prisoner. She sighed softly, but the sun is also really bright, if the sunlight is too strong, we will get sunburned eyes, Lana immediately praised, even if you get sunburned. Sally is very beautiful, making Sally embarrassed. She suddenly pointed in a direction, by the way, they are guards, right? Sally was curious, are those not high-level guards? I heard they are only in charge of dangerous criminals. The person she was wondering about was the male lead, Ricardo ran. The soldier behind suddenly pushed him. Sally was startled. Oh, this is not taking a walk, but watching him is right. Curiosity made her uncomfortable. Wait, I will go ask those soldiers what is happening, not paying attention to Lana's attitude. She folded her arms angrily, thinking, Renald, are you sure this is taking care? It is not taking a walk, he is about to suffocate. Suddenly Lana was startled, Ricardo ran is looking at her, he is looking in this direction. Suddenly he turned his head in another direction. Lana was immediately angry, what is this, he is ignoring me, not knowing that Sally had just left. She patted her shoulder, Lana, I asked those guards, but they said he is a criminal who uses magic. But looking back, there was no one there anymore, where is that prisoner? Lana said nonchalantly, he ran away. Sally at this time realized her strange attitude. She timidly asked, Lana, why do you look angry? Lana did not answer, I had to try my best so that he could take a walk, but instead he ran away. She thought, I will have to go ask him the reason, thinking it, doing it, Lana went to see Ricardo ran that night, why did you run? He knelt on the ground, puzzled, she angrily scolded, don't blush, I haven't even done anything yet. Ricardo ran immediately retorted, you are making me blush, Lana did not fall for the trick, what? She sighed, thinking, at least he doesn't look injured at all. Lana reassured herself, that is a good thing, at least he is not injured, she said coldly, if you don't want to say anything, then that is okay. Ricardo ran quickly grabbed her hand, no, that is not like that. His face was sad, stammering, why, you have not been to my room for a long time. His eyes began to tear up, I waited and waited but you never came. Lana was stunned, that is because. She sighed, I did not have wine and cigars. Ricardo ran worriedly lowered his head, could this be the last time I met you? Lana quickly corrected, I never said that. Looking at his trembling hands, she could not be angry, he is trembling, is it because he was once abandoned by others in the same way? Lana sighed, this really moves me. She had no choice but to explain, you know, the walk, okay, that is what I requested. Lana wiped away the tears on Ricardo's face, are you grateful? She bent down, and smiled softly, next time, let's take a walk together, okay? Lana asked Ricardo ran happily, what do you think? He was immediately stunned by her. Ricardo ran blushed and quickly avoided, next time, what do I call you? Lana did not notice, just call my name. She suddenly teased, or not, because I took a walk with you, should you call me master or not, I'm teasing you, I'm going home now, the next time you take a walk, don't ignore me. Lana gently stroked Ricardo's head. She was surprised, her eyes widened. Lana sighed, it seems like you bark when it is beneficial to you, huh? A morning later. Lana walked to Ricardo ran, a guard came to greet her. It has been a while, Lana, I heard you want to take a walk together. He flattered, you really have a kind heart for caring about even a dangerous criminal. Lana walked past the guard to Ricardo ran. She spoke, hello, he immediately rejoiced, she asked, is this inconvenient? No, not inconvenient. Lana glanced behind, everyone here thinks Ricardo's crime is abusing magic. Because no one knows his true identity, except Renald. Lana was suddenly curious about the thing that was tying Ricardo ran, what is that on your wrist? The guard suddenly spoke, you are curious, miss, then gently pulled the string in his hand. Ricardo ran was immediately pulled to the ground. The soldier explained, this thing is a rope used for criminals who use magic, you only need to tighten the rope when they are making a fuss or exploding a large amount of mana. If he uses mana, you pull this to give an order, and the magic rope will automatically activate. Lana gently touched his hand. She laughed insincerely, thank you for explaining. In her mind, she cursed endlessly, are you crazy? Can't you see he's in pain? The soldier didn't know Lana's anger, you must be surprised, right? I guess it's hard for a noble young lady like you to see such a scene. She chuckled softly, in her mind continuing to drag him out and execute him, I see, you XX, you want to die, huh? Lana anxiously turned her head to look, is he okay? But she was immediately shocked, Ricardo ran. The rope was tightly wrapped around him, and a black smoke was spreading out. She immediately felt uneasy, something's not right. Ricardo ran suddenly jumped at a nearby soldier, pushing him to the ground. He growled angrily, and everyone immediately panicked, he's losing control. The guards immediately gathered together, please step aside, miss. They formed a line to surround Ricardo ran. A bald man shouted, this criminal is losing control of his mana, everyone stay calm. He was Atten, the captain of the guard. Atten loudly ordered, activate the magic restraints. The soldier holding the rope shouted, understood. I order you to stop. But nothing happened. The rope even gradually disappeared. The soldier holding the rope was confused, huh? What's going on? He immediately reported, the magic restraints are no longer working. Then he shouted in a panic, I order you to stop. I order you to stop. Stop him. No matter how hard he tried, Ricardo ran didn't react, he's rushing out. I order. His hand lightly touched. The guard immediately flew away. Lana panicked, what's with this rampage? A guard shouted, run. A person ran to stop Lana, I said run. Captain, to your right. She looked in horror at the guards lying on the ground, I used to think the male lead was just a puppy. Lana anxiously looked at Ricardo ran, but he's actually very strong, is he okay? Lana took a step back. Suddenly stepping on a rope. She tried touching it, and suddenly the rope lit up. That rope was connected to Ricardo ran, mana suppression. Atten was surprised, mana suppression. It's working again. The handcuff immediately took effect. He shouted, Lana, give the order. What dash? Atten yelled, whatever it is, just say it. Ricardo ran immediately sensed danger. Lana panicked, thinking, wait a minute, did he just glance at me? Her hand gripped the rope tightly. Ricardo ran in front of her gritted his teeth. He lunged towards Lana, and someone shouted, damn it. Do something, anything. Shout out the order. She panicked and shouted her name, Lana. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. Ricardo ran didn't know why he was lying on the ground. Lana shouted in a panic, sit down. Even though he was angry, he couldn't stand up. Lana panicked, what is this? Looking at Ricardo ran struggling over there, she thought, he's not like a puppy at all. Someone outside reminded, don't lower your guard, keep shouting out the orders. Ricardo ran clenched his fist. Lana immediately warned and shouted, lie down. Ricardo ran was once again pressed to the ground. She then ordered, roll, stand up, sit, roll. Lana panicked, what's going on? She was speechless, looking at the man rolling around on the ground. Everyone was confused, what is this ridiculous situation? Lana sighed, sit down. She angrily scolded, don't scratch your head with your feet. Who taught you that? Lana hugged her face and cried, even when taking a walk, why is the male lead turning into a dog? Why is he allowed to take a walk? Looking at Ricardo's innocent face, she thought, I wonder if I have a talent for training dogs. Atten was confused, Lana, are you a witch? Lana helplessly replied, if I were a witch, why would I be here? He looked at her despondent back, I see. Lana's face was blank. She thought, luckily, no one is around here. On the other hand, maybe many people witnessed this incredible scene. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Lana's sleeve. Ricardo's face looked at her blankly. Lana continued to play with him, front paw, okay, this isn't a dream. In the end, why did the male lead become such a miserable animal? The book didn't explain. Anne came over, Lana, we need to meet Mr. Stewart, yes. She tiredly thought, I can't ignore it. He continued, however, Mr. Stewart isn't here right now. For now, you should just go back to your room. When he returns, I'll arrange for you to meet him immediately. Lana patted Ricardo's head, I understand, but what about this prisoner? Anne was a little vague, I'm not sure why this mana suppression tool isn't responding to our orders. Lana was curious, has something like this ever happened before? He pondered, this is the first time we've used mana suppression. I've never heard of it not working before. It's strange that I shouted stop, but it didn't react at all. Lana suddenly felt dizzy. She hugged her head uncomfortably, I suddenly feel weak and strangely short of breath. Anne worriedly asked, are you okay? Yes. An arm reached out. Ricardo hugged Lana tightly, warily looking at the man in front of him. She removed his arm, it's okay, Ricardo. Then coldly ordered, lie down. Anne forced a smile, Lana, we're planning to have this guy return to his cell now. Will you help us? Lana calmly replied, yes, of course. She suddenly paid attention to Ricardo. He immediately rubbed his face against her hand. Returning to the prison cell, the guard opened the door for Lana, you should come out now, Lana. She blankly left, okay. Lana sat down on the ground with a sigh. She sat opposite Ricardo. Sorry. He stared at her, saying, I didn't think it would be so difficult, getting you permission for me to take a walk. Lana curled up, do you really like taking a walk? She was sad, how can it feel good to be restrained? At that time, Ricardo was indeed handcuffed. Lana raised her head and smiled, even so, I hope you'll enjoy it a little. She reached out to pat his head. Ricardo hesitated, because of me. He grabbed Lana's hand, saying firmly, you don't need to apologize. His voice was a little hurried, I like the feeling when walking outside. Ricardo suddenly turned his head away shyly, don't stare at me. I think you can go back. Lana gave him a reassuring smile, don't worry too much about today. After all, I helped you suppress your rage, although it was a little dangerous. She was curious, do you remember everything when you turn into a monster? Ricardo hesitated, mostly, yes. He shyly turned his head to the side, I don't remember a few things, but I remember most things. Lana was quite surprised, remembering all the memories when you turn into a monster is quite something. Could that be a dark past? She asked hesitantly, so, do you want to continue taking walks in the future? Ricardo gently nodded. Lana gently touched the towel, I'm glad I didn't make a mistake. Then draped it over him, so, next time, remember to look at me and smile. Ricardo looked at her shyly. Lana stepped back a little, very considerately, you don't like being touched? I won't touch you next time, okay? But he suddenly took her hand. Ricardo's ears turned red, he said softly, that's okay. Ricardo looked up expectantly, come again next time, okay? Lana looked at him in surprise. She turned her head in confusion, I'll think about it, in her heart thinking, you're asking too much. Meanwhile, at Renald's office in the capital. He held the report in his hand, questioning angrily, what did you say? The prisoner harmed Lana? The subordinate was frightened, no, according to the report, she was more exhausted than injured. Renald looked at him coldly, explain, immediately. The subordinate didn't dare hesitate, yes. The door suddenly opened. Another person entered respectfully, Lord Chaser has arrived. Renald frowned in annoyance. His hand clenched tightly. Then he said to the subordinate through gritted teeth, I'll be right there. Renald turned to the person who reported earlier, send medicine to Lana, the subordinate bowed, yes, Lord. Renald added, and rearrange the schedule, I'll be returning to the prison in a few days. The pen lay scattered on the paper, ink staining everywhere. A few days passed, Lana exclaimed excitedly, catch it. Ricardo immediately ran and caught the ball. Lana took the ball from him, then patted his head in praise, good job. Ricardo's face was very happy, she thought, he's so happy just from being praised. Lana juggled the ball, remembering the few days before, in the future, can you help us take a walk together? Atten had replied at the time, we'll try to find another way. The walks should continue until the warden returns from his trip. She thought, after that mess, I was worried they'd stop the walks. I'm so glad. Lana suddenly pinched Ricardo's face, making him confused. She was still immersed in her thoughts. Even though there's a curfew, they usually let it drag on a little. Treating Ricardo like an animal is a bit much, but... Lana stuck her tongue out at Ricardo. Then she sat on the chair, pondering. In the end, I made an offer to help. After a while, someone came to find her. Hello, Lana. Atten sincerely bowed. Once again, thank you for helping us today. I'll definitely report everything accurately to the warden. He suddenly turned his head to look in one direction. By the way, it seems there are reports that he'll be returning soon today. Lana was secretly curious. Renald, huh? Atten quickly left. I'll check quickly and be back. He went over to talk to another soldier. An arm gently pulled on the corner of Lana's sleeve. She looked back in surprise. You're back? You're up early today. Then she patted the spot next to her. First, just sit down. Seeing him still hesitating, Lana reached out and pulled him closer. Sit. The ground's cold. Ricardo was flustered. Okay. Suddenly he awkwardly tripped. So there was an awkward situation. Ricardo sitting on Lana's lap. She was still very calm. I didn't mean for you to sit like that. But he said anxiously, I'm really sorry. Ricardo hurriedly stood up to explain, it's because it's too cold today. He suddenly reached out and pulled Lana up. Then he sat her on his lap. Ricardo's face was red, not daring to look at Lana. She laughed happily. You're quite cunning, aren't you? The two sat in a corner, chatting lively, the scene looking very pleasing to the eye. A figure silently stood watching. Someone called to him, Mr. Warden, aren't you going to continue your research? Renald lifted his foot, yes. Then he decisively turned and left. The next day. Lana blankly sat drinking tea. Renald smiled happily. I was quite impressed to hear that you personally tamed the prisoner in the basement like a dog. You're truly remarkable. She forced a smile, not knowing what to say. In her mind, she was stunned. What did he just say? His face suddenly became serious. I wonder, have you talked about this with your brother? Lana quickly waved her hand. No way, he probably doesn't know. How would that person know how I live? She imagined, in the letter, I only asked for wine and cigars. At this rate, once she's released from prison, will he think she's a drunkard? Thinking of this, Lana's face showed a hint of sadness. Initially, she didn't know what kind of people her brother and father were. She only knew she was left behind in this place. Renald placed the teacup on the table. Everything is according to Lana's wishes. He said seriously, in that case, we'll continue the walks, for the prisoner in the basement in the future. Lana was surprised. Why? Renald's answer was beyond her expectations, because that's what you want. Lana held the teacup, confused. What? Recently, the nobles in the empire were divided into two halves. There was also the Hernam family faction of Ricardo and the Domulet family faction of the villain. And Renald, on the surface, was neutral. But in reality, he was an aide to the villain, Chaser Domulet. Lana held the teacup, feeling confused. For Renald, this isn't good. She thought, Lana's family, her brother, money is number one. Lana's mind briefly stopped working. Could it be the Domulet faction? Renald spoke, interrupting her thoughts. Now that you mention it, you have free time with the prisoner in the basement, huh? Lana hadn't recovered. What? Renald looked away, slightly embarrassed. If you like talking comfortably, I can make time for you. She looked at him confused. Just the two of us? Why, what's the reason? In the end, Lana left in confusion. In the end, I can't understand what it means. In the room, Renald slammed his hand on the table angrily. Just. But his face was flushed. Just the two of us, huh? Renald, the aide to the villain who secretly loves Lana in the book. Lana calmly walked in the corridor. In her mind flashed the image of Renald saying to her, Lana, I hope you can comfortably enjoy your time here, but the most important thing is your safety. He looked at Lana frankly. If you insist on it, you can do whatever you want in the future. She was a little surprised. I didn't expect Chaser to have people in this prison. Lana sat in her prison cell, pondering. That's indeed disadvantageous for Ricardo. She muttered, it seems Lana's family is involved in the villain's faction. Then she hugged her head and sighed. No wonder Renald is so good to her even though he always puts on that serious face. He's on the same side, so of course he has to be good to me. Lana despondently took out a piece of paper. The villain will still lose in the end. It's best to start preparing for the future. Outside, it suddenly rained heavily. Lana looked out the window, thinking, it's raining. It seems like the walk is impossible today. In her mind flashed the image of Ricardo hugging his head and trembling, hiding in a corner. I wonder if he's trembling because of the rain again. She opened the prison cell door and stepped outside. Should I go see him for a bit? Lana once again walked on the familiar path. But she suddenly stopped. feeling that something had changed. What's going on? The atmosphere here is strange. Hans looked up in surprise. Ah, you've come again, Lana. She was curious, is the door open? He then recounted, today, a guest came here before you. Lana was worried, really? What happened? She thought, I'm really worried. Hans then advised, Lana, maybe you should go back today. She begged him, it's okay, I'll keep this a secret. Lana stuffed a pack of cigarettes into Hans's hand, I've always kept secrets, don't worry. Then she successfully entered. Lana warily looked around. I smelled this scent the first time I came here, it's very strong. She was walking when she suddenly stopped. Ricardo Ran lay on the ground, covered in blood, looking very disheveled. Lana ran over in a panic. Ricardo Ran. She went to him. Ricardo Ran heard her voice and sat up. Then he smiled at Lana. Then he collapsed again. In the book, the male lead's father abused him. She was angry. This is a mark left by Ricardo Ran's father. Ricardo Ran raised his hand, wanting to touch Lana, but the barrier immediately appeared. Lana immediately went inside, not letting him touch it. Ricardo Ran hugged her tightly, whispering. Lana gently patted his back, I can't leave like this. She thought, the guards will never give him medicine. Ricardo Ran's eyes were a little hazy. Lana suddenly pushed him away, wait a moment. Then she hurriedly ran outside. Lana ran on the road, her mind in a panic, what should I do? I don't have medicine either, what should I do? She opened the door to her room. Then stopped in front of the table, the letter. Lana wrote a few quick lines, I've stopped writing to the brother I've never contacted. This time, I hope he'll send a reply. She wrote briefly, send medicine, the best special medicine used to treat injuries. Strangely, a few days later, the medicine was delivered. Hans looked at Lana curiously, you can bring it inside, but Lana, why are you helping him so much? He was a little suspicious, something's going on. Lana stepped into the room, gently raising her head sadly, I really don't want to experience the same situation as the male lead. Ricardo Ran gently moved his hand, someone, Lana quickly said, it's me. He sat up, gently rubbing his dirty face. One of his eyes was bleeding. Lana panicked. When he asked me who I was, I noticed there were wounds in his eyes. She sat down on the ground, anxiously taking a handkerchief. I'll clean your wounds, so endure a little, although it might be uncomfortable. After a while of hard work, pieces of gauze fell on the ground. Lana breathed a sigh of relief, I've wiped away all the blood. She took a small bottle of medicine, now I'm going to apply the medicine, if it hurts, then tell me. Lana raised Ricardo Ran's chin, gently smiling at him, but, I'll still apply it to you even if it hurts. After a while, Lana suddenly laughed. Ricardo Ran was confused, why are you laughing? Lana explained, it's because you're prettier than me. He immediately retorted, no, it's not like that, I. She gently smiled, why, I'm beautiful? Ricardo Ran suddenly fell silent, shyly lowering his head. Lana raised his chin again, okay, I won't tease you anymore, look at me, I've applied it, right? She looked at the pile behind her, a little confused, but, what about the remaining medicine? Lana picked up a few small medicine boxes to examine, this is cold medicine, wait, why did he even send burn medicine? And, he didn't even ask where she was injured, but he sent medicine anyway. Lana thought, he's such a caring brother. My likability must have increased. She turned around and happily said to Ricardo Ran, I just need to apply the medicine to your chest and shoulders, and then I'm done. Lana gently pulled down his collar, but it. She was a little embarrassed, please don't breathe so heavily, is it okay to touch it, huh? At a luxurious villa. Chaser silently observed the contents of the letter in his hand. It briefly stated, send me the medicine that you think is best to treat injuries, Lana, His eyes suddenly turned cold, should I visit Cambercam for a while? In the cramped prison cell, a small hand was applying medicine to a man's chest. Ricardo Ran was a little uncomfortable, his face flushed, breathing softly. Lana was a little flustered, quickly saying, don't make noise. He immediately put on a pitiful puppy face, making her feel a little guilty. After a while of hard work, Lana completed the awkward task of applying the medicine, finally done. This is to reduce the pain, drink the medicine. Ricardo Ran looked at her confused, if you are sick, do you take medicine? Lana was speechless, have you really never taken medicine before? He happily replied, that's right. Lana was helpless, you really. In the end, she had to demonstrate for Ricardo Ran, you can drink it like this and then swallow, drink it. After drinking the water, Lana's lips became soft. Ricardo Ran blushed, staring blankly at her. Lana then called, Ricardo Ran. Although Ricardo Ran had a very hard time swallowing the medicine. Lana thought, in the end, it is also a point worth celebrating, because he has never taken medicine before, then suddenly said, "Can you give it to me?" Ricardo Ran looked at her in surprise. Lana explained, "Let me feed it to you, don't do anything, it's because you can't eat it." She said gently, "Open your mouth." Lana's finger gently opened his mouth. "Shoo, you won't bite my finger, right?" Ricardo Ran gently fiddled with his finger in his mouth. Lana smiled gently, "Don't bite me." She softly instructed him, "That's right, I will put it near your throat, don't spit it out." He obediently followed every word she said. Lana suddenly froze, "Ah." She gently patted Ricardo's cheeks, suddenly ordering, "Bark for me." Lana suddenly became flustered, "Oh, never mind, you haven't drunk water yet, I will bring a bottle." She awkwardly ran away in Ricardo's astonished gaze, "I will go right now, don't be sick tonight, see you later, wait." Lana tried not to look back at him, thinking, "Sorry, I have to go today, male lead." The next morning. Lana sat on the chair despondently, "Why did I do that yesterday?" She quickly moved, wanting to forget the past, think about something else, think positively, positively. Lana took out a small piece of paper from her pocket. "I just saw the letter after the medicine was delivered, and a note from my brother." She speculated, "What is it, I wonder," not paying attention to the figure behind her. Lana opened the piece of paper. Inside was a short message of inquiry, "My dear sister, are you sick? Though I wrote it seems a little hasty." The letter wrote more, "I am always worried about you and always remember you." The last sentence, "Can I visit you?" Lana was immediately surprised, "He is coming here, huh?" Prisoners usually do not have a good relationship with their families, because it was their own family who pushed them into here. Sally once said to Lana, "If I get out of here, I will throw my brother in jail so he knows what it feels like to live here. I am sure he will know it is not a big problem." That is right, a few people had given up, angry and resigned, that was how they felt about their family. She rubbed her chin, thinking, "Should I feel lucky because he feels guilty towards me?" Lana looked up at the sky, she muttered softly, "Actually, what is the relationship between us, brother?" The person behind silently observed Lana. A month later, Ricardo's wounds had all healed. Lana came to visit him again. "Hello." Ricardo Ran obediently sat on the ground waiting for her to come. "Woof," Lana enthusiastically introduced. "Today's snacks include biscuits. Do you like biscuits?" She looked at him intently. "What is this?" It seems like he is strangely bigger than before. It had been nearly 2 months since Lana first met the male lead. She thought, could it be that it would be bigger in just 2 months? Suddenly a biscuit fell out. "Oh, wait." Lana quickly blocked Ricardo's mouth that was about to eat it. "No, you cannot, don't eat what has fallen on the ground." Lana helplessly said, "At least you have to maintain the final dignity as a human, wait." Ricardo Ran looked sad when he was scolded. Hick hick hick. Lana immediately felt guilty. "You are not allowed to pretend to be cute, turn back." He still sobbed. Hick, hick. Lana had no choice but to take out a secret weapon. "Alright, look at this, ta-da." She cheerfully introduced, "This is a book, today let us learn to talk together." Lana thought, if you think about this, you can hear it, it will be really serious if he cannot speak, so she started the lesson. "Now, try to pronounce it with me, this is a star, woof." Lana was patient, but what responded to her was only his chaotic barking. Lana annoyed pinched Ricardo's face. "Woof woof, you are not willing, right?" "Oh, alright, today we will just read a fairy tale." So Lana began to tell the story, and then, the girl finally met the prince who was cursed. She was telling the story while secretly glancing at him. The prince was injured by a dragon, part of his face was burned and his clothes were scorched. Ricardo Ran was listening silently on the side. Lana thought, that is really strange, he is not like he was a few minutes ago. Lana then focused on telling the story. The girl asked if the prince was hurt. The prince then asked back, "What is pain? I don't know what pain is." The girl cried when she heard the words of the prince. The feeling of the prince now, must feel burning, it looks so painful. The girl defeated the evil dragon and saved the prince. The moment the dragon fell, the girl took the prince's hand, the curse was lifted. Lana suddenly got closer to Ricardo Ran. She gently poked his face, thinking back, the prince was locked in the tower, although this is a prison. Ricardo Ran did not understand what Lana was saying, but still habitually rubbed his face against her hand. Lana said gently, "You are still young, oh right, it is still the story, you know, I have a brother, he will come to visit the prison." She touched his hair, her voice a little curious. "I wonder if he is as handsome as you." "Probably not, right? If he is a bad person, it is better to be handsome." Lana's mood was complicated. "I am really curious about his face, on the other hand, I think it is better not to meet." Ricardo Ran held a biscuit, she stroked his head. "Here, eat the last biscuit, perhaps he is coming to pick me up, and not just to visit, that is still just my wish." Lana suddenly stood up, "It is time for me to go, so I am leaving." Her face was a little sad. Brother. Ricardo ran curiously looked at her, not leaving like every other day. Lana muttered softly, when will I be able to escape from this prison? Ricardo ran was stunned, dropping the biscuit he was holding. A few days later. Lana's mood dropped sharply. He said he would come to visit, but it has been a month and I have not received news of him. She looked up at the sky sadly. Could it just be empty words? Recently, I have been thinking about that matter a lot. Lana despondently looked around. Oh, it is a puddle. She then sat down to admire her face. If his face is like mine, he must be extremely handsome. She thought, Lana is very beautiful. It seemed like she had been injected with more confidence. She affirmed, that is right, no bad person would have pink hair. Lana has passed the safety standard. Lana was sad. Give up on those hopes about him. Her eyes narrowed slightly, because he will not come here even if my heart stops beating. On the first day that Lana appeared in this place, she had woken up in the prison's infirmary. The person in charge of the infirmary at the time said loudly, where are you wandering off to in your mind? You scared me. You are having a heart attack again, huh? Lana's body was very weak, so she fainted immediately afterwards. A few hours passed. When she opened her eyes again, for some reason, she was not cold anymore. Lana thought, I know the moment I opened my eyes. Lana in the original work had died. She knew this because someone had whispered to her. Lana was embarrassed. It is really embarrassing. I think if this continues like this, I will soon return to my ancestors. She despondently sat on the chair. For some reason, I feel like something very big is waiting for me after getting out of prison. Lana looked at the sky sadly. What is making me feel so uneasy? Behind her, someone stepped forward. He spoke, you look sad. Lana looked at the person's face in surprise. She hurriedly sat up, looking at him curiously. Who is this? This is the first time I am seeing this face. He is wearing a prison uniform, but the color is very different. The person then said, today is also the day the prisoners get to take a walk. He leaned against the chair. Is this the first time you are coming here? Lana suddenly looked around, thinking about it. There are more prisoners today. The other person bowed slightly, showing sincerity. Don't be too wary, even if I am a prisoner in the middle tier, I am just a harmless person. He smiled sincerely. My name is Jair. Lana was stunned. What? Jair was still talking. And I really wanted to meet you once, she thought. No wonder, he looks exactly like Jair. No, it is Jair Yuda Tupenforth, a side character in this book. He is the person who helped the female lead and Ricardo ran escape from the prison. Lana glanced at the guards in the distance. Jair smiled slightly. He leaned towards her. You don't need to be too wary. Jair's face looked extremely harmless. This time, everyone left because the manager had something to do and there were not enough people to supervise the walks in the prison. So I can take a walk with you. Lana was still on guard, and he explained more. That is right, don't worry because our building carefully selects who gets to take a walk. She was curious. Carefully selects? Jair pointed to himself. That side, only ordinary people can take a walk. He said, I saw you over there before. Jair smiled slightly, remembering the scene of Lana training Ricardo ran on the first day he was allowed to take a walk. I wonder if I should say that I saw you training the person. I also like how you train people. Lana warily retreated, keeping her distance from him. That is not something you can see. Jair then honestly recounted, I was planning to talk with you, but I escaped from the prison for a while, and I saw that matter. Lana stared at him, stunned. What, is that something you can say so proudly? Jair is not just the person who helped Ricardo Ran escape, he is also a capable and loyal right-hand man of Ricardo Ran, who will later become a duke. He is only pretending to be a criminal. He is actually a leader of the harem faction. Jair suddenly spoke. Anyway, I am very interested in seeing you and that prisoner. Actually, I am a magician. I think you know the magic research trend. In her mind immediately appeared the image of young people who were crazy about experiments. Lana was very wary. Could it be that magicians have no other place besides the prison? And if you are really a magician, you should not be telling me. Jair leaned over and whispered to her. If I was afraid that others would hear, I would not have told you, because no one can hear this. He looked at the two soldiers from before. From now on, the guards will not remember anything that happened in the 5 minutes before. I have dealt with them. His eyes flashed. I came here to tell you an interesting story, about the prisoner you are taking care of. Lana thought, that person, even in the book he is not an easy person to deal with, he is extremely difficult to deal with. Jair began his story. Have you seen the prisoner barking all day long? Do you know, that is a monster curse. It is an ancient curse, ordinary people probably do not know about it. She listened silently to his story. Very few people know that curse is passed down from the Grand Duke Hernim. I think he is talking as if I do not know about the curse. Lana did not understand. Monster, then what she does not understand is another matter. but why is he telling me this? Jair winked at her. That is right, monster, when he transforms into a beast, he cannot talk, but if you were cursed, it would probably be very inconvenient, right? He introduced his job, so I often awaken them, the ones who are cursed with a temporary measure. Magicians play that kind of role. Lana warily looked at Jair. Why are you telling me this? He immediately laughed. You are listening to this because you are curious, right? Jair continued to say, from what you have seen, that prisoner has not been awakened yet. He explained, if this situation continues, when they have turned into monsters, they will live in a truly miserable situation, repeating actions like a monster. Lana thought, so, you mean he is like that because no one taught him the language? Huh, I have a bizarre misunderstanding, huh? She glanced at Jair. So in the book, even when he is an animal, he can still speak human language, so is it because Jair has awakened him? Lana was curious. What do you want from me? You came here because you have something to say, right? He laughed. Oh my, it is nice to be able to quickly end the story. Jair slowly stepped closer to her. Looking at you, it seems like you are very curious. I also want to satisfy my magic curiosity. Lana was puzzled. Curious. Jair propped his hand on the back of the chair behind her. That is right, I am a magician who can awaken people who are cursed with animality. His words stunned her. Can you feed that prisoner a little awakening food? Jair's hand appeared a small ball. It has been a while since I met a test subject for my academic research, so my hands are itching. Lana warily looked at him. Though he said that, he wants to cast a spell on Ricardo ran through me. In her mind was swirling. Why? Lana could affirm that he had many opportunities, but why was it her? Could it be because Ricardo's life in prison was easier? She thought, but, he suddenly became sinister. I don't like his cunning personality, so she asked Jair directly, why me? He chuckled softly. Then he leaned in and whispered to Lana, if you do this once, I will help you once, no matter what the request. Jair was very confident. A chance to exchange for help from a magician is rare. You know, a spell is worth more than gold. He affirmed, no matter what you want, I will fulfill it for you. Lana thought, the exchange is not bad, but, will there be an opportunity to use more? She decided, as soon as I am released from this prison, I will definitely live well, so just refuse. Lana immediately spoke. I was interrupted by Jair. Be sure that the prisoner will not eat food off the ground and start using a spoon. He understood her intentions very well. That is not a bad thing for that prisoner. Lana immediately wavered. If he says that, it is really hard to refuse. She hesitated. Is it difficult? Jair affirmed firmly. No. He took out an object. You just need to give him this thing. This is a spell I have created. Jair seriously instructed, if you give him to eat it, and touch his body and test to see if the spell has taken effect, can you give me a hand? He moved closer to Lana, the two holding hands very intimately. I am sorry, but we have to interlock our hands. The closer we are, the better the magic will take effect. She was a little flustered. TSK, are you going to go see him? Jair remembered. That is right, because I created it, so I will follow behind you. He smiled, because I am a very academic person. Lana thought, oh right, you are indeed a cunning fox. Jair happily let go of Lana's hand. Tada, done. Incomprehensible patterns immediately appeared on the back of her hand. He suddenly said, but what should I do? This charm takes effect at night. Lana panicked. What? Jair then repeated, it takes effect under the moonlight. She was troubled. Excuse me, what are you saying? You think I can go to his prison cell at night or something? Jair calmly took Lana's hand. Haha, I have a plan to carry that out. He cast a spell gently on her hand. Then he told Lana, you can use it. Lana looked in surprise at a pretty bracelet that suddenly appeared on her hand. This is the magic bracelet. He clapped happily. This is my gift for you. She was confused. I understand, so tell me the way to get there. What is this magical tool like? Lana pointed to the bracelet. This will not harm that prisoner, right? Jair was a little flippant. Ah, that is right, it has a side effect, but what is it I wonder? She immediately panicked. Side effect. He reassured, it is not too serious, maybe there will be a fire appearing, it will quickly return to normal soon. Then turning his head to the back, ah, it is time to go back already. Jair turned to leave, not forgetting to greet, I will be back soon, miss. Then he left. Lana sat on the chair blankly, she did not think this would be such a big deal. Night at the prison. Lana sighed, Haze, I almost fell asleep. She looked at the small bracelet on her hand. Now, should I use it or not I wonder? Lana muttered, to awaken the prince sleeping in the forest. She put on a big cloak. Lana really liked sleeping. Once she fell asleep, she would not wake up even if someone wanted to kidnap Lana. She carefully looked inside. Tonight I need to stay awake, it is better not to be sleepy. The two guards were chatting happily. Of course we are guarding from night until dawn, although there are fewer guards at the central prison. One leaned down and whispered to Lana, this is a secret, but, no guard is guarding on time until dawn, because the nobles usually do not plan to escape. Usually, the nobles were used to staying up late at upper-class parties, and would sleep until noon. Because there are no parties in the prison, they usually go to bed early and wake up late. The two guards in front happily held a bottle of wine, so that is why the guards play and enjoy the things that Lana brought. Ha ha ha, please keep this a secret with the manager. Lana gently observed the surrounding. At most there are 5 guards here, but normally there are only 4 people. He said I must first use the bracelet, right? She raised the bracelet a little, then whispered, night walk. Light immediately covered Lana's body. Jason gave her 3 spells. First is the illusion spell. This charm makes her whole body invisible. Second is to unlock. Lana gently touched the lock in front of her, and it immediately came off. Lana easily broke in. She was walking while carefully paying attention to the surroundings. Suddenly 2 guards came over. Lana hurriedly covered her mouth. The 2 guards began to discuss. Did you hear anything? No. Are you sure it is not because of you? She secretly glanced at the 2 of them. Luckily no one found me. Don't breathe so heavily, you are too noisy here. Lana thought, I am in front of them but they cannot see me. She told herself, this magic is a kind of charm that no matter where I am, they still cannot see me. After confirming that there was no one, Lana decided to move forward. Let us go. Suddenly a voice rang out, startling her. Why is the manager returning early this morning? Why did he return so suddenly? Another person spoke. Who knows what he is thinking? Now it is the busy season in the capital, but I wonder why he came back. The 2 were discussing lively. Recently he has been staying at the prison more often. Strange. I wonder if he is hiding some treasure here. Lana immediately became alert. Renald has returned this morning. She thought, it is best to be careful. Renald at this time was calmly walking on the road. Very quickly Lana arrived at Hans's post. He was currently dozing on the chair. Lana secretly observed, Hans is a good and easygoing person. He also has a lot of reason. He was the person who ignored Ricardo when he was injured. Suddenly Hans opened his eyes. Lana immediately retreated. She muttered softly, you can't hear me, can you? Hans stood up and looked around. Hey, I saw someone. Lana was standing behind him. She gently raised her hand. In her head rang the warning of Jair, you should be careful when using this kind of magic. He had said, just directly touch it and it will take effect. Hans suddenly cried out in pain. What is this? Then he fell to the ground. Alright. The last spell that Jair gave to Lana was the sleep spell. She thought a little happily, I am a magician, haha. It is also a little difficult, I am sweating like rain. Finally arriving at the remaining door, Lana reached out to touch it. A fluent voice rang out, making her a little surprised. Who are you? It was quite surprising that he was not stuttering. Lana did not think this was the miracle of magic, or anything like that. What should she do next? Lana gently took off her cloak. She said hesitantly, you will know when you eat it. What should I say to him? Ricardo was happy. I can really eat it? Lana then replied, that's right, no problem, Lana was suddenly angry. Why do you not ask me what it is and why I suddenly gave it to you? He asked her innocently, should I ask that? Lana folded her arms, advising, you have to be careful, putting aside the things you want to do. It is not good to be too naive. She seriously admonished, you cannot casually eat things that others give you, especially food. Ricardo stammered, this thing, can I eat it? Lana immediately said, what if I am a bad person? Ricardo put on a puppy face, but, you will not hurt me, will you? He said innocently, or will you hurt me, making Lana feel guilty. She turned her face away in confusion. What are you thinking? You should not blindly trust others. Think positively, positively. Lana took out a candy and gave it to Ricardo. Again, I am not a bad person today. Next time do not trust me too much. Anyway, eat this quickly, we are running out of time. He immediately took it and put it in his mouth. Lana had asked Jair to combine the charm with the candy. That was because Ricardo would feel pain when the magic took effect. It is like giving a child candy after being spanked. I wonder if it is delicious. Lana gently lifted his face. Ricardo rubbed his face into the palm of her hand. Lana thought, why do you trust me so much? You should not be so naive. She looked at him intently. It is so strange, this kind of magic. I need to say it in my mind. In Lana's head the words that Jair had said to her immediately ran through. Mat Yuda. Ricardo suddenly widened his eyes. Lana worriedly called out, Ricardo. He suddenly collapsed right in front of her. Lana panicked. He said it would only hurt a little. Her mind was in a mess. What should I do? Call the guards? No way. Should I get medicine? Pain medicine? She stood up to leave. Damn it, I should get pain medicine. Stay here, okay, but a hand held her back. Lana was stunned. Huh. In her mind she remembered when she met Jair, he had said, side effect, it is not a problem. Lana was a little surprised, not a problem. She stared blankly at the grown man in front of her. I will be right back. Lana thought, when did this happen? Ricardo suddenly grabbed her hand, pulling her closer to himself. You are avoiding me. He seriously asked, where are you going? But his eyes were a little hazy. Lana was very confused. Let me go. Ricardo was puzzled. Why? He moved closer to her. Why are you avoiding me? Ricardo smiled slightly. Then he kissed her wrist gently. Don't go. Lana was stunned. That is more than a side effect. Ricardo grabbed her hand tightly. Who allowed you to? I will not let you go. Lana's other hand suddenly touched a small bag. She immediately picked it up, saying in confusion, all well, Ricardo you are a good boy. Lana opened the bag. Inside was full of biscuits. Look, this is what you like, it's yours. Ricardo curiously glanced. Immediately after he lost interest, turning to look at Lana. What should I call you? I do not remember. He suddenly smiled. Lana felt a little uneasy. Ricardo called respectfully, Master. She immediately shouted, no way. Lana remembered the time she teased him, his master, or should you call me master? Sigh, I will never joke with you again. Lana annoyed, call my name. Ricardo grabbed her hand tightly. Your name, right, my name is Lana. He gave a gentle smile, calling her name softly, Lana. Then he placed her hand on his chest. Then again directed her hand towards the bag of biscuits. Lana, confused, held up a biscuit. Ricardo bowed his head and opened his mouth. He bit into the biscuit, whispering to her, feed me. Lana retreated in confusion. No. Ricardo then called, Lana. She turned her head a little embarrassed. Since when? Relax a bit, it doesn't hurt anymore. My name sounds so strange. Lana quickly spoke. Do you want to eat more biscuits? Then let go of me, I can give you biscuits. Ricardo glanced at the remaining biscuit in her hand. Then he opened his mouth to bite. Lana panicked. You can't eat like that, let go. Ricardo rubbed his face against her hand, chuckling softly. Can't I eat it? It's delicious. He moved forward, staring at Lana. Lana, can you feed me again? She immediately refused. No way, I don't like doing what others want. Lana turned her body to another place. What is happening? Ricardo took the opportunity to hug her from behind. I am sorry I was wrong. Lana was confused. Ricardo she thought, my back is too hot. He suddenly groaned. My body hurts. She immediately forgot her embarrassment. Are you okay? Can you speak? Damn it, if it hurts too much, you must tell me, okay? Ricardo smiled slightly, his eyes melancholy. Strange, here, no one is willing to care about me. He looked at the bag of biscuits in her hand. Is that for me? Lana said softly. That is right, it is yours. Suddenly Ricardo gently kissed her hair. So, this is mine too. Then his arms dropped limply. Then he fell unconscious to the ground. Lana panicked. Ricardo what the hell, why did he collapse? Could it be because of the side effects of the magic? She temporarily put a blanket over him. Lana suddenly heard Ricardo moan, don't go. She put the small string into his hand, taking it. Ricardo immediately held on tightly in his delirium. Lana then put on the cloak, turned and left. She firmly thought, I have to tell Ricardo what the heck is going on. 3 days later, one day after Ricardo was hypnotized. Visiting him or taking a walk was also forbidden. The new chain from the capital was also being tested on him. Lana sat on the chair in a daze. The guard looked at her and asked, Lana, are you okay? You look so tired. Do you need to go to the medical station or something? Lana refused. No, I want to take a walk. He was confused. Your face is red, maybe you should go to the medical station then. She hurriedly covered her face. No, it is because I exercised too much. The guard left in confusion. See you later then. Lana slumped down, crying silently. In her mind was always appearing the image of Ricardo. I cannot forget that day. She sat in a corner, going crazy, not paying attention that someone was looking at her. Lana sighed. It feels like I am the one who was cursed. Suddenly, someone spoke. You succeeded, huh? Lana heard the familiar voice and angrily looked up. Jair happily said, hello. She cursed in her mind. Oh my, I have been waiting for you all day, then grabbed his collar, grinding her teeth. I was waiting all day for you. Why did that prisoner become weak after I cast the charm? Huh? Jair explained in confusion. Oh, that is because of the sudden change. Even a normal person can feel pain when they suddenly grow up, the pain of growing up. Lana said annoyed. He is not weak, don't just say something to pass it off. Then angrily left. Jair hurriedly stopped her. Wait, I am sorry. He bowed his head, sincerely admitting his mistake. I am not talking to pass it off. I cannot reveal everything. But this is really very important to me, thank you. Jair revealed, the owner of this prison, who is currently traveling between Fourth, the capital and the prison, will be back soon. When that happens, everything will be difficult. He lamented, when that person appears, this prison is really a dangerous place for magicians. Anyway, that thing is not too bad, right? Mentioning it makes her annoyed again. What? She rubbed her forehead and sighed. How many more nights do I have to do this? No. Furthermore, why did he suddenly become so big, and also grow up in just a moment? Summarizing in detail, the things that had happened that day, Jair said calmly, oh, don't worry, that is only temporary. He explained, his body absorbs magic very well. That was just a trial. Lana was still a little suspicious. Is that so? That means something like that will not happen again in the future. Right, Jair was very sure. Yes, exactly. She thought, if not, what else will happen in the future? It is too dangerous. Jair immediately fawned. I saw you and that prisoner taking a walk together. Furthermore, I feel like the relationship between the two of you is very good. I really have a good eye for people. He was talking non-stop. Honestly, people who have to endure the beast curse do not easily let go of their guard against the people around them. That means you have treated him well. Suddenly Jair smiled slightly. He looked at Lana curiously. Why are you helping that prisoner? Sally ran over from the distance, interrupting the two of them. Ah, Lana. She immediately recounted. Have you heard the news? All the female prisoners are going crazy over it. Have you heard anything? What is it? In a place not far away, a special guest appeared. He smiled slightly. Sally's voice immediately rang out. It is that we have a handsome guest visiting the prison. Sally enthusiastically recounted. Have you heard the news? All the female prisoners are going crazy over it. Have you heard anything? What is it? A pair of legs were standing behind the door. It is that we have a handsome guest visiting the prison. She also revealed more. I heard he cannot even be compared with the most handsome guard here. Yerups. Sally still talked non-stop. I just heard that he has left. Renald at this time was very pensive, thinking. Sally enthusiastically wanted to pull Lana in. Do you want to go take a peek together, you know? Viscountess Aisha, while drinking coffee, she saw a big black carriage. Lana then asked her, you mean the dark carriage is that guests, right? Sally replied, that is right, because the carriage that moves prisoners is blue. And when she saw the person stepping out of the carriage, oh my god, she had to exclaim that she had never seen a man as handsome as that before. Lana rolled her eyes and thought, if it is Viscountess Aisha, she was put in prison because of her scandal with a young noble who was 20 years younger than her. I heard her husband sent her here so she could calm down. Sally also told more information that, listen, do you know that she is a talented artist? The girls had surrounded Viscountess Aisha and exclaimed, so she redrew what she had seen and, oh my. Chaser was perfectly reproduced in the painting. Too handsome, is not he? Yes, too handsome. Lana also nodded in appreciation. If it is like that, then he must be really handsome, because she is a quite lively person. Just waiting for that, Sally grabbed her hand and persuaded, that is right, exactly, so let us go see. Lana, okay, she was still a little dazed. Okay, it is not a bad idea, but... A pair of feet hurriedly ran over. A soldier hurriedly urged, Lana, come with me quickly. Jason, the guard only designated to go to Lana. She was stunned and did not understand what was happening. The manager has summoned you. Lana turned to Sally, smiling. It seems like I cannot go. Right, sorry, she cried bitterly and painfully. I also guessed that. Then she also quickly followed behind Jason, summoned by the superintendent. Could it be that my brother brought something for me again? Lana thought, because whenever he sends something, I am always summoned. She was still lost in her thoughts. But passing by a room, Lana suddenly peeked in. Unexpectedly, there were quite a lot of people gathered inside. Lana was a little curious. It is noisy over there, huh? Inevitably curious, she asked, Jason, why are there too many people in that place? He also did not hesitate to explain to Lana, perhaps because of our guest today. I heard that this person is an important guest, but I also do not know who that is. Jason also happily invited her. Should we go around them? Okay. Lana noticed the man, black uniform. She thought, that is the guy that Sally mentioned. Huh, I cannot see anything from here. Inside the mansion at this time. Another soldier panted and ran to where the two of them were, urgently calling out, hey, Jason, you are here, come here quickly, there is an urgent matter, quickly, the wall has fallen. Jason guiltily had to leave. He said hurriedly, Lana, sorry, can you wait for 3 minutes, do not tell the manager. Okay, Lana nodded calmly, okay. She just stood there alone, looking at Jason's disappearing back. Unexpectedly, at this time, footsteps gradually sounded in the corridor. Someone was coming. Lana unconsciously turned to look behind. Just now, I felt that there was something. Chaser had been standing behind her since some time ago, and said, "Hello, Lana." She was startled, glancing back. But when Lana turned around, there was no one behind her at all. In the corridor at this time, there was only her alone. Lana blankly thought, "What is it? I think I saw someone." At this moment Jason had returned, hurriedly calling her name, "Lana, sorry for making you wait, now let us go to where the manager is, okay?" She was walking while still thinking about the thing just now. Strange, I must have been imagining it. Chaser at this time was standing in a corner, watching Lana with interest. Marshmallow stood next to him, his face emotionless. He wondered, why did you not say anything to her? Chaser only smiled when he heard Marshmallow call, "Master." He replied gently, "Now is not the right time, after all, the kid does not have to be here for long." Marshmallow continued, "Everything will be okay, Chaser replied calmly, "Okay, I will meet her soon." But he changed his mind in a meaningful way, "No, I must say that, we will soon be living with each other, right?" Chaser said, "Anyway, you just stay in this prison for a little longer." He did not take his eyes off her, "My Lana." The manager at this time interrogated nonstop, "Why did you help that prisoner, miss?" Lana calmly replied, "Of course, for me it is for academics, but I am curious why you helped him." She thought, perhaps it is because I feel sorry for him, but I decided not to say it. Lana had no choice but to use the reason, because he is handsome. The manager paused when he heard that, he froze for a few seconds. "I see, then, next time when you meet him, can you tell me what his situation is like?" She then agreed, "No problem, this is not difficult, but when can we meet again?" The manager laughed and introduced himself confidently, "I am a magician." And unexpectedly, Lana had moved to another space. "I have a way to communicate with you, Miss Lana." He then asked, "Are you okay?" Lana hesitantly replied, "Yes, I remembered what Jason had mentioned before, now thinking back." She was quite surprised, thinking, he said the superintendent had summoned me, and now Renald has appeared. Lana said awkwardly, "Sorry," he only replied calmly, "It's okay." Lana asked timidly, "I heard you had to leave the prison for a few days." Renald recounted, "Yes, there was some business but I have returned, an urgent matter happened so I had to return." She immediately speculated, that is why the superintendent was here early in the morning, then suddenly left. Who knows what he is thinking, the capital is now the busy season so he had to return. Recently, he has not often been in the prison, Lana sat there watching him intently, but in her head she was thinking all sorts of things. Could it be that he is hiding some treasure in the prison? I wonder if that prisoner is okay. Unexpectedly, Renald asked aimlessly, "Anyway, you must be sad, right?" Holding the cake in his hand, Lana was puzzled. "Me, why, this thing is really delicious." He revealed something that shocked Lana, "Your brother came here." She had to repeat the question, "Brother?" Renald then conveyed the news to Lana, "That is right, he came here to meet you, but because something happened he had to leave. It seems like in the midst of his departure something happened in the family's territory." He also sighed, "It seems like your family's territory is quite busy." She was still very calm when she heard the matter. Lana propped her hand up to think, "Yes, I understand." Lana told herself, "My family is the family under the side of the villain." She remembered, he had planned in an unbelievable way. Lana was a little doubtful, "So, my brother is being taken advantage of and controlled by the villain, I still cannot know." She grabbed a lock of hair and imagined, "I guess my brother must have pink hair like me." Lana continued to think, "He is a character whose name I have never even heard, like a stranger I have never met." In the end she made a decision, "I am afraid I cannot arrange to meet him." Renald then stood up and passed a message, "This is what your brother left for you." He held a bouquet of flowers up to Lana, "Here it is." She was a little surprised, "Are you serious?" The bouquet that was brought was not an ordinary bouquet, "This is a gemstone, Renald also reminded, "He also left you a letter." The letter recorded, "To my little sister." He had written that, "Could you see these roses instead of not being able to meet me directly? These beautiful roses will never wither. I know that withered flowers will disappoint you." Lana held the paper and carefully read it, "I even do not want to see you disappointed. I only want the best things for you." Chaser also messaged, "I will soon return to you." She was a little surprised, asking herself, how rich can Lana's family be that he gave such a gift, and is it okay to receive such a gift in prison? Lana held the bouquet in her arms and asked Renald, "Can I take it back to my room? Is this really against the law? But I will let you take it back." He replied softly, "It suits you." "Hey, sorry, but I did not hear what you said." Lana then got closer and whispered, "It seems like my family is not going to collapse, huh? It looks too expensive." Renald propped up his chin and shook his head, "There is no way." She touched the gemstone petals and thought, "Will it break, huh? It is only a family issue, everything is okay, your brother has taken care of everything." Renald even affirmed to Lana, "I will also not let anyone else touch your gift, everything is yours." Hearing that she was a little apprehensive, "There is no way. I am not afraid that it will be stolen." Suddenly he stood up and was serious, "Miss Lana, I have a question." Renald did not hesitate to ask directly, "Surely you are not curious, why your brother locked you here?" Lana rolled her eyes and thought, "Me, at the beginning I was curious." She suddenly remembered, "The first time I woke up in this place, I thought he had to have a special reason to send me here. My brother is not a person who would do anything without a reason." Lana also wondered, "Thinking about it, he sends me a lot of gifts, he must have thought very carefully about everything he does." Things like that happened, making her have questions to this day. Perhaps he feels guilty or he has other purposes. I do not know what the relationship between us is. Hearing Lana share, Renald frowned a little. "I see, Miss Lana, you still believe your brother, huh?" He also gave his own assessment. "I cannot say your brother is a bad person." Lana looked intently at Renald. "This conversation is really strange, but he seems to know my brother very well." "No way, is definitely knows very well." She expressed, "It is not comfortable." But Lana still replied, "Well, I trust him because he is my brother, since when had we been so close?" Seeing Renald get closer and closer to her, Lana hurriedly, "Talking has to be that close, to work?" He also unconsciously stepped back, his face even blushing embarrassedly. "I am sorry, no need to worry." Lana saw that embarrassed expression of Renald. More than that, the glasses of his, is that a trend? "Sorry for asking this question a bit abruptly, but are your eyes not good?" After a while, regaining his composure, Renald hesitated to reply, "It is not like that." His ears were burning from some time ago. "It is just that I feel that I look more attractive when I wear glasses." Lana also did not want to make Renald feel embarrassed, so she quickly stopped the story. "I understand, sorry for asking such a question and also thank you for answering." She then said goodbye and left. "I am going back. I know that my father and brother asked him, but he is really too good to me." Lana thought about Renard's expression and was a little confused. "It is really strange, in the book, even if he was asked to, he would not treat me so well." She felt excited. About this point, "I am quite curious what my family is like, how interesting." Pilates looked at her intently and asked, "You look serious, what has happened?" Lana was still very focused. "I am thinking a little." She told herself, "It is not a serious problem." Lana turned towards Pilates. "Uncle, I have this question." He was surprised, asking me. She then proposed, "We will also answer a few questions to make it interesting, okay?" Sally came over and enthusiastically, "Hey, I also want to participate." Seeing that Lana was also happy, "Okay, no problem, do you want to sit here?" She looked at her and evaluated. Sally is an experienced young lady, of course, she is a baron. At this time, Lana spoke, "My family is indeed mysterious, huh? What do everyone think my parents are doing? Everyone has to guess it." She smiled with interest. "When they answer, I will be able to gather information about my family then. Clearly, I do not know anything about them at all." Lana had calculated that, "I think I can wait until I am released from this place to meet my brother, but now I cannot wait until then." She has to make a plan, because if her family is related to the villain, that will be a big problem. Unrealistically, I want to live comfortably after getting out of prison. Pilates was a little curious, not mysterious. "Huh, come on, say something." But Lana was still a little worried. "If I can find valuable information, perhaps I can escape from this place sooner. I need to go to a place really far away." He was a little excited. "Should I be honest with you, I guess you must be the daughter of a family with a status high enough to be able to meet the superintendent of this place. Furthermore, a daughter who has not shown her face to the upper class. Then, the limited scope has the Lehman and Hound family." Sally then recounted, "I also have the same thought. We have met the daughter of Count Lehman before. It seems like their status allows them to master the upper class." Pilates also described in detail, "Countess Ain't is in the south, so her skin is a little dark. You do not look like her, so your family must not be in the south. All the territories in the south have a common ruler." Lana sat there and gathered the information she had heard. Countess Ain't, Count Lehman and the Hound family. Could it be that I am the daughter of someone with a status even higher than the Duke? She muttered, "The standard for a noble prisoner to be able to meet the superintendent is the size of their territory. Could it be that my family has a lot of money?" Lana was determined to consider. "I am too hesitant." After a while she then said, "Time is up. Okay, should we let you answer it next time or something?" Sally was a little regretful but still had to listen. Okay, what a pity. Pilates also stood up and promised, we will talk later then. On the way back to her room, Lana could not stop thinking, there is no one in the prison cell, it is a pity that he did not give more time, even so, I also made use of a few minutes. But she was also satisfied with the thing just now, I have a safer way to get hints already. She smiled happily and began to rewrite. On the piece of paper Lana had written that, brother, how is our family's background? She looked up at the window, is it too late to meet Ricardo Ran by now? Right, Ricardo Ran. Lana told herself, I will come tomorrow, okay. A few days later. She was surprised when she heard, what did you just say? A soldier had stopped, you are going to the wrong place, miss. Lana stood there stunned, why is it strange, I have never seen these guards before. Lana held a small cloth bag in her hand and asked hesitantly, hello, what is going on? I think we have never met before, have we? He replied, that is right, we are guards in the West Side. The West Side, that is the place where prisoners who have committed serious crimes such as murder, robbery, or treason are imprisoned. All the guards there are high-level knights and that is a key detention location. He explained that, this is the only entrance down to the basement where serious criminals are detained. It seems like a few days ago there was someone who broke into this place. Hearing that, Lana was a little startled. It is said that an object from the intruder was found next to the prisoner. She immediately remembered, wait a minute, could it be my hair tie? At least let me keep this, I gave Doran my hair tie, so. Lana was petrified, that intruder is me. Doran is the only person in that basement, this is the place that the owner of Cambercam has reserved for the Duke Hernam family. According to the original work, Renard's family is a neutral family that has run this prison for generations, then they handed over the position to the Duke's family. However, Renard was no longer standing neutral but had joined hands with Chaser. Lana propped her hand to speculate, a scary intruder, I do not know if any accidents occurred here. The soldier reassured, there is nothing to worry about, however, as I have mentioned, the object from the intruder was found underground, this must be because there was a serious situation that led to this. Lana tried to look unconcerned, oh my, this is indeed a big problem. She was embarrassed, so, I am the intruder. Lana hugged her head, laughing loudly, making the two soldiers not understand what was happening. She just remembered, I left the blanket in Ricardo's prison cell. At that time, Hans and her had cooperated, I understand, I will handle this. He had also promised that, I will definitely not say you came here, but Hans's help only stopped there, I had promised to not leave anything. Lana had a headache, I forgot because Ricardo Ran suddenly became an adult. Ricardo's circumstances unfortunately fell ill, what if something bad happened because of my fault? Lana felt more and more uneasy, this, really. She then reached for the bracelet, there is no effect. Someone had given to Lana, to prepare, I put a charm in the bracelet, you can use magic in 4 instances, because we cannot avoid mistakes. She despondently looked at it, all magic has a limit, right, let us go see if he is okay, huh. In the dark night, the dungeon was empty. Lana put on her cloak and ran hurriedly, I will only check the outside, because the guards of the West Side face cruelty every day. She went to a room, he said his hand was injured. Lana was a little hesitant, what if his hand is really injured? She constantly worried, I hope nothing has happened to him. Lana hid and observed, luckily there is only one soldier guarding here. She intentionally threw a stone to distract him. The soldier unconsciously followed, what is that? At this moment she quickly ran. Reaching the empty room, Hans is not here, huh, right. Lana slowly walked. Hans was sitting alone in the corner. He suddenly turned his head, Lana. She took off the hood and joked, I think you will not recognize me this time, huh? Lana stood there intently watching Hans. He hurriedly reached out to take her hand, I am too close. Hans could not help but pull Lana down to sit, your scent. He smiled and said that, you have a distinctive scent. Lana was a little surprised, I am glad you welcome me, now, it seems like you do not mind locking me up, huh? Unexpectedly, she asked straightforwardly, strange, do you like me? Hans's eyes became watery. He hurriedly retracted his hand, huh. Lana was startled, it hurts. Hans blushed, stammering, I do not have anything bad in mind, she still teased, who said that? Seeing his embarrassed face, Lana liked it even more, I am really glad about that, thank goodness he is not injured. But then she put on a sad expression and said, I am sorry, perhaps you will encounter more trouble in the future due to me, or, it is not, but it is painful to know that it is still possible. Hans looked at Lana in surprise, you will still come back after I am hurt, huh, what about the next day, and also the day after that? Lana was surprised when she heard that, if so, you can hit me. That made her a little moved, you really are. But Lana deliberately acted angry and pinched Hans's cheeks. How can you think about that? Are you planning to make my efforts useless? I will not listen to your apology, okay? After a while she sat down and was silent for a long time. Hans then unconsciously smiled. He turned and expressed, "You are the best person in this place." Lana glanced intently. She smiled and deliberately said, "I know." Hans said flustered, his words became messy, "I am telling the truth, every day, I only think about you, think about I, and..." Unable to hold it in, he shouted, "My body becomes big when I think about you." Lana was more horrified than moved when she heard that. What? She stared blankly, her whole body stiff. "I find it really strange, tiring." Lana turned her face away to avoid. "I want to ask, but I think I should not." She tried to calm herself. "Calm down, inside each of us there is a demon, is there not, logically?" Hans's eyes were still bright, looking at Lana. "That is right, it is not my fault, such beautiful eyes are looking at me like that," I suddenly realized. Hans's face continued to flush shyly, blushing again. "Don't look at me, I am embarrassed." In Lana's head, those thoughts were still going on. "Just now, I only wanted to hear clearly." She still pressed, "So what does your strange body reaction mean?" Hans stammered, describing, "When I think about you, I feel my limbs getting longer, my fingers also getting bigger." Lana then asked, "So, in a short period of time, when you think about me, you feel your body growing, right?" "That is right, have you tried it?" He was stunned. She even suggested, "When you think about me, did you measure your height again, did you measure yourself on the wall or something?" Hans curled up and replied, "Well, I did not think about that, I am sorry, this is easy to understand." It was already late. Lana deliberately made an excuse to end the story. She stood up and stroked his head. "Now, it is time to sleep, it is late." But this guy grabbed Lana's sleeve. "I do not want to sleep." Hans felt uneasy because, "If I sleep, I will not be able to see you." He took Lana's hand. "You will leave, when I sleep." Like a puppy, Hans pitifully begged, "Can you not stay?" Lana had no choice but to agree. "I will stay here a little longer then." Though unwilling, she could not refuse him. "But, I have to leave before dawn. Do you still want to continue talking?" Lana then asked, "Now that you mention it, did you encounter trouble because of me?" She repeated, "Do you still remember the hair tie I gave you?" Lana had also recounted the matter. "Clearly because of that hair tie, someone had gone to your prison cell, someone had gone to your prison cell. I thought that was a guard friend that I know." But he did not say my name out. He listened intently. "It seems like because of that they affirmed that there was an intruder." Hans was probably very angry, but he still did not say it out. Lana also suddenly thought, "I will give cigars and wine to him only, and also, I am a prisoner who is treated specially." Hans also unexpectedly spoke, "So, he probably thought it was best to not say it, that is not your fault." He thought back to at that time when he did not have the thing she gave him. Hans did not hesitate to share. "It was much more painful. I am very glad to be born." "What does being born mean?" He was still holding the hair tie in his hand. "You can think that." Lana also felt Hans's mood at this time. "With this, I no longer have to stare at four walls all the time." She turned her face away and thought, "I did not know a simple hair tie had such a meaning." She herself unexpectedly was like a cup of water that appeared before someone who was thirsty. Hans's sad face at this time. "I can make your lips stop being chapped, but I cannot quench all of your thirst." To erase this awkward atmosphere, Lana teased, "By the way, you have not turned into a dog today, huh, what a happy record." But Hans actually expressed, "I do not know why, it is just that I want to remember you a lot more." Lana again became thoughtful and thought, "Hello, you do not know why that sudden change is there, huh, if I knew then I would be relieved already." Suddenly Hans shouted in pain. She panicked. Ricardo ran. Lana held on to him and was constantly worried. "Ricardo's body is getting hot, wait, could it be?" Unexpectedly he grabbed her hand. At this time, Hans's face no longer had the innocent, pitiful expression from before, but it was a proactive expression. "Hello." He did not hesitate to take Lana's hand and call, "Master." Hans said, "What do you have for me today?" Lana again uncomfortably threw his hand off. "I have nothing for you, and also, I am not your master." After finishing, she immediately stood up. "I cannot, it is time for me to go." He was still trying to grab Lana's arm. "Where are you going?" "I am going to sleep." "That is right." Hans let go of her hand. "Then, let us sleep." But he was not timid. "Here." Unable to bear it any longer, Lana put on her cloak and quickly left. "He is crazy, I should have run before he transformed." Lana hurried away. Hans looked up regretfully. She held her hand against the stone wall and laughed. Lana walked while muttering, "He is really crazy. First, I should use the illusion charm." At this time in front there was someone. "The guards are here." While still thinking about a way to escape, At exactly this moment Lana sensed, I heard footsteps, they are getting closer. It was the sound of footsteps getting closer. This sound seems like they are coming from behind. Lana began to panic. What should I do? If I move, they might hear me. At the end is a wall. A familiar voice rang out. You like taking a walk, huh, miss? Unexpectedly it was him, Renald. Lana stared unblinkingly. How can he see me? I used the illusion magic already. She wondered, I do not understand, right? Could it be that he is pretending? The guards cannot see me. Come on, could it be that it is already losing its effect? Jair's magic was not a problem at all, but, how? Renald continued to move closer. I have to find out. He leaned over and raised his hand towards her. Don't bite, huh? Don't hurt yourself. Lana was stunned. This man can really see me very clearly. Renald only gently touched her lips. Then he immediately retracted his hand. He looked elsewhere and explained, I did not mean to scare you. Lana then probed, how did you know it was me? Renald's eyes looked at her affectionately. He replied, there is no reason why I would not recognize you. Lana heard that explanation. I relied on the figure and heartbeat to recognize you, she thought. How can he know it is me with just that? Renald even admitted, you must be surprised that I can see through the charm on you, huh, Miss Lana. What she wondered was that, right, you are right, how did you know? Renald then said the reason. Then can I ask why Miss Lana is walking on the first floor of the prison at this hour, and is also using this kind of magic? Lana then told herself, so you mean if you did not ask then I should not ask, right? Unexpectedly he had another special ability. Let me give you a hint about my ability, you know. Renald then recounted, I am the master of the Golden Rose. I can know everything that happens in this prison if I care about it. He revealed the Golden Rose on his body, though I cannot use this ability all the time. Renald wondered and asked her, this thing was given by your brother, right? Looking at the bracelet on Lana's hand, she replied, yes, I underestimated this man. The final boss who grasped the entire plot in the novel, Chaser. I used to think this man would not be as sharp as him. There are a few settings I had not paid attention to. Lana put on an uncaring face and recounted, I told my brother that I wanted a magical item so he sent this. Sorry brother, who even your name I do not know, but I have to sell you out. But after finishing, Renald just walked away coldly. It is okay, what? He just left like that, it was that easy. He uncomfortably turned his head to remind, in principle, these items are forbidden from being brought in here. You, Miss Lana, are an exception. Renald also continued to say, this I have also asked your brother, so that you can do what you want freely. He even deliberately confessed that, and only I, want you to be free. Renald also added, if you want to take a walk at night, you can, just like now. While saying that he raised his hand, signaling, I will go with you, and it is better that you do not use magic. The guards came forward and bowed. She did not understand. Renald did not ask why she wanted to take a walk, why? At this time she was constantly thinking, I cannot ask him how he can recognize me. Renald suddenly asked her, are you tired? Lana only had to reply, a little. He also suggested, you do not have to go out for breakfast tomorrow, we will prepare it for you. Lana felt apprehensive. Is that okay? Renald still replied calmly. Your body is very weak right now. She suddenly remembered, that is right, this body has heart disease. Thinking about it is also convenient, but don't worry about what other people say, this is your privilege. Renald coldly affirmed, I can make them shut up. Lana was horrified to hear that, too scary. She scratched her head embarrassedly. Finally Lana asked, why do you always help me so much? Going back to Renald when he was young. He had always been secretly observing her, because I once thought it would be great if you could look and smile at me, even just once. Renald had also expressed, because I want to help. Lana actually even invited him, then will you follow me down to the basement, huh? Renald immediately teased, I guess you never get tired of playing with him, huh? Lana looked at him stunned, huh, what do you mean? Renald then recounted for her to hear, I heard you humiliated him, by throwing a ball and he waved and chased after it, I will throw it here. Lana could only force a smile and avoid, how did taking Ricardo ran to take a walk while he was in beast form cause such a misunderstanding? Renald moved closer to her, I will leave a message with them so you can come in and out freely at any time, but in exchange for that. He whispered, can you spend more time with me? Going back to the room the next day, a voice called out, Lana. Pilates and Sally looked at her intently, huh, why do you look so tired? You were dozing off throughout that meal. Lana, are you sick? No, there is no way. He whispered, thinking about it, she looks a little disappointed too. What is happening, huh? Sally also continued, could it be the letter from your brother again? Lana yawned and waved her hand to refute, there is no way, it is because I did not sleep well only. She turned her head to glance, now that I think about it, he is also really slow to reply. why are there too many people being noisy today, huh? Everyone is not allowed to discuss, oh my, I heard the Bunton Art Museum was blown up in a bombing, some people say the head of the Dormulet family was seriously injured. Sally had heard that, they even said he had probably died, it was written in the newspaper. Salla was startled to look back, what? The Dormulet's family is the villain's family in the novel but. This is one of the two pillars that founded the empire, next to the Hernam family, Ricardo's family. Could it be that his son, Chaser, had assassinated his father? It was not said that the relationship between them was never good, huh? One person had to quickly cover the other person's mouth. Yucky, oh my, what are you saying? You should not provoke them, huh? He fearfully stopped. You should not provoke them, huh? Who knows where they will bomb? Lana then stood up. If the head has passed away, Chaser will become the person in charge. She just left because Chaser is a crazy person, so the people who follow him are all terrorists. At times, they madly oppose Chaser's wishes. They are all crazy people. Lana just left calmly. It seems like I am the only one who is still normal. After all, this place is far from the capital, so there will be no problems occurring here. That is what I used to think. Only 1 hour later, I do not know what would happen. That is what I used to think. Only 1 hour later, a mysterious person in black was secretly planning to do that. I do not know what will happen. Lana was loitering in the corridor. The guard chatted cheerfully. You are Miss Lana, right? Very happy to meet you. I am Warden Reuben Warden. Lana looked at him and secretly guessed that. It seems like he knew I would come. Renald must have ordered him. Reuben then announced, I have received orders to fulfill all of Miss Lana's requests. Do you want to do anything? She met Hans outside the compound. Lana said to the guard, by the way, can you give us some space, okay? They easily accepted the request from her. Can you give us some space, okay, as you wish. Looking at the people standing in the distance, she thought, they will not hear what we say from that far. Right. At this time Lana then moved closer and asked Hans, are you okay? He only shook his head and replied, I am okay, no, I am very okay. She deliberately changed the topic, okay, alright, the weather is nice today, no, that thing. Lana recalled what happened last night. I feel okay because you are by my side. She stood and watched Hans being led out by the guard. I want to take a walk with a prisoner. He held Lana's arm tightly like a child. Hans's eyes showed worry. Is this the instinct of a beast? It seems like he recognizes the warden. Lana constantly reassured, don't worry, they will not harm you. For him, the new guards were only people who would continue the job of restraining him, and there were never beautiful memories. Hans sat down on the bench by the road. Lana then moved closer and spoke with the guard. By the way, can you give us some space, okay? She expressed, can you give us some space, okay? He immediately agreed, as you wish, they will not hear what we say from that far, right? Lana moved closer to Hans and asked, are you okay? He only shook his head and replied, I am okay, no, I am very okay, alright, the weather is nice today. She looked up, admiring the sky. No, that thing. Hans again put on an innocent face, acting cute with Lana. I feel okay because you are by my side. He kept holding her sleeve tightly. Why can he suddenly say things like that? Lana looked at Hans and smiled. Even so, it is also very happy. Only, I thought the walk would end safely like this, but... Unexpectedly, a stranger's foot stepped over. He was secretly holding a lot of bombs in his hand while constantly looking around. Unexpectedly, a bomb was dropped on the ground. And then a terrifying explosion occurred. There is a bomb. Hearing the sound, Lana hurriedly turned her head to look. What is it? It was the man who was secretly doing that. He deliberately threw the bomb and even shouted excitedly, dedicated to the Dormulet family, long live Lord Chaser. Lord Chaser will soon take over everything. Seeing the situation was not okay, Lana panicked. We have to leave, everyone. The guards immediately evacuated everyone. Quickly avoid. She also hurriedly ran away. The two quickly escaped to a big tree. Hans pressed close to her, while Lana fearfully kept turning her head back to check. We are safe, right? Everyone please praise the great Lord Chaser. Seeing him still shouting nonsense, she gritted her teeth and cursed, this crazy person. At this time Lana looked at the hand she was holding and just realized, wait, what is this? She looked at Hans and thought, he has transformed, huh? But not even having time to think more, Lana grabbed his shoulders. Without hesitating she hugged Hans tightly. There are no more bombs, catch that freak. Lana still peeked to see what the situation outside was like. The guards were swarming over. The prisoner in the basement has disappeared. He probably has not run far. He is only trying to avoid the explosion. Search all the areas, understood. She gritted her teeth worriedly. Too bad, we can safely avoid the explosion but... Unexpectedly she and Hans were very intimate at this time. I cannot let anyone else see this scene. He had transformed into another personality. Your name is Lana, right? Oh no, master. At this time Hans was no longer shy, leaning his head completely on Lana. You are so warm, Lana. She thought, have some shame, male lead, why did you suddenly become big at this time, huh? Lana looked around worriedly. Sooner or later, the guards will find us. What if they see you like this? She recalled the scene when Hans was unconscious and bloody all over. He constantly had intimate contact with Lana. Hans looked up and asked, are you not happy when you see me, huh? Lana replied coldly, now is not the time to think about whether I am happy or not. She was constantly worried, once I am caught, my involvement in this will also be revealed, then something bad will happen to Ricardo. No, I cannot let that happen. Suddenly Hans raised his hand and wiped it across Lana's lips. She stared blankly at him. If you keep biting your lips like that, it will hurt. Hans even provoked, my lips also hurt when I do that, should I bite you, it will not hurt that much. Lana grabbed Hans's hand, frowning uncomfortably, what are you thinking? His eyes were a little annoyed when he heard her say that. But Hans still did not give up, he again firmly took her hand and raised it to his face. Hans even kept enjoying it, it feels better, I like the feeling every time Lana touches me like this. Lana asked coldly, when did I touch you like this, huh, when I brought back the ball that you threw? Hans did not hesitate to kiss her hand, you touched me like that, did you not? Stop. He even smiled contently, if I cannot touch your lips, then how about your hand? No way. The guards at this time were hurriedly searching, I heard a sound from over there. She was panicked, oh no, unexpectedly a voice rang out, Miss Lana. A guard had found them, here it is, are you okay? As for the prisoner, oh, I am a little confused because of the explosion and, I think this prisoner is sick. Lana then made an excuse, he caught a cold, thankfully he turned back to his original form in time. Reuben was also a little surprised, I understand, thankfully you are safe. They quickly took the two of them away, let us go back quickly. At this time Lana was hurriedly running in the corridor. In the closed walls of the prison. She breathed heavily and stopped. Lana recalled Hans's words, you touched me like this, did you not? He kept kissing her hand. Lana also remembered the words, if I cannot touch your lips, then how about your hand? She was confused non-stop at this time. Ricardo was again imprisoned, I had no other choice other than to be driven out hopelessly. Lana thought, I need cold water. She hurriedly drank a glass of water. One breath, drinking the entire glass of water, it feels like I have been revived. Lana also constantly thought, I heard people are often aroused when they experience pain, how does the magic of growth work? I heard this kind of magic is only in Ricardo. And why did Ricardo feel pain? I think I need to seriously understand this matter. This is also part of the responsibility. Because I myself am the person who used the magic of growth on him, this time, I definitely have to meet Jair. Unexpectedly Lana saw something. It was an envelope placed on the table, there was not this morning, She picked it up and admired it, could it be that brother sent it? Lana speculated, thinking back, last time, I had asked what kind of family our family is, I wonder if this letter has the answer or not. In the letter was only briefly stated, my little sister, what a surprise, the content of the letter was very short. Is anyone bothering you? It was as if he was angry. Lana felt confused, he is angry, why, where, She tried to read the letter many times, wait, could it be that I am mistaken? Lana thought about it, again said, this letter is abnormally short, normally, the letter is also full of asking how I am. She could not help but suspect, suddenly for no reason like this, what is the problem? Lana thought, I only asked about the family, could this be a very uncomfortable issue? I do not think myself as the type of person who is ignorant, even when I want to find out, I feel like a part is missing. Brother, the letter, and the family, I cannot find the link between these things at all. She lay down on the bed and sighed, also, I still do not know my last name, why am I so worried? Lana thought, rest first, just for a little. Her eyes were still looking back towards the letter. She told herself that, then I will write a reply later. But I had completely forgotten, writing a reply. The next morning. Lana was a little embarrassed at this time. Before her were a whole table filled with food, what is all of this? Renald looked at her and asked, what do you like to eat, Miss Lana? He not only introduced the whole table of food for her to easily choose, before that, what is this? This is a dessert, a glowing dessert, no, I know it is a dessert but... Lana wondered, why are you treating me like this, I have always been waiting for you. Renald constantly asked her, what do you want to eat, Miss Lana, if there is not a dish you like here, just feel free to tell me. She only forced a smile and evaded, there is no way, just cake and fruit juice only, I really like them but, I do not know why you are treating me like this. He then said that, because you promised, right? Renald smiled and recounted, you said that you would spend more time with me, like when you spend time with that prisoner. He constantly expressed, so I only want to treat you. This morning I had briefly visited Ricardo, and of course it is very difficult to communicate when he is in beast form. Lana was a little worried, but saw that he was not weak today. I am really relieved. But then she shook her head, today I will ask a few important questions. Lana enjoyed the sweet piece of cake and thought, it is just the timing is not very suitable, I am the only person who can say this matter but. Ricardo always has many scars, he himself, every time he has a fit. Only right after that for a while, one of the guards will beat him, Ricardo they said I must be beaten, only then do I become human. He did not write why he was beaten so badly. Lana had a headache when she thought about that matter, how to solve this matter. Renald then called her, eat some fruit cake and then speak. He brought a piece of cake over to feed Lana, is it delicious? She didn't hesitate to take it. That made Renald a little surprised. Lana enjoyed it deliciously. She calmly asked him, would you like a bite, Renard? Hearing that, he slowly leaned down. His hand rested on the table. Renald naturally took the piece of cake from Lana. Lana reacted at this moment. The maid looked at the dog food in front of her and was annoyed, how could he leave me behind? An angry face rushed over. Lana hurriedly shouted, sorry. Renald wiped his mouth and asked, I don't understand why you're apologizing, but. He still naturally replied, whatever, as long as it's sincere. Lana muttered to herself, I still can't adapt. I decided to spend time with this man equal to the amount of time I'll be with Riche. I don't have the courage to look directly at that man's face. Because I know very well the evil of him in the novel. Lana also realized, if I don't resist his wishes, I won't have anything to fear, right? Renald suddenly asked her, is there something bothering you when you're with me? Lana froze. She awkwardly replied, yes, there is, a lot, no. Regaining her composure, Lana immediately expressed, of course not, you've helped me a lot, I'm really grateful. Renald smiled gently upon hearing that. At this moment he looked at her and asked, are you satisfied with the food here? Lana happily enjoyed it, yes, I ate everything, it was very delicious. Renald brought the fork to the cake plate, I see, I thought you weren't used to eating these things, Lana. Suddenly he became serious and said, I'm sorry, I know you don't like me talking about the past, even though we don't meet often, I've always heard news about Lana. You'll understand it's a relationship of mutual care. Is he implying the relationship between the families? Lana casually, you've heard about me? It would be fine if I said from the beginning that I didn't ask for anything, instead of pretending to know everything, to avoid suspicion. Lana reminded herself, I have to keep this a secret. Renald continued to share that, speaking of which, Miss Lana, yes. Although she seemed calm, her mood was surging, it seems like the day I get out of prison will be decided soon. Lana was surprised and asked again, you said out of prison? Renald repeated it to her once more, like what I said, you'll be out of prison soon, is that possible? Seeing such an expression, he was a little surprised, aren't you happy? She simply replied, I came here because I admitted my guilt, and it's not easy to commit a crime. But unexpectedly Renald's reaction was so strong that the teacup on the table spilled. Miss Lana, have you always thought that way during this time? He angrily stood up and said, that's not your fault, what? Renald couldn't restrain himself and shouted, you are not a criminal. Lana stared at him blankly, I'm not a criminal? This is a prison, if I'm not a criminal, why am I here? Renald also explained to her, it's not like you think, although all the prisoners here have admitted their crimes, you are different from them, Lana. She frowned and probed, then why am I here, that? Renald calmed down and said, although I don't know the rest, it's clear that you haven't admitted any crimes, you were sent here to protect you. Lana was stunned when she heard that, protect. He revealed, yes, outside, there are always people who want to find you, to be exact, a group of people. Lana is a noble, but even if it's to protect Lana, who would put her in prison, making people go to the worst place in the empire, although it's said that the conditions for nobles are very good, but can it be compared to being in their mansion? Thinking of ordering others to go crazy. Or perhaps he is an eccentric, and the person who sent you here for the reason of protecting you is none other than your brother. After having a meal at Renald's place and returning, Lana was still pondering alone. Hans approached at this time and comforted her. She recalled what he said, none other than your brother, it's really complicated. In order to change her mood, Lana kept stroking Hans' head. Lana questioned him. Are you a human or an animal? Take your paw off. Hans put on a pitiful look and pleaded, I can't, I have nothing to eat today. Unexpectedly, he soaked the ball, hey, wait, don't eat it. Lana hurriedly stopped him, you naughty boy, naughty, it's wet. Hans took her hand and immediately blushed. I'm sorry. She deliberately turned away angrily. Why, you still want to eat my hand? But Hans even said more, can I ask for one more time? But he changed his personality right now. Lana was surprised. No wait, when did you change? She asked confusedly. Sorry, why did you come here? Hans deliberately provoked. Why did you call me? What should I call you? Wild instinct? He deliberately put on a sad look. Why are you avoiding me? Do you hate me? Hearing that, Lana had a headache and didn't know what to do. No, I don't hate you if you say that. It's to make me look like a bad guy. Why do you change so quickly? Wait a bit before we take a walk, okay? Hans simply replied, I don't know, just thinking about Lana's refusal, it's strange. He continued to get close to her. However, I don't like that, because your eyes are very beautiful. Lana quickly pushed Hans' hand away. Okay, don't get so close, I'll activate the illusion spell. Hans still tried to approach. Okay, I understand, I want to ask you a few other things. He immediately inquired, why did you come to find me and then leave without saying a word? Lana thought to herself, criminal, did he realize something even in animal form? She was confused and asked him, do you remember everything, even the last conversation? It seems like I look like this is a bit strange, why do you ask so much about that issue? Hans immediately expressed that, that's just me at that time and me now. He took a lock of her hair and kissed it lightly. Then Hans looked at her with a suggestive look and probed, so, which time do you like more? He kept approaching Lana, curious to know. Hans' eyes were full of magic wanting to seduce her. Which personality does Lana like? Lana had to try to resist. Stop. She angrily scolded, what kind of stupid question is that? Hans still wanted to tease, what, so what do you want to ask me? But then Lana suddenly mentioned a name, by the way, do you know Jair? Hans even deliberately offered a deal with her, it seems like you intended to ask me this question, I also want Lana to give me something. She had to accept, okay, I'll also fulfill you, so answer me, Lana, it's time to eat. Lana turned her head uncomfortably, why now, I'll be back after eating. Hans held her hand and asked, really, is this a promise? He held her little finger tightly and made an appointment, remember to keep your word. Lana also followed, in return, I will fulfill my promise to you. Hans smiled contentedly, okay. She hurriedly left, her hand quickly released. Hans still looked regretful, not wanting Lana to leave. He raised his hand to feel her warmth and muttered to himself, you have to come back, Lana. In Renald's room, there was still careful preparation of countless food for her. Renald sat down and immediately felt a little guilty, sorry for suddenly calling you after taking you out in the morning, Lana hurriedly replied, it's nothing. He even deliberately sarcastically said, Miss Lana must be tired, with this place, see. Renald recounted, as you guessed. He recalled what happened before, the reason why I didn't appear in front of you. She also remembered, you mean the time I was brought to this place, yes. Lana kept wondering, even so, you often receive requests to help others, right? If you want to know, it's not always like that. I'm really worried, I guess Renard and Lana's family are closer than I thought. She thought to herself, so it's best to be frank first, then inquire, you treat me like I'm the daughter of a Marquis, or Duke, then. Renald revealed myself that I know a little too much, but it's really not completely like that, Miss Lana, not the daughter of a Duke or Marquis, okay, naturally like that. The title refers to the Chaser and Restaurant families, and the history of the villain. Renald said seriously, Miss Lana, I just want you to know one thing, I'm not talking about your family because, I know how much you hate them, I don't want you to hate me too. She was a little surprised, what is this, Lana doesn't like her family. Even though she has a brother like that? At the same time, the soldier ran over and reported, Master. The two of them were discussing something. Not paying attention, someone suddenly called her, Miss Lana. She quickly replied, what's wrong? Renald announced that her brother wanted to see her immediately. Lana panicked, what? Seeing such an expression, he was a little surprised, Miss Lana, do you have something with your brother? She clenched her hands and sarcastically said, what do you mean? Thinking about it, I replied to, brother, yet? I was very comfortable, for some reason, I thought it wasn't necessary. Renald said seriously, you need to meet him immediately. He also revealed that, we're in trouble. Lana was confused, why? The Duke of Hernam's house will be here soon, are you serious? Yes, a member of his family is currently in the dungeon below. Lana's mood at this time was extremely complicated. Rishdoran will be beaten soon. If they find out that Rakitaran's ability has not yet been awakened. And as time continues to pass, things will be worse than they are now. Without hesitating for long, she decided, I need to meet Jair. Suddenly Renald's voice rose at this time, could it be that it bothers you so much? He also reminded, we need to be careful with this crisis. Crisis? You mean the bombing? It's not good that Chaser's ally is, brother, coming here after the terrorist acts of his followers and when public opinion becomes bad. Lana also imagined the scene, if we meet, I'm sure he won't let anyone escape, what if my brother dies? She asked, when is he coming? Renald looked up and replied, you mean Archduke Hernim, maybe it will take him about 4 days to get here, like your brother, both of them will probably go on the same route. She wondered, according to you, they can meet, on the same route. Renald also nodded, yes, that's right. In a place like this, where criminals are detained, no one is allowed to cause trouble. His Majesty will not let anyone who intends to cause trouble in this place go. She wanted to suggest that, we can't make brother turn back midway, I don't know. Renald warned again, I don't think your brother will listen to me, also, he's moving, so there's no way to send a message, we don't know how to contact him until he gets here. He also looked worried, moreover, I'm afraid Miss Lana will be caught midway. She was touched and kept expressing, thank you, you're always the one who worries about me, that's because we have a relationship, what the hell is the relationship you mentioned? After speaking Lana stood up. Anyway, if there's nothing else, I'll go back now, Miss Lana. He walked towards her and reminded, please don't forget, I will always be here to help you. 2 days later, I tried to meet Jair but I realized how difficult that was, so. At this time Lana was talking to the 2 guards, you mean it's very difficult for prisoners to walk around here, can't I meet him? Yes, that's right. She couldn't help but ponder, we don't have much time, I only have 2 days left. She looked back at the bracelet in her hand, if it goes on like this, I can't get Rishtoran out of here, no, this matter is very important. So Lana decided, I want to go to the dungeon below, okay, we'll take you there. The guard led her there. Suddenly he stopped and hesitated, Miss Lana, sorry but can you go by yourself, I'm sure you can do it yourself, she had to follow, okay. Lana was not afraid and walked alone. Suddenly she discovered something. Lana turned her head, footsteps. She suddenly looked around, did I hear wrong, think again? It's strange, why do I feel like this place is empty today, what if something happens here? At this time a voice rang out, Miss Lana. She unconsciously recognized, Rich. Then Lana raised her hand, this is, I have to borrow his strength. She happily called, what is this, Mr. Jair, is it really you? He replied, yes, that's right, you still remember me, I'm so glad. At this time Lana angrily scolded, is this the time to talk about that, why didn't you contact me? She angrily vented, do you know how long I've been looking for you, if you can use magic like this then? Jair had to coax, Miss Lana, I'm really sorry. He said that, but I don't have time right now. Jair asked, is there anyone beside you? Yes. He whispered and requested, then can we move to a more deserted place? I guess so. Jair immediately urged, very good, please move to the location, as soon as possible. After a short while, Lana announced, to a place where you can talk comfortably. She looked around once and texted back, I've arrived at a place where there's no one, is this okay? But there was no response, Jair. Lana angrily called, hey you, okay that, you said okay, hey you, hey you. She was angry, what, disappeared in a flash, are you going to cut off contact again? Lana worriedly thought, what to do, or should I leave here first, or wait a little longer? Suddenly someone is coming. She didn't know at all and was still focusing on the bracelet, or try hitting this bracelet. A silhouette behind her that Lana still hasn't discovered. He raised his hand towards her, keeps making people feel uneasy, what's going on? Then suddenly covered Lana's eyes. Lana panicked, what, in front, the man reassured, it's okay, Lana. A love voice that melted. He whispered, it's me. A gentle tone, like spring flowers swaying in the wind, it was a voice I had never heard before, somehow I could feel who it was. Chaser gently asked, are you okay, my dear? Lana was still surprised, this person is my brother, why is he here at this time? But who else would call, Lana, so affectionately? It's really you, the one I only met through letters. She was extremely confused, what to do? My freedom all this time. It's all because I was with people who didn't know, Lana, the original. I don't meet Renag often either, nor do I talk much. What to do in front of someone who knows, Lana, here. She stammered, He was still very affectionate and replied, you talked to me, what do you mean by talked? Chaser stroked Lana's hair and said, it used to be like that. You said you would never say a word to me again. He smiled and teased, so I didn't expect to be able to hear your voice at this time. The last time we met, you were also sleeping. Looking at you like that, I thought for a long time that I would have to behave like what if you opened your eyes. Chaser expressed that, actually I didn't think you would meet me if I came to visit, because every time you see me, you will be angry. A voice that seems to pour honey into the ears, a rustic combination. Think about it, Lana, not having a good relationship with your brother, if so then how bad? It can't be known if they had a slight argument, or had a tense battle. Anyway it's because, Lana, entered this prison, so it got worse between them? Chaser's hand held Lana's hand. He also revealed, since you entered this place instead of me. Chaser held her hand tightly and kept expressing, I missed you so much. He kept calling her name, Lana. A warm smile for her. Then Chaser asked, do you also miss me? Mysterious questions gradually appeared in Chaser's head, why so sudden, or is it because of the problem of addressing, but in the letter it is also called brother. Ending the line of thought, he turned his meaningful eyes to the front, brother, Lana, you forgive me then? A blood-stained rose fell to the ground, forgive, I don't even know what happened, to forgive. Footsteps from afar rushed along with a distracted voice, don't stop yet. Chaser did not hesitate, he immediately took his hand to cover Lana's eyes, a low voice echoed throughout the forest, it seems not here either. Lana suddenly stopped, she widened her eyes in confusion, right next to her ear she still heard people speaking loudly, clearly, in her heart arose extreme confusion, what's going on? Chaser slowly leaned his head on Lana's shoulder and breathed lightly. Immediately after that, he brought his nose close to his nape greedily inhaled, anyway Lana, seeing you safe like this is so lucky, her whole body stiffened. A cold air ran down her spine, her heart swelled with an indescribable feeling of uneasiness, no, can't breathe. Then he looked at her with a serious voice, if those people touch you, this time I really won't let it go. A harsh and hasty voice suddenly rang out from outside, found it yet, search every nook and cranny, Chaser slightly tilted his head, hated the ear he whispered like a promise of honor. Lana, I will return your freedom soon, haven't found it yet, Lana coldly asked again, when, he calmly replied as expected, you'll know soon enough. As soon as the words fell, Lana raised her hand in confusion, then why did you come here? Chaser softly lowered his voice and said gently, because I missed you so much. His eyes were full of calculations, he bent down calmly and said, and I think now I can take you to a safer place. Lana suddenly stopped, her heart was full of questions, why, that explosion flashed in my head. Chaser slowly took a step and lowered his voice, my dear, I hope you forgive me. Then he hugged Lana tightly in his arms, the arm around her tightened as if to imprison her, he lowered his head slightly, pressed his face into her hair and took a deep breath. I won't let you regret it. He whispered softly like a reassurance, wait a little longer, Lana. Immediately after that Chaser slowly took his hand off her eyes and continued, I will come to pick you up. At this time Lana immediately turned around and looked curiously. She observed the large back gradually disappearing in front of her, in her heart she couldn't help but wonder, oh, I haven't seen it clearly yet, the sky is as black as ink. After that, Lana gently rubbed her eyes, trying to dispel the chaotic feeling in her heart. But when her unconscious gaze swept over the back of the man, she couldn't help but admire. Big, the figure is really top-notch. Suddenly a shadow appeared in the bush on the other side and called out loudly, Miss Lana. The warden hurriedly ran up and spoke first, hello ma'am, what's the matter that you came all the way here? Lana gently nodded and calmly replied, yes, hello. She had just finished speaking when the warden immediately asked, his eyes seemed to scrutinize every expression on her face, did you see any other man passing by here? When she heard those words, she tilted her head slightly, her hand unconsciously raised to her chin, her eyes widened with curiosity, who, is it a prisoner? The warden hurriedly raised his hand to scratch his head and smiled awkwardly, no, not a prisoner, today a distinguished guest came to visit this place. In Lana's head, the image of the man just now immediately appeared, her heart was full of suspicion, distinguished guest, the warden nodded and continued, yes. But that guest, it seems that he got lost, so he must have. He continued, his voice lowered, anyway this is not a safe place so the guards have gone out to find him. Lana was a little suspicious, got lost, in this situation. They want to find him, it doesn't feel like he's lost at all. Ending the line of thought, she folded her arms, turned her cold eyes to him and calmly spoke, remembering I did hear a strange sound, just hearing that the warden widened his eyes. His expression became urgent, yes, where is it? As soon as she finished speaking, Lana coldly pointed to the back, without hesitation, over there, it must be from there, before she could finish her sentence. The warden quickly rushed away and hastily uttered, thank you, Miss Lana. She slightly leaned over and smiled gently, replied, you're welcome, I have to apologize instead. Then she raised her hand and folded it like a gun, pointing to one side, over there, a mess. Lana gently retracted her hand and blew on her fingertips, in her heart she thought, this should be enough to repay for the cigarette and the bouquet. She looked at the leaves beside her in contemplation without saying a word. In Lana's head, the images from just now suddenly appeared. After all, why did he come here? The fact that he came to see me is suspicious. Then she turned around and left, but in her heart she still harbored many thoughts. Stopping for a beat, she looked at the scarf in her hand. Her heart was full of confusion. And why did she have to avoid the guards who were looking for him? After all, why? Even when turning her face away from me all this time, questions about this world and about Lana kept rushing in. She looked at the people in front of her, her heart still arose thoughts, fundamental questions about herself filled her head. Suddenly Buladiz pointed to a newspaper, his expression was very interested. His eyes suddenly lit up and confidently said, "What did I say? I said from now on, the Rose War will take place." A hesitant voice immediately said, "Not sure. Will the Duke's family be provoked or not?" As soon as he finished speaking, Buladiz suddenly frowned and yelled, "Ah, it's okay, but they really met, I bet on the Baron's house." Then he raised his hand and pointed to the top of the newspaper and continued, "That rose, Lana, at that time." Buladiz leaned back in his chair and said calmly, "We're talking about the 5 great roses of the Empire. That's one of our prides, a legend that makes other countries jealous." He stopped for a beat and then looked at her. "Surely you know that very well too, miss." Lana stood with her arms folded, her heart suddenly confused. "I don't know anything." Then she suddenly burst out laughing and said loudly, "Even if I knew very well. This is still a topic I'm very interested in hearing." Suddenly she stopped, her eyes glanced slightly with calculations. "Anyway, I'm getting more and more curious about this country." Mr. Buladiz's face became serious. He slowly raised 3 fingers and said loudly, "Don't people say that this empire has 3 special things that other countries don't have?" In his mind suddenly appeared an image of a huge building, towering through the ages. His voice gradually became low, full of respect, one of the greatest masterpieces built along with the founding days of a legendary inventor, the Sun Palace, the Cambercam prison built and existed from the ancient times of thousands of years ago. He stopped for a beat and then continued, "And finally is." The line of thought at this time shifted to a pot with many flowers in it, the rose possessing special abilities. His voice became more serious, full of weight like engraved in the minds of listeners. "Those roses represent the 5 families of the Empire, and each family has different special abilities." Lana on the side suddenly reached out to rub her chin thinking, "Abilities, I know that." Then Buladiz continued to say as if revealing a secret, "The family curse Rishdoran suffers, is due to the special abilities passed down in the family." The image of a blue rose appeared, he slowly lowered his voice, "One of those 5 families has disappeared from the world." When he got to this point, Buladiz's tone became more and more serious. "One family almost lost the only one left." He paused for a moment and then continued, "So consider there are still 3 families, Valtes, the golden rose." Symbols gradually appeared in his head, Dormulet, the black rose. A symbol with a sword plunged down also appeared, Hernim, the red rose. Buladiz's words became heavier and more powerful. "Among them the most famous are the red rose and the black rose. The Hernim and Dormulet families are sworn enemies." An image of Chaser appeared in his head, he slowly lowered his voice, "So their feud is called the Rose War." He continued to explain in detail to Lana, "The golden rose symbolizes neutrality and equality, here, known as Marquis Valtes, the manager of this prison." Hearing this, she widened her eyes, her heart slightly surprised. "New, this is the first time I heard that name." Lana immediately thought of Renald, as if she had understood the key to the story, so that's why he mentioned the golden rose before. Buladiz interrupted her line of thought, "Actually, I'm curious about the white rose." He sat comfortably on the chair reminiscing, long known but ended too abruptly, "Although other families don't know, no one in this empire doesn't know about the power of the white rose." Buladiz's tone at this time was full of solemnity mixed with respect. "That is the power of healing. For centuries they have often been called saints or saintesses." Hearing that, Lana suddenly stood still, her eyes widened in surprise. "The power of healing is what Francia used. She is the main character of this book." She suddenly stopped, her mouth muttering suspiciously, "What is it? I don't know that." She looked at the book beside her and couldn't help but wonder, why are the main characters in the story all? Lana stopped for a beat, she widened her eyes in confusion, "Related to roses." Then, she lowered her head, her face becoming unusually serious, "This must not be a coincidence." In her mind appeared a blonde girl, Francia Alcinia of the France family, that is the name of the main character of this novel. Immediately after that, Mr. Buladiz interrupted Lana's line of thought, "There are not many people with this last name in Rogenia." Sally immediately turned to nod in agreement. "That's right, that's what I know. I heard that His Highness is also very interested in this matter." She took a breath and calmly said, "The definition of power has vanished, perhaps the blue rose with forgotten names is a typical example." Her voice gradually lowered, a name that has disappeared into the annals of history. Mr. Buladi's face suddenly changed. He smiled enthusiastically. Come on, let's talk about something interesting. There will be a visiting day in 2 days. Hearing that, Lana in the back suddenly widened. Her eyes in confusion. Visiting day. Then he folded his hands in front of his chest. His confident voice rang out, affirming firmly, yes, once a year, a day when everyone is allowed to visit. His voice revealed undisguised pride, and even noble prisoners are allowed to have luxurious tea time. Sally on the side was delighted, moreover we can wear normal clothes. Then Lana burst into a burst of enjoyable laughter. This event lasts for 3 days, Lana muttered, her voice full of thought. That must be an event that makes people feel like they are on vacation. Brother and Archduke Hernan will not come, right? She unconsciously looked in one direction, then gently raised her hand to her chin and pondered. Brother has visited here, but it is said that Archduke Hernan is also coming to this place soon. Rishdoran will be abused again. After speaking, Lana turned to Buladiz and asked, Uncle, then can everyone go for a walk during that event? He pondered for a moment and then shook his head and explained gently. Not really, on the first day, there will be some simple preparations needed. As far as I know, they only receive guests on the second day. Buladiz continued to speak calmly, and the third day, which is also the last day of the event, will be held internally. It's like a tea party that I mentioned before. Hearing that, Lana suddenly bowed down and pondered, how can I hide Rishdoran in an event like this? Now everyone's attention has been focused here. I don't think Archduke Hernan will be able to act normally, a place like this, then where can I hide him? Somewhere that no one knows. In her heart, there was a slight hesitation and embarrassment. Maybe not, of course, this is just for show, because I can't completely free him. Lana's face became more serious than ever. She gently looked down and pondered, maybe just for a moment, I just hope that person is not injured. In her mind suddenly flashed the image of Ricardoran. I have spent a lot of time thinking about Ricardoran's unusual attitude. If I can find the answer, I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. After thinking for a while, she looked down at her hand. Her heart seemed to have made a decision. So I have to meet him. I haven't heard any news since I lost contact with him on that last meeting. Lana quietly pondered in her heart, maybe he is also looking for me, but walking around will be extremely difficult for the prisoners on the middle floor of the east area. I need to find a way to contact him. At this time she went to the front of the gate. The 2 wardens there blocked her and said coldly, you can't come in. Lana immediately panicked. What? I can't come in. I'm sure I've received permission. A warden immediately spoke up to explain. It's not like that. There is a little damage in the tunnel. Hearing that, Lana's face flashed panic, her eyes slightly narrowed. The warden ran to the front of the rubble. He calmly said, the road to the underground dungeon is damaged. Now, we are using magic to repair it. Lana's voice rang out anxiously. Are all the prisoners inside safe? The warden next to her nodded slightly. Yes, the prisoners are all safe. However, for Miss Lana's safety, visits are prohibited until the tunnel is repaired. After hearing those words, she sighed and then asked curiously, then when will it be finished? The warden replied gently, maybe it will be repaired soon. After that Lana turned around and left, her heart still anxious. I'm in trouble. In her head immediately appeared the image of the white-haired boy. She blamed herself. Why can't I meet Rishdoran at this time? Then she slowly left, her head already calculating, I need to find a way to contact Jair by all means. Suddenly Lana stopped. She looked at her wrist worriedly. The bracelet still had no movement. No, this can't be the only way, right? Time flies like dogs running in the fields. In a flash it changed to the next day. Renald coldly looked at Lana and asked, have you met your brother? She happily nodded in reply, yes, on the surface it was like that, but in her heart she was not very satisfied. I was called here after the meal, now I'm used to meeting him. Renald helplessly tapped his hand on his forehead and blamed, I have told him to be patient many times, but he directly came to meet you. Then he slightly raised his head and lowered his voice, sorry, but you must be very surprised. Lana immediately waved her hand and calmly replied, no, there is nothing you need to apologize for. Renald leaned back in the chair and said in a low voice, your brother made a mess of the upper prison yesterday, maybe you also saw it. Lana heard that and immediately remembered. Now, thinking about it, the guards were not crazy to search for my brother. After being silent for a while, he spoke softly full of remorse, I should have stopped him. No, Lana shook her head, said gently, don't blame yourself like that, I also miss him. Just hearing that, Renald couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, what, I can't believe you miss him, you have reconciled with him? Lana immediately burst out laughing, her tone confused, that, her heart thought, I didn't make any mistakes, because brother also forgave me. In her mind appeared the image of Chaser when meeting in the forest. She remembered the back of the man just now, His voice rang out probingly. It seems that this pair of siblings has a lot of disputes. She looked around, looking at Renard's expression. I don't think it's just a normal fight. Seeing Lana suddenly silent unusually, Renald's face flashed with worry. Are you okay? She was startled. He looked at her suddenly puzzled. Didn't you once say you would never forgive him? Then Renald leaned over slightly. His face became serious. Isn't that why your brother always sent those letters to you? I thought you would never respond to him again. Just hearing that, Lana suddenly fell silent. She lowered her eyes in remorse. Yes, but it's okay now. In her heart suddenly arose an unbearable remorse, because I'm not Lana, so the relationship I want to build in the future will also be different. Then Lana respectfully raised her head and said calmly, I have thought much more clearly after waking up. Renald glanced over. His eyebrows couldn't help but furrow and then remained silent, without saying another word. A moment later, he spoke, his voice full of suspicion. I have a question. Does Duke Hernam have a plan to visit this place? Lana heard that and only shook her head and answered vaguely. About that, I'm not sure either. Renald slowly lowered his voice in disbelief. I don't think Archduke Hernam will come here. As soon as he finished speaking, Lana suddenly asked back with a confused expression. Why? In her heart she was disappointed. I would be very happy if he didn't come. He lowered his face and lowered his voice. I don't know where to start, but your brother's carriage. Renald stopped for a beat. In his head he immediately thought of that luxurious carriage. After that he lightly tapped his hand on his forehead and then honestly said, it originally belonged to the royal family. Lana lowered her face trying to stay calm and replied, yes, but in her heart suddenly rose an unbelievable surprise. What? How on earth did he go in a carriage of the royal family? Renald lowered his voice, as if confiding a secret that only they knew. For some reason, I think he will leave soon. He took the carriage of the royal family and changed the destination as he wanted. And the royal envoys all witnessed all the commotion here. Renald's tone became more and more serious. The news has also reached the emperor. I heard he was very angry. His voice lowered. Perhaps his majesty misunderstood that your brother wanted something from Cambercam. Just hearing that, Lana's mouth dropped open. Her heart was extremely panicked. Wasn't he coming to meet me? Then she opened her mouth, her voice stammering. Then, Archduke Hernam. Renald nodded slightly, his voice full of thought. That's right, the Archduke is an extremely loyal person. That's why it is not good that he came to this place when His Majesty is keeping an eye on it. He will think that his actions caused dissatisfaction in His Majesty's heart. As soon as the words fell, Lana slightly lowered her head and lowered her voice. I understand. In her heart she seemed to have understood. Is that so? Everything in this world is not easy. Renald suddenly spoke vaguely, but I don't know. The Archduke always visits here as a kind of obligation. In Lana's heart also arose suspicion. I also guess so. Because he needs to torture Richthofen. Then Renald held the letter in his hand. His face became serious. Moreover, the last time I and he contacted each other, he once said he really wanted to meet his son. He calmly said, this prison according to the agreement has always been open when the Archduke wants to visit, and the conversation ended there. Speaking of this, the conversation also came to a close. Lana quietly stood up and bowed. She looked in one direction in her heart as if planning. I originally came to find Renald to find an excuse to hide Richthofen during the visiting days. It seems difficult. I didn't expect him to have signed the agreement. Suddenly Renald called out, wait a bit, Miss Lana, this is the final decision. She immediately turned her head to look at him confusedly. What? Renald's tone began to lower. About the day you are released from prison. Just hearing that, Lana's eyes couldn't help but widen in surprise. He was silent for a while and then continued to announce, Miss Lana will soon be released from prison in 10 days. His words kept echoing in her head, Miss Lana will soon be released from prison in 10 days. A moment later, the corner of Lana's mouth slightly lifted meaningfully. She gently tilted her head and then calmly said, thank you for letting me know. The scene switched to the prison. At this time Lana was lowering her head, reassuring herself, I'm fine, let's leave the matter of being released from prison aside and think about the urgent matter first. According to Renald's words. Then suspicion arose in her heart, half the chance that Archduke Hernam will come. I can't go to see Richthofen because the repairs are still in progress. She thought of that boy again. It is difficult to hide Richthofen during the visiting days. Then Lana immediately bowed down, looked at the bracelet. I need to find a way to contact Jair. Can I contact him through this bracelet? She gently tapped her hand on her forehead and sighed. I need to think carefully. Suddenly Lana surprised and happily shouted, oh my god, a voice full of confusion rang out, Miss. Lana's face suddenly frowned. She seriously called out, Jair. A remorseful voice came from inside the bracelet. I'm sorry for the last time. I'm sorry. Did I make you worry? Lana looked down at the bracelet angrily. What else is bothering me more than you suddenly disappearing like that, in this situation too? In the bracelet suddenly erupted a laugh, and then the person tried to restrain it and lowered his voice. I'm sorry. Jair's voice rang out as if very serious. Because of the emergency, I will go straight to the point. Do you remember the prisoner that you helped before? Lana's face became serious. In her heart she thought, Jair doesn't know, I already know all the truth. Then she calmly said, I remember. Why? A serious voice rang out. In fact, that prisoner, Rishdorand, is a very important person and he doesn't deserve to be treated like that. He is the son of Archduke Hernim. Hearing that, Lana's eyes suddenly narrowed in her heart. It is difficult to pretend not to know this. Immediately after that Jair said, but there is a problem. On the other side, Jair's face became tense, his voice lowered. The father of that prisoner is coming here soon. He should not have strange expressions. Lana was not surprised. Her heart muttered, I also guessed that. Because when his appearance suddenly changes. Then Lana unconsciously looked down at the bracelet, her face pensive. I don't think the soldiers who bring him food don't know about this. Jair's voice gradually lowered, preparing to tell the secret. There is only one problem before he was arrested. A hand covered in blood being chained appeared. Jair's tone became more and more serious, and once the owner of this prison grasps the information, you and I will not be safe. Lana also said in agreement, that's right, that's scary. Hearing her words, he couldn't help but ask suspiciously, how can you be so calm? She suddenly stopped for a moment. Can't. Then an idea suddenly flashed in her mind. I figured it out. I'll play dumb. Jair was still suspicious, couldn't help but suspect. You really are an unusual lady. How can you be calm after knowing the identity of that prisoner? Lana immediately changed the subject. Anyway, is there anything? Do you have a plan? Jair slowly looked down at the bracelet and loudly said, I thought of two ways. He paused for a beat and then said, erase the magical traces on the prisoner's body, or... His voice gradually lowered, prevent the prisoner's father from coming here from the beginning. Suddenly Jair stopped hesitating, but that seems impossible. Once the magic is activated, it can't be erased. Lana on this side was a little confused. She gently bowed down and asked, after all, there is only one way we can do, but what should we do now? Is there any other way? Jair immediately replied with a certain voice, yes, Archduke Hernim only meets that prisoner when he is healthy. Lana's heart at this time couldn't help but stir. So you mean he had to endure all those injuries because of being abused all this time? He continued, his voice rang out loudly, in other words, if he is not healthy, the Archduke will not visit. Then Jair suddenly changed to a calculating voice, I will give you a magical potion that can make him weak for a period of time. We can't do anything because small tricks don't work on the Archduke. Suddenly a serious face appeared right in front of my eyes. Jair slowly said confidently, it is definitely not harmful to him, at least enough to have the guards report to the warden. Maybe then he will have symptoms of high fever or high blood pressure. Then his voice lowered full of remorse, it's terrible to deliberately make him sick. How did this person become a loyal confidant beside Rishdorand? Lana was silent for a long time and then coldly said, I will do it. Jair replied as expected, of course, you may not understand why I do this, but it's all just for show. She looked at the bracelet with a determined voice, anyway I will do it. As soon as the words fell, her face flashed with worry, but you have to make sure it works. Lana lowered her voice and requested, and you have to help that prisoner. Jair did not refuse, he immediately replied, for myself, I have wiped his wounds and gave him medicine. But I am starting to suspect that you really care about that prisoner or not. Just hearing that, in Lana's heart couldn't help but angrily roared, is it easy to say high fever and high blood pressure, like last time, you didn't bother to care how much Rishdorand had to endure. Jair saw that she was still silent, he continued to say in agreement, I understand your worries, but the reason I use this method, because this is the only way to protect him. Just hearing that, Lana suddenly stopped, her tone changed, then she nodded slightly, okay, I understand. Jair's tone immediately dropped full of suspicion, you were not very surprised when I talked about him. Lana did not avoid, she calmly said, just revealing the identity of that prisoner is not enough to surprise me. If you say I helped him but I didn't know what I was participating in, then that would be more deceitful. Jair nodded slightly, okay, that's it when it's done. I will not hide anything from you anymore, Lana coldly thought. Jair has also revealed his identity. She clenched her hands, her face expressionless, but I wasn't very surprised. Well, great. Jair slightly leaned over and whispered into the bracelet, thank you, I realized this thanks to you. I ignored his wounds, I couldn't understand it, maybe because I kept thinking he could endure all the pain. His voice rang out gently, perhaps also because he can't control his beastly power. In Lana's heart couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, well, in the book the author described him as having the personality of a monster. Lana secretly predicted, the time he meets the heroine, the plot he is awakened is also near. Jair immediately said without hesitation, let's do that. Lana widened her eyes and asked softly, that magic, can you make it lighter? He nodded slightly, maybe, but what are you planning to do? I will take care of that. The goal is to have the guards report that he is sick, right? Lana looked at the bracelet and listened attentively to him. No matter how difficult it is, she must succeed. You are in a situation where you can only count on me. I believe you can do it. Jair still calmly continued, even if you are angry with him, I think you must know what situation he will encounter because of your wrong choice. He is cunning again now. He slightly bowed his head, the corner of his mouth flashed a smile, because the visiting days are only 2 days, so tomorrow I will give you the medicine. Hearing that, Lana was a little curious. What are you planning to do? He continued, you are not the only one who bribes the guards, miss. As soon as Lana heard that, she stared at something in her hand. His tone rang out full of certainty, I guarantee you will get it. Her gestures became more carefree, I'm just prepared for that case, but, you must know that this plan can only succeed when we have a plan, right? In Lana's heart began to be a little suspicious. According to Renald, I will soon be released, but this is not the last time the Archduke visits. Immediately after that, Jair gently interrupted Lana's line of thought, that's not a problem, you just need to get through this time. His voice rang out like a promise of honor, I don't put a curse on him without any consideration. As soon as the words fell, Lana clenched her hands, her heart full of determination. The road leading to the dungeon has also been repaired today, he must drink this medicine. She stopped for a beat and then continued the line of thought, but this time it's not a pill. Sally gently interlaced her hands, her eyes widened in surprise and exclaimed, oh my god, Lana. She looked at the dress that Lana was wearing and couldn't help but praise, you look so beautiful. In Lana's heart at this time she secretly planned, tomorrow is the visiting day. I decided to try on this dress in prison today. Sally on the side requested, please wear this dress when visiting tomorrow. Lana heard that and raised her hand to her ear and laughed. Then she slowly wore the dress and went out. At this time Lana stood in front of the 2 wardens and said, can I go in now? The 2 boys couldn't resist her beauty and nodded, okay. Then she reached out and slowly pushed the iron door. When entering, Lana suddenly sat down and stared at Ricardo. He is sleeping so well. Suddenly he opened his eyes and looked at her. Lana immediately startled and fell to the ground and exclaimed, wait. Ricardo pinned her to the ground, she immediately widened her eyes in confusion, I don't know why, this familiar feeling, in the middle of it, he leaned closer. His voice hoarse, I remember you. He widened his eyes in doubt, this must be a dream. Lana at this time said confusedly, what is this? Her heart couldn't help but doubt, what is he talking about? Ricardo still pinned on her body and then lowered his voice, you're wearing different clothes. Lana was a little confused, I'm so hungry. As soon as the words fell, he pressed his face to her, Ricardo's cheeks suddenly flushed, he said shyly, so beautiful, because you only appear in dreams, you're not going to throw me away here. Right, she listened but still didn't understand, what, he continued to say, tell me that you won't abandon me. The 2 of them at this time looked at each other confusedly, his voice rang out like a desperate plea, this time too. Ricardo blurted out without any hesitation, kiss me. Just hearing that sentence, Lana couldn't help but panic and widened her eyes, what? In Lana's heart it seemed she had guessed what he wanted to do with me in his dream. His expression suddenly became serious, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Her voice trembled slightly trying to reassure herself, think positively, he is in beast form now. Lana reached out and touched Ricardo's cheek, her heart praying, he will return to normal soon. Her line of thought began to change, Lana looked at the iron door in front of her and thought, I already asked the guard to pass on the message, looking at this situation. It seems that those words have not been passed on. In her heart arose a trace of doubt, so he has been waiting for me all night. In her mind appeared the image of Ricardo sitting alone in the corner, that time and promise were just my excuse, but it was very meaningful to him. Suddenly Lana widened her eyes in surprise. His face became confused, his mouth kept muttering, I. Immediately she reached out to adjust Ricardo's collar, her voice becoming serious, no, wait. He reached out to wipe his tears, his voice coquettish, you really intend to throw me away, do you hate me, Hayes, why don't you answer? Lana's voice trembled slightly, no, hearing that his expression became tearful, as expected, it's because you don't like me, she retorted, she doesn't. Immediately after that Lana angrily hugged Ricardo's neck and shouted into his face, I'm not going to throw you away, calm down. Suddenly his expression dropped, his eyes filled with tears. Did I do something wrong? If you say, I can fix it, why? She gently stroked his head and comforted, I need to go, so. As soon as the words fell, Ricardo immediately pushed Lana back. He raised his head and asked, where? She coldly uttered, close, hearing that he reached out with a confused look, can't we be close to each other? This time it seemed to have reached Lana's limit. She said sternly, wake up. He immediately explained, no, I don't want to, you will disappear again when I wake up, right? Lana frowned, who said that? This is just your dream. Just hearing those words, Ricardo widened his eyes as if he had understood, my dream, so it's not real. She lowered her voice and reassured, no, it's not like that. It's just that you need to wake up quickly. After solving everything, Lana quietly sighed. She was silent for a while and then continued to speak clearly, I'm telling the truth. Then Lana slowly sat down and poked her finger into Ricardo's nose and said playfully, you miss me very much, don't you? Ricardo only glanced to one side and then nodded, yes, and don't touch my cheek. She lowered her voice, I don't want to, you're still holding the corner of my shirt. Then he gently held her hand and placed it down gently. He tilted his head and asked curiously, now, you're not leaving? Hearing that, Lana was a little embarrassed in her heart, he said without honorifics. Seeing Lana still silent, Ricardo frowned, first, you didn't keep your promise, you. She did not hesitate and calmly replied, what, why don't you say without honorifics anymore? He immediately replied, his voice trembling, I'm afraid you hate me for that. Hearing that, Lana gently put her hand on her chin and smiled warmly, I'm very happy because you're the only one who thinks about me in my dream. In her heart she also agreed. I also realized that. Thinking about what happened at this time, she secretly speculated, he is quite attached to me. I once tried to create distance between us, ending the line of thought. Lana gently made a suggestion, if you calm down, can we talk about something else, yo? She was silent for a while and then admitted, yes, actually I met my brother 2 days ago, but it was really strange. Ricardo immediately replied with surprise, he widened his eyes and pondered, what, you, siblings but have a particularly sweet relationship. Lana lowered her voice and said honestly. But touching someone's cheek like this? She then asked suspiciously, the distance is too close, could it be because we are in different worlds so we can touch each other comfortably? Her voice calmly said, he even kissed the back of my hand. Suddenly a thought arose in Lana's mind, but looking at Renald, when he kissed my hand, I didn't feel like anything was going to happen, is that just politeness? She suddenly stopped and then continued the line of thought, when I heard stories about other prisoners, I heard that there are only siblings with common blood. But they are worse than others. Then, Lana turned to ask softly, do you have any siblings? He slowly knelt on the ground and looked straight into her eyes and said honestly. No. Just hearing that, Lana burst out laughing, I don't have any either, no, I once thought I didn't have any. Lana's face softened, she calmly replied, I once thought I was alone, but this time meeting you, I felt a little unreal. Then she looked at Ricardo and continued, now thinking about it, you look younger than me, or be my younger brother. Before she could finish speaking he frowned and strongly objected. I don't want to be a younger brother. Her face flashed with confusion, what is this, not right, but, you don't even know what the word younger brother means. In her heart she couldn't help but doubt. He doesn't even know the word go for a walk. Ricardo then lowered his face and hesitated, that, I know, Merida once told me. Suddenly he looked straight into Lana's eyes and shook his head, no, not Merida, she once held my hand like this when she gave me cookies. Hearing that, she said with curiosity, so you don't like that? Ricardo then held Lana's hand tightly, no, it's not like that. He gently pursed his lips creating a cute face staring at her. Lana immediately looked up confusedly, who would go and swap concepts like that? Merida, who is that? That is an old maid who often brings me clothes and books. She said seriously, again, being friends or siblings doesn't mean you can't hold hands. Ricardo still insisted, but Merida said. Before he could finish speaking, he slowly hugged Lana and whispered, I shouldn't have been so careless. Suddenly her voice rang out, but it's okay, right? Ricardo's face was confused, he looked up and said, huh? Lana suddenly stopped, she said with interrogation, that sulky expression, wait, where did you learn this? He honestly replied, Merida said I shouldn't do that. Hearing that, she also nodded in agreement, clearly you shouldn't do that. Suddenly he put his hands on Lana's shoulders with a serious tone, you won't treat me as a younger brother, right? Even if I do that, right? She felt very ridiculous. Lana calmly asked, why are you like that? You keep trembling. Suddenly her eyes stopped on Ricardo's chest, he was injured, then she spoke up to remind, you have a scar on your chest. No, Ricardo didn't care. His voice became cold. What, I'm not sick. In her heart she secretly doubted, he is not someone who doesn't know what pain is. Then Lana quietly lowered her head, her eyes suddenly lowered and sternly said. Pain is also a kind of warning of anger, so don't let anything hurt you. Ricardo Ran couldn't help but be surprised and repeat, something that causes pain. Her voice suddenly rang out, that's right, if you can't do anything right now. Wait for the opportunity, one day I will return everything. Seeing that he still didn't say anything, Lana immediately frowned and shouted, understand, if you're sick, tell others that you're sick. I don't like it, it hurts. Now follow my words, I don't like it. He immediately put out his little finger to make an agreement with her and then replied without hesitation, I don't like it, I remember. His voice rang out calmly, no one told me those words, except you. Hearing that, in Lana's heart it seemed she had guessed, saying that because I was the first to hurt him, but hopefully he knows. She looked at Ricardo Ran, that's all I can do for you, there's one more thing, don't trust me too much. Then Lana suddenly spoke up, her face becoming serious, do you still remember what I said before? Don't eat and drink carelessly, you don't know who will betray you and stab you in the back. So don't trust me too much. After speaking the line of thought continued to ring out in her head, because I am the one who will disappear when there is benefit, I don't like it, looking at his ugly face she then spoke. What is it? He calmly replied, if you don't like it then say so, you told me that. The corner of Lana's mouth slightly curved up, she couldn't help but admire, you learn quickly, but what I said is the truth, so remember it, it will be good for you when you don't depend too much on me. Then she immediately changed the subject, today I came here, to tell you bad news. Ricardo Ran softly said, then, if you do bad things, will you still be by my side, then I can endure it. Lana didn't say anything, the smile on her lips suddenly disappeared. Her voice became serious, look, you know what I mean, if possible don't forgive anyone who makes you stay here. In her heart she secretly predicted, of course he knows. In the future, Rishdoran will forgive me, the one who abused him. Then she looked into Ricardoran's pupils and her heart rang out a voice, even now, his eyes still clearly say that he can never hate anyone. His tone suddenly changed, forgive, don't let it pass. He looked straight at Lana and then said sternly, I can't do it if it's you, so please forgive me, no, don't do that, especially me. She gently bowed and then sighed full of boredom. A moment later she raised her head and calmly said, I will soon be released from prison. Hearing that Ricardo Ran immediately panicked, released. He widened his eyes, his mouth kept muttering, I will leave this prison. The sentence kept repeating in his mouth, I will leave this prison. Then his voice rang out with a bit of disappointment, we probably will never meet again. Lana heard that and glanced over to herself, I'm not sure, but I guess so, not, but certainly. In her head suddenly arose speculation, in the future, Rishdoran will become a person with high status in this kingdom. She thought about the character she had borrowed, on the other hand Lana, clearly her family is not bad, but... In her mind appeared a house, her voice somewhat remorseful, I have no intention of receiving the family's aura or becoming the center of attention, I will find a small house somewhere in the mountains. She imagined that she would be free, I will live there to recover. Ending the line of thought, Lana gently stood up and bowed slightly honestly, that's why I did bad things to you before I left. Ricardo Ran immediately suspected, you intend to abandon me. He suddenly stopped, widened his eyes, this, in her heart she secretly predicted, that's right he must be very surprised. Then she turned around and left, her heart still had no thoughts, it's not that I don't care about him, but on the contrary, suddenly his urgent voice rang out, don't go. Hearing that Lana slowly lowered herself, I don't intend to go for good, I will sit here. His voice became more serious, no, it's about leaving this prison, she gently touched the wall and then burst out a sound. Suddenly Lana retracted her hand, her eyes suspiciously looking at it, what stabbed me? A beam of light appeared before her eyes. Both of them immediately stood still in surprise. The image on the wall gradually appeared, Lana then muttered in her throat, flower, no, a rose. Then from inside the wall appeared a strange black gas. Then a chain suddenly wrapped around her like a snake, Ricardo Ran frantically shouted, Lana. Without any hesitation he rushed to hug her tightly. She then closed her eyes to reassure herself. A moment later her eyes suddenly dropped as if she was having thoughts. Lana startled and looked around, her heart full of confusion, where are we? Then she turned to him, her face becoming panicked, Rishdoran, are you okay? He immediately nodded, you're too close. Then she looked in one direction and then said curiously, this place is this place, I think a ghost will appear, Rishdoran, do you know what this is? He only replied curtly, no. Suddenly Lana widened her eyes as if discovering something. Her voice rang out confusedly, what's wrong? The handcuffs. Ricardo ran slowly raised his hand and hesitated, I really don't know. Then Lana knelt on the ground, her heart worried, even when we are close together, we can't do anything in this situation. She then remembered the medicine she brought, I must make him faint with Jair's magic potion. But Lana suddenly stopped worried, but in this situation, falling into a black hole like this, what will happen when the superintendent knows about this? The image of Ricardo's back also gradually appeared in her head, what will happen? Then Lana suddenly rolled her eyes around, her face becoming more anxious, I think that thing is coming. Confused thoughts kept ringing in her head, it would be troublesome if he misunderstood this accident, even if he knows it's a mistake, in fact, observing, he is still not awake. In her heart she secretly thought, and he will suffer even more torture. Then Lana looked at the glowing chain, an idea immediately flashed in her head, maybe we should follow the light from Ricardo's chain to the end of the road. Could this be a way to escape? We must go back. She pointed to the door in front of her, her voice trembling, Rishdoran, I will go check a bit, if I'm here and don't appear, I will cause a big noise, just hearing that he immediately refused. No, don't go. Then he grabbed her hand with both hands, let's go together. Lana had no other choice but to agree, okay, let's go together then. She stopped for a beat and then reminded, but if there is danger, we must continue to run without looking back, okay. His face became serious, Ricardo nodded slightly in agreement. Okay, I understand. As soon as the words fell, he grabbed Lana's hand and slowly stepped inside. The corner of his mouth suddenly curved up happily, I'm holding her hand. While walking in the middle of the road, Lana suddenly spoke, Rishdoran, have you ever heard about that prison? He stopped, his face became confused, yes, from my father. Before he could finish speaking Lana turned to reassure, if you don't want to talk it's okay. Ricardo then said, it's not like that. Then he slightly looked up, his eyes looking in one direction in contemplation, my father once said, it is a very old place, it was built a long time ago, you can't imagine it. My father said it is a very important place. Just hearing that, in Lana's heart she exclaimed in doubt, an important place, isn't that a place where prisoners can't be released? In her heart suddenly thought of a special place, haven't people said that this empire has 3 very special things that other countries don't have, this prison. Cambercam was built thousands of years ago from ancient times, ending the line of thought, Lana then spoke curiously, you said from ancient times, I heard it was built thousands of years ago. There must be something here, some mystery. Then she gently raised her hand to her chin and asked, what is ancient times? Ricardo calmly turned to reply, it refers to the period before this empire was established. Hearing that answer Lana was a little surprised, what, do you know? He continued to lower his voice, when I was little, my father and Merida used to tell me a story like this. Hearing this she clenched her hands, her heart angry. What the heck is the Archduke doing? Isn't this using the excuse of educating children to abuse people, madman? His tone gradually rose, according to my father, it was a time when roses bloomed all over. Lana heard that and suspected, roses. In her head she immediately thought of something, each rose symbolizes one of the 5 families in the empire, roses, is he talking about the families? Ending the line of thought Lana immediately widened her eyes in surprise. Ricardo calmly continued, at that time it can be said that roses became kings, my father once said that it was better than now because there was only one king to serve. Hearing that she immediately turned confused, doesn't the empire always have only one emperor after that, what's the difference? Ricardo looked at her and nodded. Yes, I heard there was a bit of a difference, she then wondered, what is it? He gently explained, people once said that the king and emperor here are just one person heading a rose, honestly, I don't understand what that means, I remember my father said I had to find it. Lana carefully looked at Ricardo in her heart she thought, he said he had to find it, but now he can't find it, moreover, clearly he will probably die without knowing what it is in the future. In her head suddenly woke up, because I remember there is no such content in the original work, what can I expect from a 19+ novel? Then Lana held down the oil lamp thoughtfully, I have talked about his father too much, let's change the subject, ending the line of thought, she then said, speaking of which. Rishdoran, this is another matter, but. Lana stopped for a beat and then smiled, next time, if you meet a woman you like, hug her, that way she will like you more. Ricardo heard that and couldn't help but be surprised, you want me to hug, I want to. Without hesitation he lifted her up gently. Lana's face became confused mixed with anger, no, that's not what I meant. Ricardo's eyes suddenly lit up, he said enthusiastically, let me hug you, Lana. Lana's voice suddenly hesitated, no, I mean, not me. He suddenly dropped his face and said gently, "You are very light, but it's true that it's heavy with Lana." Just hearing this, Lana immediately widened her eyes and shouted, "I remember." After speaking, she gently poked her finger at Ricardo's face teasingly. "That's because you are healthy, can you put me down?" He shook his head, his voice coquettish, "Don't want to." Immediately after that he turned to Lana and said sincerely, "If there is something I don't like to say but have to say." Before he could finish speaking she covered his mouth. "Don't use what I have told you." Then Lana slowly advanced forward. Suddenly she stopped for a beat. A beam of light then shone on both of them, causing them to cover their eyes. Lana narrowed her eyes. "What is this?" Then she gently looked up at the ceiling. A pattern then appeared before her eyes. In her heart she couldn't help but be surprised. Ancestors, what kind of carving is this? The stone wall was full of strange carvings, looking very mysterious. Ricardo pointed to the other side, hesitantly said to her, "That stone looks like a rose." Lana looked in the direction of his hand, also nodded in agreement. "I also think so." He observed carefully, "There are a total of 5 roses. That rose seems to have lost quite a few petals, moreover." Lana again focused on the nearby crack, asked, "Do you see anything? Is there something strange next to the rose? What is it? An animal? That's strange." She continued to look in that order, gently sighed, "And next, the golden rose, still looks good. I know what's next to it, a snake." Lana confused, "Why did the black rose turn out like that?" He pondered for a moment, and then replied, "Well, I think it's broken." She frowned, suspicious. It seems that someone deliberately smashed it. Staring at the crack nearby, she said to herself, "Is it the eagle and the cat? No, it's a leopard." Lana gently commented, "The white rose is still small." She again pondered, secretly asked, "It seems that the red flower is gnawed by pests, next to it is a bear. Deep in each petal, there are also sparkling diamonds, looking like delicate dewdrops." Seeing him not speaking, Lana cared. Ricardo ran, "What's wrong?" He was slightly startled, but quickly replied, "In the middle of it." He pointed to the place where there was a magical force that seemed to be there and said his opinion, "I keep looking at it and then feeling a bit strange." Looking in that direction, she also wondered in her heart, "Why is it like that, as if it's being covered up?" Observing a little more carefully, Lana guessed, "According to what I know, that is a blue rose." Then she suddenly realized, "I understand, this is what the Baron said, it refers to the families of this empire." In her head appeared the image of a brilliant flower. The Ricardo family is symbolized by the red rose, until all the petals disappear. Imagining the scene of Ricardo collapsing, she couldn't help but be afraid. He needs to find a partner, if he can't find one before the petals fall. Something she didn't want to happen, that in the worst situation, Ricardo would die. She pondered, her face clearly showing tension. Could this situation be the same as that mural? Lana remembered the plot. The female protagonist in the original work will become the white rose, the black rose must be chaser. She sighed slightly. Why is it all messed up? Lana speculated, this world only revolves around the main character. What is this situation? It means that something has deviated from the path of the main character. She was really worried. Everything will be like the butterfly effect, my life will not be smooth. Lana rubbed her forehead, causing Ricardo to be confused. "Remember?" She asked him, "Do you see anything else?" He shook his head, honestly replied, "No, it seems to be a dead end." Lana was helpless. There is no way out here. Looking at his wrist still being tied, she was a little nervous. What should I do with this chain? She worriedly asked, Ricardo what's wrong with your face?" Hearing her suddenly call out, he was a little startled. "Huh, what?" Lana cared. "Your face is red." Ricardo quickly denied. "Huh, I don't think it's strange." She still insisted. "Who said that? Wait, come here." She grabbed his wrist. Suddenly, the chain became even brighter. It was easily cut off, causing Lana to startle and shrink back. She widened her eyes. What the hell? At this time, she noticed that he was bowing his head panting. "How, Ricardo what's wrong? Don't faint, we have to go back." Ricardo was blushing, struggling to take each breath. He thought, the ground shook abnormally. He strongly grabbed her hand. Then he was like a different person, smiling and staring at Lana affectionately. "Hello, master." She couldn't help but startle. Why did he change? Hesitantly instructed him. "I said call me Lana, and also let go of my hand." Seeing the dangerous situation, she quickly urged, "There's not much time left, we have to run." But he completely didn't care about this. "Are you worried about me?" Lana was a little annoyed. "I don't have time to joke with you now." Ricardo flirtatiously continued to joke. "Oh, how do you know I'm joking?" He picked her up, looking like a domineering president, and asked, "So are you willing?" Lana directly got angry. "Do you really want me to curse? Let me go." But he still just smiled mindlessly even when she kicked him. She anxiously said, "You saw it right, this is an emergency." Ricardo Ran hugged her tighter, said fondly, okay, I will listen to anything you say. He carried her in his arms, running to find the exit. His mouth still kept saying some patronizing words, but now I want you to listen to me. Lana had a bad feeling. I don't know why I feel like the road is about to be closed. He didn't object at all. I'm sure you're not mistaken. The road ahead is getting narrower. What should I do, master? She reminded, I'm not your master. What else can we do? Run. Can you run faster? He nodded. I'm sure I can. I will try to find the exit. The whole space shook more and more intensely. Seeing a gap with a glimmer of light at the end of the hallway, she quickly instructed Ricardo Ran, that whole run out of here. They managed to rush out, the moment the door closed. Lana looked at the place just now, surprised to find that the entrance had disappeared. Her heart also became lighter, glad we escaped without being caught. I'm also out of time because of this sudden incident. She took a small bottle from her pocket, thinking, I need to give him this before someone comes. Lana grabbed his collar, threatening domineeringly, even though he didn't look scared at all. Listen carefully, I'm about to do something bad to you. She held that small bottle in front of him, tilted her chin and ordered, drink this, it will make you become weak when you drink it. Ricardo Ran was fascinated, his eyes sunk in a sea of love, sentimentally asked, will Lana still be with me if I'm sick? If I drink it, will you stay, or leave? She answered herself, yes, but... She regained her serious look, nodded, just drink it first, I will not leave until you get better, I promise. He smiled, obediently followed, okay, let me drink it. Through her mouth, those not very obedient words made the bottom of her eyes flash a trace of agitation. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from somewhere, causing him to startle. It seems that someone is about to come, she worried. What someone? Ricardo Ran pressed close to her, his voice full of meaning. What will you do, master? If you don't take the initiative, I won't. Her heart hesitated. If the guards come, I won't be able to give Ricardo Ran the medicine. She gritted her teeth, had to compromise. You will regret it. She closed her eyes, drank all the medicine in one go. Opening her mouth, finishing speaking, she touched his lips, causing Ricardo Ran to freeze. The unexpected deep kiss made him stiff, her tongue gently moved to put the medicine inside. Lana was also a little guilty. Unconsciously I had created a wall. He has always had to endure everything alone. Looking at the person in front of her, she thought, I once didn't want to participate in that. She didn't want to admit, it's all his fault because that's what he wanted, his fault. Ricardo Ran also took the opportunity to grab her waist. The atmosphere between the two became even more ambiguous. At this time, the one who took the initiative to move was him. She also surrendered to the emotions and leaned on Ricardo Ran. The two kept lingering for a while. Finally, Lana took the initiative to break away from the kiss. Okay, he has taken the medicine, but Ricardo Ran again pulled her back. He still greedily swallowed her tongue. Looking at him, she stuttered a little in her heart. Buttons, why did he take it off? She shyly pushed him away, quickly escaping that embrace. Ricardo Ran pulled her back, his voice urgently like begging, don't leave me. His face also became flushed. When everything is over, what did you say? Lana was embarrassed when asked at this time, stunned for a moment and then reacted. Huh, what? He continued to say, what will you say when what you like is destroyed? Lana. She thought, I don't know what to say. After all, she had to slowly answer, just do whatever you want. Ricardo Ran hugged her tightly, gently kissed her slender neck, playfully asked, so how many times do you feel like you want to go crazy? Do whatever you want. He buried his face in her slender shoulder. Seeing him messing around on her body, she shyly pushed that head away. Oh really, stop it. Lana realized something, slightly stopped. Wait, his body. Someone is coming towards them. Lana startled and turned around. She heard the increasingly loud movement, the sound of footsteps is getting closer. What to do? Looking at the sly face from just now that has now become innocent, his eyes twinkling with tears, she panicked. I knew it, his body has become smaller. What the hell? She softly called, Ricardo Ran. Lana was really worried. I'm in trouble now. Ricardo Ran, don't tell me he remembered that kiss. He held her hand tightly, said coquettishly, don't leave. Ha, you said just do whatever I want. She was surprised. What? Wait a bit. He again pressed closer. Ricardo Ran lovingly kissed her red lips. She couldn't stop the strong beating in her chest, her heart, like it wanted to fall out. She was about to respond. Then a loud noise rang out, causing Lana to wake up, pushing him away. Someone is coming. Suddenly he collapsed. She shook him, called, Ricardo Ran. She put her hand on his forehead, her heart anxious. His forehead is hot. Lana gently sighed. His forehead is hot, the magic is working. Someone called out, Miss Lana. She also turned around reflexively. What? Yes. Seeing the familiar face, Lana recognized, it's the guard. I asked him for a few minutes, he reminded, it's been quite a while. She pondered, usually no matter how long it is, the guards don't come in, he reported, the warden is calling you. He recounted Renald's words also had, it's time to leave. He said, just tell her like that and she will understand, she nodded, followed, okay, do you hear any strange sounds? Lana suggested, earthquake or the sound of falling rocks, but he denied, I don't know, I have been guarding here all afternoon but haven't heard any sounds. The guard smiled falsely, said, maybe because this is the basement so when a drop of water falls, the sound of it becomes particularly loud, I can understand why you are so surprised. She pondered for a moment, it seems that he didn't realize that the basement had shaken and collapsed, why? It seems that the people outside didn't feel it, I know what to call it, but... Lana pointed in the direction he was lying, hesitantly said, I think this prisoner is seriously ill, he confused, huh? Her heart was heavy, remorse-filled, although I'm wrong to him, but I must achieve my goal, Ricardo is sick, he will not be abused by his father anymore. He quickly turned away, his voice also became urgent, suddenly he collapsed, oh this is a big problem he is a prisoner who needs special care, I will first report to the warden. Can you wait here for a bit? Lana followed, yes I will wait here. The sound of closing doors rang out. She felt relieved for the most part, it's finally over. She reminded herself, now I need to take care of the male lead, stroking his soft hair, Lana muttered, you will keep your promise to me right? His eyelashes slightly opened. Rishdorn lazily closed his eyes again. Holding a glass of water in her hand, she kept remembering that night, I changed my clothes because it was sweaty, after all, Ricardo's fever has gone down. She sighed secretly, we can't do anything else because it will only last like that for a few days. Sally looked at her, filled with admiration, Lana you look so good in this outfit. I'm glad I borrowed it for you, Lana smiled and replied, thank you. Looking around the party, she thought, anyway, this event will end soon. Lana went to, softly called, Uncle and Sally, I want to ask everyone about this. She took out a handkerchief with a strange shape, and asked, what is this? Pilates rubbed his chin, replied, it seems to be a handkerchief but that symbol is why, oh no, could this be the answer to my question last time? Remembering when she went into the forest, this. At that time, she quickly turned back to look for that silhouette, but didn't see anyone. Lana flipped it back and forth, thinking, it's the handkerchief that brother gave me. She secretly repeated, it's the handkerchief that brother gave me, that means. A ray of hope flashed in her heart, that's right this is the second question, guess where it's from. She was very happy, I can finally know what that family's name is. The Baron recognized it, is that the symbol of the Ain't family, Sally also exclaimed softly, oh, that's right, I've seen it before. She wondered, what is that? Lana from the Ain't family, I heard a lot about this family but I don't know how true it is. Plata said, she was once one of the candidates chosen. Sally stopped, Baron why do you look like that? I finally know, he coughed softly, no, nothing, there's nothing special. The Baron glanced at her, said softly, it's just a feeling but Lana, I think there is a more formidable identity behind. Lana oh a sound, based on what? Plata shrugged, oh nothing just my feeling. Sally laughed carelessly, said, the Baron's feeling is precious, but, ain't is a large family right? No, that's right. Anyway, it seems that he is about to say something earth-shattering, it's strange that he lost interest, listening to her chatter non-stop, Lana also helplessly sighed. She joked, is that the intuition of a person or an unscrupulous scheme? Her heart left a clue, ain't that's my family name. This is a bit contradictory to what she knew before, she pondered slightly, but isn't my last name Chaser? I don't know because it's outside the original work. I have a bad premonition about this, Lana ain't, that's my name, but it feels wrong. Like a fake name, a loud call interrupted her thoughts, the event is over, everyone quickly return. Sally wondered, Lana, you said you received that handkerchief from your brother right so, she honestly nodded, she was slightly embarrassed, strange, Lana wondered, why? Sally recounted, no it's just that my mother used to have exchanges with the Ain't family, I'm sure I remember that their family only has one child. She scratched her cheek, laughed, well, maybe I'm mistaken. Sally continued to chatter, Lana also has a brother. She remembered her plan, Jair and I once had a bold idea, Duke Hernam has given up on visiting. Thinking about the day talking with the Marquis, she said to herself, I knew that because he told me. Scene change, at this time, Lana was devotedly taking care of him, but Ricardo was really sick, I tried to avoid a torture but it seems I have gone too far. She angrily asked, I heard that he has been sick for a while, what is this? It's been a few days, he replied, I set it up to be like that. Lana thought, how embarrassing. Jair wondered, strange, I'm sure I set it up to heal itself after a few days, It seems that something caused it to have a problem. He wondered, you once said that the man had transformed into an adult form, right? I think that transformation is due to overload. Repeatedly transforming his appearance makes his body overbearable. She was confused. What are you talking about? Her voice with a bit of reproach. You should have paid attention to it from the beginning. Jair said, in the long run, that is good for him to awaken consciousness. Lana sighed slightly. How can you say it as if he is a dog? She concluded, in general you can't do anything else, right? He didn't deny. Yes, wait for this to pass, then comes awakening. Jair explained, this is just the process of mastering the absorption of his power. I hope his body consciousness will soon overcome. Lana tiredly thought, I'm depressed. She secretly blamed herself. That's right, I can't do anything for him. She ended the conversation. I will call you back later if anything special happens. Jair didn't drag out the conversation either, replied, okay, I think I can contact you in 2 days. Lana whispered, just try a little more. Stroking that muscular body, she secretly prayed for a better future. Then we will solve this, you will be happy. On the next day, when the sun had risen high, Ricardo was completely healthy as if he had never been sick. He bashfully said, hello. She looked at him, observing carefully to be sure. He is completely recovered now. Lana knelt down. She softly approached, kneeling opposite, asking him for permission. Hey, can I touch your forehead? But Ricardo quickly shrank back. What? She was a little confused. Why are you so sudden? She was happily clear, said, your fever has really gone down, her heart also relieved of a burden. You really got better in just 1 day. Could it also just be a side effect when changing to adult form? Lana sat down next to him. But Ricardo shyly kept a distance. Lana directly asked, why do you keep avoiding me? Did I do something? Ricardo startled, his words also became stammering. What, that, you have? Looking at his blushing face, she understood. You're mentioning that kiss. Lana was helpless. Now, the one stammering is her. Ricardo that. But a strange cry stopped her words. Woof. Looking at Ricardo with that adorable appearance, she wondered, what happens when the man in front of me suddenly turns into a dog in a second? His tail kept wagging. Lana instructed, you can't avoid when asked that question. Ricardo obediently wagged his ears. Woof woof. She realized, I know why you're blushing. Lana confirmed, you remembered everything when I and you kissed. Ricardo surprised. What? In her heart she was a little embarrassed, like being caught red-handed. Actually I didn't want you to remember, but still said, now you don't believe that and consider it a dream, right? Just think like that. She gently touched his nose, her appearance a bit rogue, about that kiss, for the person who did that for the first time. Lana coldly said, I'm really sorry, our innocent male lead, I can't kiss you again, you will have to wait until a year later. We said if we do that we will not be able to meet forever. Ricardo also honestly listened. That innocent look made her even more guilty. Sorry for lying to you. I think he doesn't even know what shame is. He clutched a corner of her shirt. Ricardo softly said, my father once said, if I can listen carefully, and if I can control it, I will be able to go out in a year. Those words made Lana freeze. He clutched her sleeve, humbly begged, 1 year later, the day I get out of here, please come to meet me, I want to see you. She pursed her lips. In her heart she was also not clear. I don't know if I can do that. Lana honestly said, do you know, everything I said is a lie, this is a big scam. Lana slowly said, if you can't kiss me within a year you won't meet me, there will be no me. Ricardo denied, there is, if I really get out in a year and you come back here. Can you bring it to me? She teased, do you know where I will go? Well, and you are still kneeling at my feet begging, please meet me, please. Lana deliberately drew out, okay, I will. Her heart secretly planned, this is not difficult. She secretly calculated, however, if we can really meet again, according to what I know. Lana knew for sure, Archduke Hernan will not let his son go within a year. She stroked that hair, thinking, so I agree, he will not be able to go out, so I don't need to refuse him. Lana pondered, her heart hesitant, honestly I'm also very happy when he gets out, but I'm also selfish enough to ignore that joy. She knocked on the door, said, I'm sorry. Lana looked up at the blue sky, gently said, time passed, the day I was released also came. Jair asked again, you said you are about to be released from prison. He closed his eyes, silent for a moment and then continued, I'm sorry but I don't know what to say. Jair sadly said, I feel so sorry. Lana wondered, why are you so disappointed? She continued to ask, who will be the one sneaking into the dark prison? Jair calmly, could it be that someone is not ashamed, lies? Lana vaguely thought, I wonder how he will know that I'm being released, but I will not ask him. She asked again, but you really gave this bracelet to me? Jair confirmed, that's right, this is a gift. Looking closely at the bracelet, she pondered, thinking in a strange place, this bracelet, maybe can return freedom to Ricardo ran from shackles. I have to ask him. Verify that he didn't do anything else. Jair explained, that's because it is a magical tool, it may be an error if it conflicts with the power that is released, but exactly what happened? He flirtatiously asked, you didn't fight with anyone like the Archbishop here, did you? Jair analyzed, that guy is a monster. His face was very serious, mysterious, and powerful. Lana sighed, he's the villain in the original, that's why he must have the power of darkness, but she denied this case. I didn't fight with that person either. She hesitantly said, anyway I went out first. Jair reminded, he will not be able to go out for a few years. Lana anxiously asked, it will be difficult for him to be able to go out in a year, right? He replied, yes. Jair explained, he will not be able to go out until he has fully awakened his power. Scene changed to the night. After hearing that, for some unknown reason, suddenly, my release from prison was moved down 3 months. Lana sat on a nearby bench. Her face flashed with fatigue. I didn't go to visit Ricardo Ran. Lana said to herself, until the day I was released again. She stood with Sally and Pilates. Sally sniffled, hick, Lana, you really have to go back west to the Ainta family. The Baron also shed tears. Oh Lana, even when you go out don't forget to contact us. Have fun, okay, hoo-hoo. Lana smiled and comforted them, but her heart was concerned about something else. During that time I also didn't go to Renald's study. Renald didn't want to spend time with me like I did with Ricardo Ran. She imagined the Marquis. I was a little worried that he might find me, but he didn't come because I refused. He is a strangely polite person. They waved, even though their hearts were reluctant. She followed the guard's instructions. Her footsteps also became more leisurely and comfortable when she was free. After the clacking of high heels, a voice rang out, can I stop here for a bit? That person looked at him, politely said, hello, Ricardo Ran. He looked up at the person opposite. Lana looked at him through the formation, her voice a bit regretful. Today I came here to say a final goodbye. Ricardo Ran cried out, woof. He tried to escape from the formation, his voice full of grievance. You see, woof woof, woof. She restrained her emotions, calmly said, because this is the last time. I want to say a few things to you, but I think it's better to say this. Lana coldly looked at him. If I can advise you, don't believe any sweet words, because you must be as selfish as me. She reminded, if possible, close your heart and don't let anyone hurt you. Ricardo Ran was so angry that he punched the formation, his hand also got injured. Lana forced a smile. I like you like that, more cruel when encountering difficult situations. I think that is best for you. She turned away, leaving a casual greeting, good luck, goodbye. Ricardo Ran suddenly grabbed her hand. Tears streamed down his cheeks, hesitantly asked, promise, you will keep your word, right? She was surprised that he still remembered. Ricardo Ran seriously looked into her eyes, swore, 1 year later, I will meet you. Lana moved her lips. She nodded in agreement, okay, 1 year from now, if you can escape from this prison. Lana instructed, remember to treat your wounds. Going out, seeing the free sky, she exclaimed, I'm out of prison. She gently walked away, like running away from this place. Brushing back her hair that was messed up by the wind, Lana sighed slightly. Being released from prison is a bit interesting. Holding the letter in her hand, she remembered the contents. The letter said her brother would personally come to pick her up. Every line in it showed longing. A day without you is too long. I will pick you up on the day you are released, making her heart also surge. Finally I can see. She looked forward to being able to see her brother's face worth every penny. A foot came into her sight, along with a warm voice, come here. He looked at her affectionately, my dear sister. Lana looked up at the other person. It was a tall teenager. Lana remembered the words that Sally had said before. I remember she once said the Ain't family only has one son. She associated with the image of the Lord of the Sky. He was like an eagle, majestic, making people respect. I know that black hair and those red eyes, plus a handsome face. He adjusted the handkerchief skillfully. She observed more closely. Suddenly she also thought of a black leopard, dangerous and unpredictable, and the only one who has those things. She softly called the person in front of her, Chaser. He nodded to confirm. Chaser gave her a large bouquet of flowers, sincerely said, congratulations on being released from prison. Her shoulders trembled slightly. Her brother was actually the villain in the original. Chaser loved Dormulet. Lana cried to the sky didn't hear, cried to the ground didn't know. She was frustrated. I am the villain's sister. The car rolled slowly. The air in the car was a bit stagnant at this time. Looking at his sharp face, she secretly thought, that's right, that's why I felt strange. She grumbled and blamed herself. Lana, ain't the name sounds wrong. Chaser spoke, pulling her out of her line of thought. You seem calm. He rested his chin, said, "Now I can say a few things right, I miss you so much." Then Chaser calmly looked outside. She was embarrassed and didn't dare to continue speaking. He smiled falsely, exaggeratedly said, "I originally intended to bring a better carriage, just afraid you wouldn't be comfortable." Lana startled, a carriage with 16 horses pulling. She didn't believe her senses. How on earth could there be a carriage pulled by 17 horses? Lana turned away, decided, let him be. Chaser asked again, "Aren't you bored?" His eyes looked at her affectionately, "Or you don't need anything?" Chaser enthusiastically asked, "Do you need to go up to the carriage to see?" But she simply replied, "Cold." Chaser nodded, "That's right, you're afraid of the cold, I'm sorry." He still didn't give up, "So should I ask the knight?" She reminded, "Don't do that, saying it like you want to add work for them." Chaser shrugged, calmly replied, "You once said that." He clicked his tongue, then suggested to her, "TSK, I can, just pay attention to the driver, you will no longer be bored." She widened her eyes and looked at him. The carriage was now gradually accelerating. Very quickly, it took the two people back home. Lana had fallen asleep because of the long and tiring journey. She slowly opened her eyelids. Looking at her drowsy, he gently asked, "You're awake?" She looked around, lazily asked, "Have we arrived?" "Yeah." Chaser nodded, "Already there." She was stunned, when, he didn't know, a few hours ago. Chaser turned on pampering mode, gently explained, "I didn't intend to wake you up because you looked so sleepy." He expressed his remorse, "I'm sorry if I accidentally woke you up." Lana frowned slightly, strange. Seeing him so gentle, Lana worriedly pondered, the villain in the original work, Chaser, is not like this. The large and luxurious building made everyone dream. Looking at the vast royal palace, Lana had an unreal feeling, "I can't believe I am actually a Dormulet." That's right, that's why I said this is strange. Looking at the back going ahead, she called, "Brother, do you still remember the handkerchief that you gave me when you stopped at the prison?" He remembered it, replied, "I remember. Why?" She asked directly, "Why did you give me something that doesn't belong to our family?" Chaser naturally replied, "The textile technology of the Ain't family is considered the best in this empire." He looked at her, his voice affectionate, "How can I let you use mediocre things?" Chaser led her inside. He politely reached out his hand. Chaser smiled, "Let's go inside." She wondered, how will Lana behave? The image of Ricardo reaching out similarly suddenly appeared in her head. Lana calmed herself, this is not the time to think about nonsense. She skimmed past him, said, "Yes, let's go inside." He shyly looked back at his hand. His eyes flashed a dangerous light. Then also casually followed her inside. Lana observed around, her heart confused, it's strange, the mansion is too quiet. Looking at a row of empty hallways, she wondered, why don't I see anyone here? Chaser instructed, "This is your new room." The large room, with all the luxurious amenities. Chaser sincerely said, "I hope you will like this new room, your previous room can't be used anymore." Lana nodded, even though her heart arose suspicion, "Why can't it be used?" He said suggestively as if reminding her, "No one bathes twice in the same river." Chaser left a sentence and then turned away, "Rest well." The sound of shoes hitting the floor created a cold sound. He leisurely left. Also politely closed the door. Chaser stopped, he looked like he was thinking about something. Chaser's eyes were different from the affectionate look just now, his voice also turned around 180 degrees, "The day my sister returns home." He instructed the servants, "Must be very quiet, understand." A groan came out, nearby blood was splattered. In contrast to that casual face, there was a tragic cry. Lana was also surprised when she heard that sound. Throwing herself on the bed, Lana happily sighed, so soft, goodbye to the hard bed in prison. She gently turned, changed her posture. It seemed that the soft mattress made her mind also gradually relax, so sleepy, I have been on the carriage for a long journey. Her heart kept worrying about one person, Ricardo must be very cold when in the basement of the prison. She sat up, panicked and looked around, what is this, could it be a dream? Falling into her sight was the familiar platinum blonde hair. Looking at the person sleeping soundly beside her, she couldn't help but be stunned, Ricardo. Lana trembled slightly looking at Ricardo who was unconscious lying next to her. Her eyes gradually fell on the delicate face before her eyes, she said softly, "Ricardo." Lana called for a long time without a response, then took her small hand to stroke the platinum blonde hair. She saw him talking in his sleep and smiled faintly, her eyes sparkling and intently looking at the man before her. She thought, it must be a dream. Only when the space has two people does Lana reveal her innermost feelings. "I really missed you." At the same time Ricardo had vaguely woken up from some time ago. He gradually became aware of the situation and unconsciously startled. Ricardo sat up and looked at the small girl before his eyes and called softly, "Lana." Immediately he hugged her body. Lana lay still in the arms of the tall man, but she easily recognized the trembling from him. Ricardo couldn't hold back his tears and burst out crying, questioning the person opposite. "It's you, right?" She heard these words, her eyes were a little surprised. But then Lana regained her composure and used her soft hand to wipe away the tears rolling down Ricardo's cheek and gently advised, "Don't cry." The atmosphere between the two at this time became more ambiguous than ever. She continued to stroke the delicate face before her eyes. Ricardo held Lana's hand tightly, afraid of slipping away, and listened to what Lana said. "Can I touch you in a dream too?" She still kept her calm voice, constantly reassuring him. "I have returned home safely. Brother came to pick me up. Everything is very good, isn't it?" Only Lana knows she is now with many conflicting thoughts, but still tries to soothe Ricardo. "Don't worry about me, also don't think about me, just live well. In fact, I am the one who needs to worry." But when she heard the answer from him, Lana slightly paused. "I don't know." Ricardo seemed unwilling to accept reality and tightly grasped her hand without letting go and loudly retorted, "Until the promise of 1 year comes, I will never forget you." For a long time, until she returned to reality, Lana was still preoccupied with the words in his dream, "Never." She hugged her head restlessly. From some time ago many indescribable worries had arisen in her heart. What is this dream? It is too real. Lana's eyes turned to the clock in the room and pondered. 1 year later, if I want to go to prison. Thinking of this, she clutched the blanket suspiciously. Will he let me go? Finally Lana came up with a bold idea. If not, I will have to run away. Only a short time later, she imagined herself leaving the palace. Thinking of this, she felt even more confused. What should I do? Suddenly a spirit beast with pure white fur had been standing in the corner of the room, observing Lana from some time ago. Its eyes sparkled, exuding a terrifying fierce look, and approached. It was raining heavily. A gloomy atmosphere enveloped the large villa. A few days later. Thus each drop of water invaded through every corner of the villa. Inside was a bedroom scene designed in a classic style, magnificent and luxurious, with the main colors being blue and white. On the large headboard there was a meticulous inscription, carefully engraved, highlighting a not so unfamiliar name, Lana Rose Dormulet. At this time the maid as usual brought in a cup of hot coffee in the morning for Lana. This morning she appeared with long flowing hair combined with classic glasses and an elegant dress, with the main color being purple. The maid, after serving breakfast, bowed respectfully. "See you at meal time, miss." Lana, with a soft feather pen in her hand, wondered. Strange. She raised her hand to her mouth with slightly worried eyes and thought, Chaser, and all the maids here, why do they look so normal? Lana pondered for a while and became even more confused. It doesn't look like a villain's mansion at all. Then she picked up the paper in front of her and observed and began to ponder. That is the reason why everything feels unreal. Lana suddenly remembered the people the heroine met in the original work. Now let's summarize the original work. The prisoner who held the heroine's hand in prison died. The person who made eye contact with the heroine was thrown into the oil pan. The journalist who tried to find out the truth about what happened to the heroine also suddenly became crippled. The noble who harassed the heroine in high society also died unexpectedly. The villain imprisoned the heroine, and the terrorists wanted to blow up the villain's house with bombs. The heroine escaped from imprisonment. From the above data, Lana linked together all that happened after the heroine left prison. Thus, from her own judgment, she concluded, the culprit is none other than Chaser Dormulet. The more she thought, the more fear constantly enveloped her mind, not just a normal 19+ story. From then on she began to doubt herself. It has been deviated, I was too subjective. Lana thought about the men who passed through the heroine's life in the original work and then pondered, no matter how the content progresses, it's also my fault. From some time ago she was sweating nonstop, a chilling feeling tortured her nerves. Now is not the time to worry about that girl being imprisoned. Will I be silenced first? Lana inadvertently suddenly remembered Chaser's death. While I was in prison, Chaser Karma was assassinated. But anyway, Chaser will still survive when the mansion is surrounded by enemies. Thinking then, she soaked the paper that was written earlier into the prepared basin of water and simultaneously made up her mind, okay. Thus the paper was gradually submerged in the clear water. It was also the time Lana launched her plan. Let's start. In contrast to all the times, this time it was a sunny morning. Each small ray of sunlight crept through every cold corner of the mansion. Lana lay sprawled out on the chair, was awakened by Chaser's question. Lana, did you sleep well? Her eyes were a little panicked, no longer showing the composure like just now. Lana was a little dissatisfied and coldly replied, I don't think now is the right time to ask this question. It's already 2 p.m. Hearing that, Chaser hurriedly defended, I'm just curious. He pressed even closer to her and asked if you eat well and sleep peacefully. She looked up at him calmly and replied, you see, I'm healthy, it seems so. Chaser still didn't give up and stretched out his arms, gesturing to invite. I have something I want to show you. "Do you want to come with me?" But responding to him was only Lana's cold attitude. "I think it's a bit difficult to walk right now because I'm a bit indigestion. Are you not busy?" He with a radiant face said faintly, "I'm not busy, so let me help you. Right, you want to give me medicine, if so." Chaser disregarded the eyes of those around him, shamelessly lifted her up and whispered in her ear, "Then let me take you myself." Lana was suddenly carried up, unable to digest this matter, causing her face to reveal a clear look of confusion. While walking, Lana still didn't forget to complain about what happened just now. "Hey, shouldn't you ask for people's opinion before suddenly carrying me like that?" But Chaser didn't care about what she said. "I helped you when you had difficulty in moving, right?" And Lana, it seemed that her heart was full of confusion. He only smiled wickedly, not knowing what he was plotting. Chaser then turned to face Lana and revealed, "I'm never busy when I'm in front of you." It seemed that he had made up his mind. "I don't want to regret it again." She only looked at the delicate but cunning face before her and raised suspicion. "Regret?" Lana walked for a while and still couldn't stop wondering about Chaser's words just now. What could make him regret? Suddenly he stopped walking, no longer moving forward. Before the two people was a shelf with countless glittering jewelry and a rack of luxurious festival outfits. Chaser sat on the same chair, revealing a complacent look, while Lana next to him seemed a bit confused before the carefully wrapped gifts brought by the servants. The shop owner saw the distinguished guest and enthusiastically welcomed him. "It's an honor for me to be called here." Who is that person? She couldn't help but wonder about the woman before her. Could it be that she is the head of a black society organization? What is that line of people? Then Lana looked back, slightly confused at the person next to her who was showing a triumphant look. The shop owner continued to introduce the special designs of the evening dresses. "This is a dress that has crossed the ocean. The highlight of this dress is the only pink diamond in the world." Continuing, she swept her eyes to the shoes designed to go with it and said with pride, "These shoes also have a hidden magic that can make the wearer not feel pain for a long time. And this is a dress made from special fabric that is not waterproof." But when it came to the jewelry, the shop owner paused slightly. "Next is." Lana seemed a bit tense before the question the shop owner asked Chaser. "So, what do you think?" She awkwardly pointed her hand and turned to reproach, "What are you doing?" But he with a smile that couldn't close happily said, "Because all of your valuable items were burned. So I want to give you a new gift." Chaser saw she was a bit absent-minded and asked anxiously, "Do you have anything?" He realized he had said something wrong and hurriedly defended, "Oh no, there is nothing valuable, right?" But Lana's eyes became even more. Chaser pursed his trembling lips as if he was enduring some great grievance. Suddenly a sound came out, making her startle. Lana saw the servants were cleaning up the evening dresses and jewelry and confusedly asked in a low voice, "What are you doing? What are they doing?" But he gently took her hand and calmly replied, "Throw them away, because my beautiful sister said so. You can choose until you find your favorite item, because there are many things here." She seemed shocked by Chaser's threatening words. "What if I don't like any of the items?" "Don't worry, as long as you want, I can bring all the gold and silver jewels of this world to you." She hesitated a little and began to step back, but then Lana thought differently. "I can't show too much fear." Thinking, then Lana raised her hand and pointed to the pile of things in front of her and shouted, "Like this is enough, this to that." She expressionlessly said faintly, "Give all of that to me." Chaser saw Lana showing that expression and seemed very satisfied. Hearing that, the shop owner rubbed her hands and secretly sighed, "Oh my god." She couldn't hide her satisfied smile. "That's really an excellent choice. The products in our store are all genuine, ha ha ha." Then the shop owner suggested Lana try on the clothes. "Do you want to try it on?" Chaser next to her agreed. Go, Lana." Only a short time later she was helped to change clothes by the maid. The retinue combed each strand of Lana's smooth hair, but she didn't care at all, just felt restless and worried. "I don't know if I can receive all these things because I am Chaser's sister. I don't know how much this costs." Lana remembered the gifts that Chaser gave her just now and thought, "I said I wanted all of them, but I really don't like wasting money at all. I feel guilty towards Ricardo." Then the image of the boy in that dream flashed in her mind. The one who makes him sway is the enemy's sister. It should be okay, because he will be happy. Lana's line of thought was interrupted by the maid's words. "As expected, it is an honor when I was called here urgently while I was at the side door. It suits you so well, side door." The girl earlier explained, "That is a gatekeeper, and the manager of our brand store went to this side gate to enter. The main gate of the Dormulet house has been closed recently. It is still like that, because the owner doesn't seem to want to go out, and no one can enter or leave." Hearing this, she worried again. Why is that? He had been standing waiting for her to try on clothes outside for a long time before seeing her come out. Chaser praised endlessly before Lana's delicate beauty. "So beautiful, Lana." Then she looked at him for a long time, face to face, eye to eye. The next action Chaser made Lana couldn't help but be surprised. For the first time he humbled himself and bent down, his voice low and coaxing. I'm sorry, but all this is nothing compared to the time that has passed. I just want to do this. Chaser revealed a radiant face holding Lana's delicate hand and revealed, don't be too stressed, I just want to give you everything after you have returned from Cambracam. She was a little allergic to the action of kissing her hand and his praise. It's true that it's beautiful. Lana seemed to recognize the panicked eyes of the servant behind and urged Chaser, stand up, the servants are looking at me with surprised expressions. I understand, I will take it. He finally let go and said proudly, great, I will give you this whole mansion if you want, you don't need it. Chaser showed a thoughtful look, so should I give it to you? My sister is always picky. When being escorted back near the bedroom, Lana whispered, I will go myself from here. It seemed he didn't agree but pouted, I don't want to leave you alone at all. She hearing that spoke to reassure, I always return to the prison myself. Chaser's face mocked himself, I know, but I will not let you be alone anymore. The more he spoke, the more his eyes revealed a terrifying but possessive look. Never. Only after Chaser left, Lana carried a small bag containing things and roamed around the garden. A short time later she also arrived at the place she wanted to go. Is this the side gate that the servant mentioned before? She couldn't help but get goosebumps before Chaser's goodbye. See you later, Lana. Then Lana looked down at the small bag filled with gold and silver treasures and thought, I secretly took this amount of gold coins and gems while changing clothes. This is also in case I have to save. She was a little hesitant about her decision. Commoners can live for a month with just one gold coin. Can I run away now? Lana swept her eyes around and sighed lightly. Okay, it's okay, there's no other way, and there's no one here. She secretly thought about her life in the future. I think it will be a bit difficult now, but that line of thought was interrupted by the sound of someone's footsteps. The maid said in a young voice from afar, making Lana couldn't help but stiffen, hello, miss. She enthusiastically introduced, I am the maid in charge of security here. Do you need anything? Nothing. Lana hearing that turned her eyes to the road ahead and asked, I'm just curious, I don't know where this road leads. The maid replied, this is the road that leads outside. It connects to the side gate. From her information it even helped Lana strengthen her decision. As expected, I'm going the right way. The maid clutched strongly at her dress. Then she moved closer and asked softly, Miss, do you want to go out? The maid's eyes sparkled and offered to help. If you want to go out, then I can help you. She hesitated a little before that offer. She should also repay the maid who helped her out. Okay. She looked at Lana and smiled and made her request, just give me a gold coin. She hesitated a little and asked again, what if there are knights here? I will soon be caught again. But the maid didn't care about that and quickly replied, there is another path that only horse herders use. In an instant Lana had more and more hope about leaving this place before what the maid said, they use another path because it is too smelly. After a while of negotiation, she gave the gold coin, okay. She received the money and then turned back and left, still didn't forget to instruct, you go carefully, people like you will encounter a difficult time, you should also try going to prison. But the following words of the maid were all implications about Lana's identity, this mansion is full of rumors about you. I have a feeling you have become a completely different person. She in an instant became tense and forced a smile. Do you think so? I look very different, yes. She pointed to the path ahead and explained, this path, now is the time when food is transported every 3 months, so no one will dare to be close. She looked at the road that the maid pointed at and couldn't help but suspect, so that's why no one is here, really, so now I will go, however instead, strangers can easily enter here. The maid's voice became more and more stern and terrifying. When I heard that Miss was about to return, I really prepared very hard, but I was also a little disappointed. Why, the noble Miss is too careless. She turned her face back, her eyes full of murderous intent. Her voice became colder when mentioning Chaser. About this point it's quite annoying, plus that, your brother the Duke is too cheap. She yelled and rushed quickly towards Lana, he has no emotions, your brother is too cruel and has drawn in countless hatred. In a flash the maid used her hand to forcefully press Lana's head to the ground. Before losing consciousness Lana still faintly heard her cruel words, you are too stupid, miss, it hurts so much. Ricardo Rand also had to endure this pain. Since being knocked down she vaguely woke up unaware of her situation. Where am I? How long have I been sleeping? Lana tried to get up, her 2 hands had been tied tightly in the old warehouse. She gritted her teeth, couldn't help but be angry at the maid's actions. Really, how much does she hate me? I have let down my guard. I thought the revenge actions of the villain will not be so tense. Because it is in the later part of the novel. Lana struggled to escape from the rope. It's too tight, can I use the bracelet to untie it? After a long time she finally escaped from the rope and happily cheered, it worked. Then Lana looked towards the closed door in the old warehouse and thought, the door must be locked, right? Should I use magic again, or should I wait for someone to come? She then approached the door and gently touched it with her small hand. Suddenly a loud noise came out, making Lana couldn't help but flinch and cover her head. She turned back behind her suspiciously. What is this? From somewhere a dense smoke rose from the crack in the door. She panicked and shouted loudly, the smell of smoke, fire, fire, it's on fire. Lana frantically covered her nose and quickly ran away from the fire. The door opened at this time. The maid earlier panicked and said, no, save me, it hurts. Immediately she recognized her. She is the maid who brought me here. The maid, her whole body stained with fresh red blood, her hand desperately reached towards Lana, pleading for help. Save me, save me. The more she spoke, the more she cried loudly and screamed in despair. Please save me. I will give up all hatred towards you. Lana still didn't understand what was happening before her eyes wandered. What are you talking about? You are the one who kidnapped me. She knelt down and hastily defended her actions. Yes, but I really don't hate you at all. I just overdid it. They are gathering people who hate you. Please tell him to spare my life. Her face couldn't hide the surprise when she heard the familiar call. Lana, there you are. In an instant the sharp sword pierced through every piece of the maid's flesh, causing fresh blood to splatter along with desperate screams. She couldn't digest this kind of thing, foolishly staring at the sword that had been stained with blood. In the flickering fire his distorted face appeared, looking very scary, along with a low voice. I'm glad it didn't take too long to find you. I was very worried. Thus Chaser tightly gripped the sword in his hand and gradually approached Lana. She unconsciously fearfully backed away. The sound of footsteps echoed in the space, along with a cold questioning. Why did you run away? Lana collapsed to the ground and trembled and explained, I didn't. Chaser, surprised, and asked, oh, so how should I say this? He sat down on the ground close to her and continued to question, why did you plan to run away? Were you planning to leave me behind? Chaser put his finger on Lana's juicy lips and threatened, that is betrayal. Sister, why do you want to run away from me again? He lifted her face and whispered, I don't want to make the same mistake twice. I have learned a lot in the first time you left. Then Chaser turned his eyes to the corpse just now and calmly said, are they the ones who kidnapped you? While he was speaking, soft wings sprouted out as if preparing for another massacre. There are many people like this in the mansion, right? There are still a few survivors here, but don't worry. Chaser seemed to have made up his mind. His eyes were bloodshot and loudly declared, today I will kill them all. When his gaze full of sadness stopped on her, I have always felt disappointed, Lana. Chaser started rambling about his own power. Ricardo's special power is the ability to have physical strength beyond the limits of a normal person. And his opponent, Chaser Love Dormulet, has the ability, just by looking into the other person's eyes and hearing their voice, the ability to control people's minds. The ability to control people's minds, the divine eyes. Chaser became more and more crazy, constantly blaming himself. Why doesn't my power work on you? What the hell? He disregarded her frightened face and continued to use his hand to caress her small pink lips and said, so I have thought about it. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, could it be that you have something you haven't told me? I don't know when you will be willing to say it. Chaser put his hand on his chin and looked arrogant, his attitude not at all uncomfortable when looking at me. Lana was a little helpless before Chaser's thoughts, that natural reaction, does this guy know I'm different from the previous Lana? She tightly gripped her dress and bravely confessed, that's right, I have amnesia. He, hearing that, smiled happily satisfied. Oh, you are willing to say it now. Chaser came forward and tightly grasped her hand and said softly to reassure, don't worry, you are still my sister. Lana couldn't hide the surprise before her brother's firm declaration, I will burn all the things that harm you, I will always protect you. He said, mysteriously reminiscing about his own thoughts, I even wished there was a prison in the mansion so you would never run away. Everything ended smoothly. It was still the usual bright morning with sunlight enveloping the mansion area. Only different from all the times was the appearance of a chain being dragged on the ground. Lana as usual sat enjoying herself in her own study. She hummed the melody of a song, remembering the past. A year has passed, and Lana suddenly remembered something very important. The day of the promise with Ricardo was coming soon. The mansion was still as magnificent as ever. There were not many changes in the past year. She wore an evening dress and walked towards the grand hall, making many clanging sounds caused by the chain. Lana suddenly turned back before the maid's call, Miss. She respectfully bent over and invited, the meal is ready. Lana saw the maid's surprised eyes and asked, have you never seen this before? She knelt down and apologized before her eyes, but she only calmly replied, I'm just in my own house, isn't it very interesting? Until Lana left, the maid kept apologizing, I'm sorry, but she only skimmed past and didn't pursue anything further. There's nothing to apologize for. just manage your eyes well. Lana playfully raised her hand to her mouth, not forgetting to remind, or the scary monster will bite you. Since the events that happened before, there were originally many rumors. There are many rumors surrounding the Dormulet mansion, the beautiful and sad girl, if anyone touches that girl. The red-haired girl knelt down and begged, I didn't do anything, no, I didn't do anything. Chaser had no reaction to those pleas, please have mercy on me. She continued to eat without saying anything but still couldn't hide the sadness on her face. Lana again recalled what had happened since that fateful day, about a year ago. He even wished there was a prison in this mansion so you could never escape. After being rescued by Chaser, he changed my room. In her memory she kept struggling and screaming, but everything was useless. What is this, a chain? I was very angry at his cruel method, but he didn't think about her feelings at all, just gently kissed that soft hand showing satisfaction. Throughout that time Lana couldn't find a way out for herself, so she accepted, there is no way to resist, and after that terrible things continued to happen. The first time happened when she was having a meal. A terrible event happened. At that time Chaser immediately stood up to protect her. But that crazy maid still tried to harm her, that Dormulet devil, you all will die, the danger of being poisoned, I will return the blood debt that your fathers caused. And another time a rogue broke into the room with a knife and controlled her, making her feel suffocated. Death was waiting. Only a short time later that person was quickly arrested, but before dying he still didn't forget to utter insults, the children of demons, you must die, pay the price for your father's sins. After all the terrible events that happened, Lana thought, I have been too familiar with dangers like this, even if such a thing happens, Chaser will sweep them away. Every time like that Chaser used force to solve everything. The last thing was regret. I'm sorry, Lana. He guessed that this was still not clean enough, and I suddenly realized. Since then she gradually understood everything, all the hatred is directed towards us, because we are the children of the Dormulet family. The sins that Duke Dormulet caused had piled up even before Chaser became the villain. It was all directed towards Dormulet. Even though these hatreds were not caused by Chaser, he still had to endure everything alone. Lana again thought of the shackles that were holding her feet tightly. Even so I can't run away, Lana. I once tried to escape, but then I realized. After countless times facing the threat of assassination, my face has become indifferent. If I run away, my death is certain. She was eating and thinking about the thing just now. What did that maid do wrong? Chaser, sitting opposite, explained. She approached the hair salon owner and made a deal. They will sooner or later want to kidnap you again, but it's okay. I have known that the hair salon owner betrayed. About 2 months ago. The red-haired girl was dragged out but still loudly questioned. Wait, what are you saying? Why are you saying I'm like that? Lana's face was clearly sad before the maid's plea that she couldn't do anything. Duke, I was wrong. I sincerely apologize, Duke. Before that she had picked flowers to please her with a cheerful tone. Today is a beautiful day, so I picked these flowers. Are you bored, miss? Thank you. The red-haired girl kept expressing friendliness, said, I like miss very much. Every time she remembered these things, Lana often spent a long time pondering. The luxurious room was full of everything but still didn't cover up her loneliness. Chaser saw Lana's face gloomy and cared and asked, what are you thinking about? But she looked bored and replied, I'm not thinking about anything. He understood her worries and lightly touched her ankle. Chaser lifted it up and casually explained, your ankle, it's just. Before he could finish speaking he had put a gentle kiss on that soft foot. Lana was slightly startled and shrank back, let go, uncomfortable. Once again the memories rushed back, making her couldn't help but hesitate. Around this time last year, I was still imprisoned. How should I think about this? Unexpectedly comfortable. What I need to think about is just eating well and dressing well. She thought of a clue. The chain around my ankle makes me feel uncomfortable at first. No matter where I am, Chaser can easily track my every move if I encounter danger. Lana pondered for a long time and finally she reassured herself. Better than I thought. Anyway, I can't live outside. What can crying change? She looked up at the gentle man before her and thought, just change my thinking, just be the villain's sister. When thinking about that, being bound is also comfortable. At another time Lana sat in the study resting her chin. Suddenly there was a call from afar, Miss. Marshmallow used the staff to point forward and reminded, wake up, are you done, Marshmallow, Chaser's right hand, dark magician. She turned her head to look, not knowing who this is. When she had recognized the situation, Lana smiled mysteriously. She teased and mimicked his voice, making him angry, and said in a low voice, again, are you done? Don't mimic me. Lana looked at Marshmallow before her full of smiles. This is Marshmallow. He is a dark magician. Surprisingly, he is already an adult, but because he was hit by a curse, he looks like a child with a reduced size. He is also the one who put the magic chain on my ankle, and is the person Chaser entrusted to be my tutor. Lana saw that she was joking a bit too much and smoothed the situation. Sorry, Mr. Marshmallow, it's Marshmallow. Who is Marshmallow? Because it's a bit difficult to pronounce, so can I shorten it? That's not shortening. He looked disapproving and retorted, mistake. She lowered her voice and teased, don't be angry, it's just why aren't you taller? I'm tall, my body is growing. Lana rested her chin and calmly asked, yes, it's okay, more than that, I have a question, what is that? Marshmallow looked surprised when he saw her point to the spirit beast. Why are you paying attention to that? Isn't that the guardian deity of the Red Rose family, really? Lana hugged the book and lay down on the bed. Even though she was lying down, she listened carefully to his explanation. He is a guardian, Chaser must also have something like that. About the guardian deity of the Red Rose family, I think it no longer exists. What does Marshmallow mean? She turned and swayed her legs thinking, I need to stop thinking about Ricardo Ran. Occasionally Lana remembered his silhouette. How is he? She unconsciously uttered two strange words, human. In an instant from somewhere appeared the spirit beast with black spots on its skin and bright eyes. A space explosion rang out, pop. It was no longer as fierce as before but turned into an adorable appearance captivating hearts. Please help me. Lana held the spirit beast in her hand and wondered, what is it? It kept struggling and pleading, human, please save me. In a moment she didn't have time to understand what was happening. What the hell is this? How can it even talk? The spirit beast kept trying to escape. Let me go first, Moose. Lana turned back and complained, why do I have to learn about the history of the Empire? Marshmallow questioned, don't you want to live comfortably? Or do you want me to pat your head and take care of you like a pig? She absent-mindedly retorted, don't call me a pig with that face, it doesn't suit you. He sat with his arms folded and advised like an old man, you should have known your limits. Do I really need to know what my family is doing? Lana, hearing that, seemed to be struck by lightning and suspiciously asked, even if I don't know that, you won't let me eat? Marshmallow rudely scolded, you parasite. She humorously said, yes, if possible then call me a beautiful moth. He said sternly, so what is this, miss, you don't even know the basic legends. Each rose has a guardian spirit, in addition you can also call them spirit beasts. Perhaps Lana's innocence annoyed him, you really are a genius, so Mr. Tart, what kind of animal is this, miss, can't you call my name right once? I know, Mr. Marshmallow. She lifted the spirit beast before her and stared before Marshmallow's words, you don't know this, snow leopard. He looked bored and complained, really, human, you thought anyone could summon me out. Hearing that she couldn't hide her surprise, I summoned it out. The snow leopard spirit beast didn't want to lose and boasted, I am the guardian of the Red Rose who has been summoned after 89 years, a strong body, but it didn't seem to convince Lana. I don't think it suits you. She put it on the ground before the spirit beast's panic, what? But never mind, I understand, what? The snow leopard spirit beast was angry, what? The reason you woke me up is not because you miss me too much and want to meet me. Lana, hearing that, retorted, I miss you what? It was said like that but still kept narcissizing about itself. Hayes, you're not honest at all, I know your heart, you should look at yourself again. At the moment Lana was pushed over, a hand caught her. That hand tightly gripped her body, not letting her run away. Then hugged Lana, giving her warmth. In her heart more and more ripples arose from some time ago. Ricardo Ran couldn't hide his joy when he was able to meet again and asked urgently, it's you, right, it's really you. He clutched his hand and said, causing her to panic, this is a prison. Lana was entranced before Ricardo's excitement, you really still waited for me, so you came here, that, snow leopard, what did he do? She tightly clutched her dress, reminding herself, calm down, this must be a dream, because I have never had a dream like this. After regaining her composure, Lana smiled and asked, hello, Ricardo Ran, how have you been lately? He felt the warmth of her hand placed on his cheek. Gloomy, well, not very good. Ricardo Ran held Lana's hand tightly and revealed, because I miss you. She arose many thoughts about the person opposite, it's only been a short time, how could he have grown up so much in just 1 year? Lana saw him like that and thought, maybe it's because I have never had a dream like this. He happily told her many things. I have recently become an adult, the warden said, I am very tall. His birthday has also passed, while my life has passed like that, he has grown a lot. Lana sat on the cold ground, cared, you don't turn into a monster anymore, Ricardo Ran confusedly replied, not really. She held his hand tightly and smiled happily and said sincerely, that's not good for you but it's good for me, because that person is Ricardo Ran, I quite like that. He, hearing that, blushed and asked back, what, you, like me, huh? Lana turned her face away, shyly replied, I mean I quite like the look when you turn into a monster, you're really cute, anyway. A while was the two people talking about Ricardo's wounds, you don't hurt anymore, oh, it hurts a lot, no right, you will worry, if I get sick. He bit his lip as if there was something difficult to say. After a long time Ricardo finally expressed his feelings, I hope you don't get sick either, I decided I will come to meet you when I'm really healthy. Lana was a little stunned by his question, you don't forget your promise. Before Ricardo's expectation she only turned her cold face to another direction. He understood something and lightly patted his hand with hers and comforted, it's okay if you don't answer, anyway it's a dream, you're always like that. Because this is a dream so you will allow me to do anything right, in the dream, I will do anything, what, Ricardo put on a charming face and leaned closer and invited, so let me kiss you. Lana had never had to face this so she was a little awkward, Ricardo, what is it, isn't this my dream? He no longer cared about other things and took off the buttons. Lana looked at the blushing face before her and tensely said, you want to do this, because this is just, it should be okay. Ricardo lay pressing on her and whispered, because it's just you and me here. The more he spoke the more he leaned closer and pressed his face to Lana, I have also become an adult. Then, Ricardo put a sweet kiss on her soft juicy lips. He gradually reached for the knot of the shirt behind her to take it off. Lana still maintained her composure. Only a moment deep she gradually closed her eyes indicating her approval. Returning to reality she raised her two hands still couldn't believe her eyes, what the hell is going on? Lana's face showed a bit of confusion before the snow leopard spirit beast's question, you see it, human. She imagined the scene just now when Ricardo called her name, Lana. The more Lana thought the more she was embarrassed so she squeezed its neck and questioned, you, what did you do to me, let me go, what are you doing, I said let me go, say it quickly. The snow leopard spirit beast saw her fierce reaction and then spoke to defend itself, I just helped you, meow, meow, don't act like you're a cat, creating illusions for others isn't that strange. When Lana calmed down she suddenly realized something unusual, that's not an illusion, it's real. It continued to say, you have seen the real person through the power of the body in the dream, meow. She hugged her head worried, if it's real, wouldn't there be even more trouble, don't you know that, you mean the man in your dream, yes, it's him. It seemed that Lana was said to hit the mark by the snow leopard spirit beast, don't you see that person looked at you passionately and then kissed you, meow. Don't squeeze me so tightly, wasn't being honest in the dream the reason you summoned me, so I just let you meet him again, meow. You will do what you want right. Hearing that, she hesitated for a moment, Chaser from somewhere rushed into the room and saw Lana hugging the spirit beast and questioned, what is it, what? She didn't have time to recover startled in shock. He didn't want to let her go smugly asked, what's the matter that you're flustered Lana, it's annoying. Chaser reminded, there is something lingering beside you Lana. Being thrown away, it said angrily, that is the human who sealed me. Lana surprised, what? The spirit beast grabbed her dress, tears welled up on its eyelids, human, please help me, if the red rose doesn't have a body, he will die. Lana heard like thunderstruck, Ricardo will die. She remembered, in the original work, there is a passage about the guardian god, but I didn't even consider the plot when Chaser sealed Ricardo's guardian god. Looking at her hugging it in her arms, full of defensiveness, he said softly, that is Hern's beast. She seriously said, I know, I heard that from it, I heard you brought it here, is this considered kidnapping? He reached out his hand, intending to take back the spirit beast, said suggestively, kidnapping is a word that refers to other people. Lana pretended to be ignorant and said, why don't I give it here? A cold light flashed in those eyes, but quickly regained its gentleness, give it to me. She hugged it tighter, her heart a little resistant, I want to hear more about what Snow Leopard just said, more than that, if I return it to Chaser. She was worried about him, what will happen to Ricardo? I don't want to give it back, Lana stubbornly said, are you ordering me to say what you want? Lana remembered the things he had said, you want to say something, she asked seriously, you used to say that to me like a habit for a whole year, right? She wasn't afraid, started saying the thoughts in her heart, when I was imprisoned 1 year ago, I finally accepted, I have nothing to complain about, Lana was sure. He is a smart person, so he will understand. She was still very wary and kept away from him, I have never asked anything he is doing, so now is the time I also want him to pay a worthy price. Lana bravely said, so I want it. Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, he had to compromise, okay, you can keep it, Lana. Chaser shrugged, what else can I do? Even though it was according to her wishes, Lana still felt an unabated oppression from the other person, she hesitated, thank you, Trey. Suddenly, a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Lana was now seeing him and herself on a rainy night. Each memory invaded her brain, it was the memory of Chaser hugging the collapsed female lead, affectionately calling, Lana. He said in a remorseful voice, I'm sorry, I will do it. Chaser picked up the female lead, whispered, "Don't get sick again, okay, promise me." She was surprised by this gentle appearance. Seeing her silent, he spoke and called, causing her to startle. Lana. She was still panicked because of that memory, wondering, what was that just now, Chaser and Lana in the past? She was confused. Why did I see that? Chaser cared. If you feel unwell, I will call the doctor right away. Lana refused. No, I'm fine. He pondered. Chaser still didn't leave. He reached out his hand towards her and asked, Lana, can I ask you for something without your consent, okay? Chaser's eyes shone with expectation for the answer from her. Can we take a walk together? The magnificent palace was full of flowers. Remembering the images in the past, she was a little stunned. Isn't it only been a year? Lana didn't spare words of praise. It really is very beautiful. Chaser smiled and said fondly, because this is the road you walk. He helped her closer. In the future you will walk on this road. Looking at the brilliant flowers, Lana thought, to say, this man, no matter what I do, he will try to make it the most perfect. He spoke, thinking about it, the warden at Cambercam is still in contact with me. Chaser remembered those heartfelt letters, and then inferred, I guess he still thinks I'm imprisoning you. She was confused. Renald. Looking at her face with unclear expression, he asked, you want to see? She shook her head and denied, no. Suddenly, the spirit beast flew out from the bushes, human. It with beautiful butterfly wings, innocently asked, what is this? It's moving. Lana sighed. Who said it's a snow leopard? It's no different from a house cat. Looking at that uncool appearance, she put her hand to her mouth, attracting his attention. As if unable to restrain herself, she laughed comfortably. Looking at her like that, he turned on brother mode. He liked the look on her face when she was laughing. Not hearing Chaser say anything, she blankly turned back. He said softly, Sister, Lana, can I ask you this? Chaser seemed to have taken all his courage and asked, do you hate me? Lana shook her head, I don't hate you. She stopped, as if reminding him, that's right, I think this chain is crazy. Lana secretly thought in her heart, I don't like or hate him, the reason I accepted this chain is because it saved my life, even if this chain can save my life. The actions of that man are also unpredictable, I have thought about how to do it many times. Suddenly, she associated with when he asked crazily, do you like if it's not a chain? She trembled slightly, he is the kind of person who can stab me at any time, thinking that, she then replied, but anyway you're still my brother. Lana looked at him in surprise. Tears streamed down causing her to be confused. Why are you crying? Chaser reached out his hand towards her, that's right, Lana. He hugged her tightly, sincerely said, even so, I wish you could be by my side forever. He begged, don't leave me, will you be by my side? She pushed Chaser away. Lana wondered, isn't this a bit strange? Even if I can't remember anything, I don't think siblings can do that. This sibling relationship is too good, that's all I thought. I once thought a kiss on the back of the hand between a man and a woman was just normal, Chaser calmly replied, why not? Lana wondered, we are siblings, he quickly denied, we are not. His words were like lightning striking her ear, you were adopted, didn't you know? He adjusted his badge, I am the Duke's son. Then looked towards her again, you were originally adopted. She was stunned, what? He confirmed again, I'm not lying to you. Chaser explained, I just didn't have time to tell you that when you lost your memory. He reached out his hand towards Lana, and is there a problem with that, whether you believe it or not? At this time, the image of her was deeply engraved in Chaser's mind, your position is always by my side, is there a problem? She frowned. Looking at him, she found it more difficult to restrain her nausea. Chaser said carefully, as if asking for permission, if I am not your biological brother, then can you look at me with different eyes? He stood near the faucet, each smooth stream of water was completely opposite to her churning mood at this time. His appearance also became unusually docile. Afraid she would have difficulty accepting, Chaser took a step back, it will be quite awkward, I can wait until you calm down. His voice was polite, but the intention made her feel disgusted, if you want, I will still be your brother until then. He turned away, his eyes returned to their usual cold look. A silhouette came into his eyes, Marshmallow called, Chaser. He saluted, respectfully reported, that power is fluctuating. Chaser asked back, you mean that child's power, my sister Lana? Mentioning that name, her beautiful and magnificent appearance invaded his mind again. Marshmallow pondered for a while, then cautiously asked, but how long are you going to keep her? Lana's frightened face made the dark magician also a little worried. Chaser frowned and reminded, Marshmallow, I don't need to ask me that. He also followed, silently bowed his head low. The sky at this time had also turned to twilight. Chaser saw that it was late, quickly lifted his foot and left. His eyes were full of thought. When Lana sweetly called him, even he couldn't restrain his trembling. The intense vibration seemed to overflow past the corners of his eyes. At the time when she was in his arms, trying to admit her mistake to him, "Father, take away my power, I tried to kill you." That like dug a dull pain in Chaser's chest, but empty of the image of happiness. Even if he didn't want to accept it, he knew, my sister has died, leaving me alone with the guilt. She has left, in the cold rainy night, on his arm. At the time after his sister died, he had received a call from the prison. In the letter it was clearly written to Chaser. He leaned back on the armchair in the room. Marshall read the letter to him. "They said that girl has awakened." Just hearing that, he couldn't calm down and quickly turned around, not believing his ears. "Really, give it to me." He pushed the letter towards him, added, "She had another heart attack." Hearing that Lana was sick, his eyes flashed with sadness. Remembering the girl in Cambercam, Chaser gently commented, "Substitute a substitute for my lost sister. She has hair exactly like my sister." He sighed, his heart felt empty. Her eyes are exactly the same, but she is a different person. Chaser confirmed, "That is a completely different person." Marshall cautiously asked, "Do you want to go see her?" He shook his head, "No." Then didn't care and put the letter down on the table. Chaser said, "She is a substitute. He wants to use her to sacrifice a life to exchange for a better life." He wondered, "When are you planning to start?" Chaser stopped for a moment, and then replied, "Wait a little longer." Chaser leaned on the railing, said meaningfully, "Because there is still time." On an early morning, when the sun had risen high, shining on everything, each ray of sunlight crept through the cracks in the door. Chaser sat on the chair, sternly asked, "A letter came from Cambercam." The letter began with a polite greeting, "Hello, brother." He pondered, clearly they allowed her to send this letter, but the contents of the letter made him also confused. "Send me some alcohol." Chaser couldn't help but be stunned. "What?" Remembering that time, he chuckled. Then his eyes returned to their calm look. He said to himself, "You don't know, right? We have this matter between us, you don't remember." He told her, "My name is Chaser Love Dormulet." He is her brother, but not really. Looking at Lana wary, he also felt interesting. "Let's start over." Chaser plucked a flower nearby. Bringing it to his nose, gently inhaled the faint fragrance, he calmly said, "You have always been interesting, whether before or now, so." Then he crushed that magnificent look, imprisoning it in his hand. "I don't allow you to leave." Time began to pass, each of us has our own story. Bloodstained hands kept punching hard at the ceiling formation. On the 50th day until Ricardo ran awakened, a woman was thrown down hard on the ground. He asked, "Lana, you once said you wanted a friend, right?" Lana was stunned for a moment. His actions made her not know what expression to make. He ordered the girl, "Say hello, White Rose."